Good morning, everyone. So we will be continuing our meeting this morning on public testimony or B agenda items. I think we have 3 remaining testifiers on our list. One person will be passing this morning. So we'll begin with John Govin, followed by John Warrenchuk. Okay, so
Sarah and I got to testify.
Okay, this is a false start. We're rebooting and
Okay.
not broadcasting right
That's
now.
okay.
So
I'll just,
I think we need 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll start with 5 and see where we're at, if that's okay. Sorry about that. So come back at 8:10. Good morning again, everyone. Looks like our systems are up and running. So we will begin with testimony on our B agenda items. We actually have four more testifiers, beginning with John Govan.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. John Govan testifying on behalf of the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. And in B reports agenda items, I'm going to focus on the information that was presented on the situation with killer whale bycatch in the Bering Sea. And some of this will reiterate some of the points I made in October to try to help people understand what's going on, but I'm going to try to focus on the steps since then and progress towards coming up with solutions to help reduce the chances of further takes in our fisheries. So as you heard, their news release clarified which sectors were involved with the killer whale takes in 2023. And as I presented to you in October, our sector had the lion's share of those takes, and all of them, I think it's clearer if we think about this, not just the flatfish fisheries, but the deep water flatfish fisheries. So Kamchatka flounder, arrowtooth flounder, turbot fisheries. So we would say 200 fathoms depth is the kind of start of where the interaction started, and deeper there. So 1,200 feet. I wanted to also remind you that despite what some have said, we don't think deck sorting is related to this for halibut, and the simple reason is we've stopped deck sorting in those fisheries. If the crew is aware of any whales around the boat, they just won't deck sort, and for the most part, they have not been deck sorting in those fisheries because we've had whales around the boats. We definitely have seen an increase in recent years, and particularly in 2023, and just the amount of interactions of killer whales around our vessels. So as I mentioned, we, seeing this increase, approached NOAA to see if we could find a scientist to work with, and eventually led us down to a researcher at the University of Alaska who was able to go out and look at the situation, both get photo IDs as well as put a hydrophone on the nets. And what we learned was what we feel is a change in behavior by the killer whales. They're actually, it's not just feeding on discards at the surface, but what they're really doing that's new is following the net down and feeding in front of the net as it's fishing. So at depth and 200 fathoms and deeper, we actually have noted that they're feeding close to our nets. And so this is new behavior, and the unprecedented number of takes in 2023 in our fisheries are probably responsible for this new behavior, or related to this new behavior. So we want to get ahead of this action. You know, if you look at the Dahlheim paper that's traced out the interactions with killer whales in the Bering Sea fisheries, this is not a new issue. The fixed gear fisheries have had these interactions. But what's different now is the capture of them in our nets, because that has not happened in this earlier period that, you know, these interactions were going on. So we're going to we're taking a page out of the playbook of the fixed gear fisheries that have tried to understand what's going on with killer whale behavior by working with scientists. And that's where we got the idea to get the hydrophones, so because we can't really see them with cameras. And so you know, this work was done on fixed gear fisheries with both sperm whales and killer whales, and we're building a collaboration to get the better information from scientists working on our boats to understand the behavior, because we think that we can modify the gear to discourage / maybe even prevent whales from going in the net while still catching the fish we're targeting. So, but to understand how they make that work and whether it needs to be while you're setting the net or retrieving the net versus when the shape of the net is different when it's on bottom. We really need to understand this behavior. So the good news is we had some overtures from the agency to work with their scientists and to get some resources to help fund the kind of research we need to do. And we followed up on that, and it's been so far a pretty positive message, helping us get what we need. So we're developing a BREP proposal to get the resources we need to get more equipment out in the field and start some research on gear modification, as well as more work on the behavior of killer whales. This coming fishing season, the industry plans to use a preliminary gear modification that we're working on. It's one that I mentioned was tried in the deep water flatfish fishery at the end of the season this year, but we're going to go to a flume tank and really figure out kind of what the shape of that gear mod looks like at different times in the fishing process. So that's slated for this spring prior to the fishery. And we're hoping that all the boats will be able to send a captain to the flume tank, and that we're all agreed to use the gear modification in the coming season that opens up in mid-May. So I wanted to update the council on the work and really appreciate the agencies reaching out to us and the follow through that we've been able to have. So we think we're well on the right path to solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for Mr. Godwin. Go to Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Godwin, for your testimony. I'm just wondering if you think that since you're catching them in that deeper water and your allocation of sablefish in the past couple of years has been like 3 times the 10-year average, significantly more sablefish, do you think that there's a relationship between catching more sablefish and catching more whales?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I've been involved with these sectors, fisheries, including deep water fishery, for more than 30 years. And I know that we had whales around the boats long before this large increase in recruitment of sablefish. I guess early on there was probably more sablefish, and then in the early 2000s, our catch rates were a lot lower, and now they're higher. I think honestly, the killer whales are interested in high fat fish, high content fat fish. And turbot to me is probably the one that I think they're most attracted to. I think for sure they're interested in sablefish, but I don't really think that we had the interactions before we had this big recruitment. So clearly what's different now is we have the same interactions at the surface, but what's leading to the captures of the sablefish is they've changed their behavior, and they're probably, according to the scientists, spreading this through teaching that they do within and between pods. So they're probably learned to go in our nets, and that it's a feeding opportunity, or to go in front of our nets. And so that's what's triggering the difference that we're seeing, which is these captures. I really don't think this sort of relative amount of sablefish would have changed that if they had started that behavior. So I don't think it's related necessarily to the amount of sablefish in the catch. We have increased our catch. There's more sablefish out there. They may be naturally feeding on more sablefish. I don't know. But I really don't think the problem we're trying to deal with, which is not catching the whales, is related to sablefish, because it could have happened with them learning to do that for turbot, for instance. And, we're catching the same amount of turbot or even less.
Just a quick follow-up. So do you think it's possible that because the hook and line boats are having trouble catching turbot without whale depredation, and most of the Bering Sea has switched over to pots for sablefish. That it seemed like when the longliners were catching them on hook and line, I would hear them say that sometimes the sweet spot is being able to shed the whales onto another boat by turning your hydraulics off and going over by another boat that's hauling their gear and maybe shedding the whales. And I guess since they're probably not succeeding at feeding off those other fisheries, that do you think that this is the last opportunity for them to get the free meal, and that's why they've started doing this?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Mesereau. I think it's a viable theory that the reduction in feeding opportunities with boats shifting from long line to pots has triggered their shift to interest in our boats for sure. I can't prove that. I don't know. There's a lot going on in the Bering Sea that isn't about fishing that could have done things too. However, and that probably could have happened without these captures. What really kind of is the difference in dynamic now is that not only are we probably a bigger and more important source of scavenging, but the fact that some of them have learned to try to do it in our nets, which is really the key difference. And with that going on, we need to figure out how to prevent that and discourage that such that we're not catching them. But yeah, they're very smart animals. And, this has been a really difficult issue for our sector because nobody wants to catch a killer whale. It's really been upsetting for everyone. So we're trying to deal with the new behavior. And I think I wouldn't encourage another fisher to come out there and start longlining again, but it might actually help, at least from our perspective. We didn't buy a longliner and we don't have that plan.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Godwin, for your testimony. I'm just wondering if you could provide a little more detail about the preliminary gear modification that you mentioned, just a high-level description of what that is.
Yes, thank you for the question. We are looking at major approaches right now of making them more aware of the front of the net, because that's how they're getting in. And so one idea that a captain actually tried was to working off the wings of the net using bridles, flying what I call a water kite, but it's really like a sock of large mesh that is rigged to fly right in front of the foot rope and creates a presence at the front of the net, which would indicate that to the whale, hopefully, that this is an open area. But learning from the scientists that if they're going in our nets while we're fishing, there's no light down there, so the whales can't see the net, and webbing is not acoustically reflective. So what we're hoping is that we can use acoustically reflective materials on the bridles of this kite. And so barium sulfate or iron oxide is a coating you can put on these materials and around the opening of the net, so that when they're calling and when they're echolocating, they can see the net. So that's one idea. And then we also have another idea of just fencing off with large mesh, the whole front of the net. I don't know how that's going to work at different processes. Like when you're setting the net, the shape of the net might not deploy right. So we're going to look at that in the flume tank. The other one is just to use a very large mesh ramp so that if one does go into the net, again, if we make it acoustically reflective, it would lead the whale up and have a large opening at the top, a cutout panel that they could go out. The good news is that at least what was tried so far doesn't seem to affect the catch rate of the target species of arrowtooth and Kamchatka and turbot. So that's encouraging. So those are the ideas we have. We're going to go to the flume tank and kind of look at how each one works in setting and hauling the net, as well as the shape of the net when it's fishing, make a decision on which one's most viable, and the boats are going to use that in the coming season.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next
And
up is John.
Happy holidays to everyone. It's a little early, but
You too.
soon enough.
Next up is John Warrenchuk.
Good morning, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk. I'm Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana, conservation group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. I live in Juneau. Continuing on with this topic, I did want to comment here on the killer whale mortalities the last few years. This recent trend started in 2020, as you recall. Somewhat unusual event, 2 whales, a female and a calf, caught in one haul of the flatfish MM80 fishery. It was sad, surprising, 1 haul, 2 whales. Next year, the exact same thing happened. Around the same time of year, 2 whales, a female and a calf, killed. 2022, I don't know the exact number, but NPFMC, because NPFMC hasn't released it, but I heard there was 2 more whales, so that's up to 6. And then in 2023, 7, 6 dead, 1 released, half dead. So we're up to 13 whales in 3 years. And when we raised this in 2020 or 2021, I believe, NPFMC's response was killer whale bycatch in the groundfish fisheries is very low. Well, we now know that that's not true, and there is a problem here. I'm thankful for Mr. Govan here for having the sector pay a little more attention and try to find a solution to this. I think we can all agree that this is completely the whale's fault, and I'm being facetious here, of course. No, it's not the whale's fault. Whales, this is their food. They feed in these areas. But they are getting into trouble. They are taking risks and they are dying. It is interesting that most of these whales are females, but that does make sense because these resident pods are led by a matriarch females and calves. And they could probably be teaching their calves how to feed in this habitat or even how to feed off the boats. It's possible the calves are getting entangled or caught, and then the females are trying to rescue them. Who knows? But my point here is that there only is certain numbers of behaviors we can change. And what this council and NPFMC, the behaviors that you can change are the behaviors of the fleets that you manage and the fisheries you manage. And I do want to take this opportunity to remind the council that you do have some leadership responsibilities here. This is a very poor optic for Alaska's fisheries. 13 dead orca whales in trawl fishery. That's one of your dirtiest in terms of bycatch. The deepwater trawl fishery discards a lot of bycatch. It has high halibut bycatch, high benthic invertebrate bycatch, and now high whale bycatch. I just want to remind the council that there is special language in the Magnuson-Stevens Act that does allow this council to present a little more information to the public around these kind of things. I'll read right off that, we talk about confidentiality of information, observer information, but this North Pacific Council, and it's specific to this council, has the authority to release hull-specific bycatch information or weekly summary bycatch information with vessel names. And you currently do this for the prohibited species, halibut, crab, salmon, where the public can see which vessels in a given week had the worst bycatch rates for those species. I would encourage the council to add marine mammals to this list of bycatch information that you'll release to the public. I would also encourage the council to add marine mammal bycatch mortality, a deep dive into this in your Amendment 80 review. This is, this event has occurred correlated with the increase of sablefish trawl catch in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And this recent 2023 interactions occurred very shortly after, we believe, because we haven't heard the exact dates yet, but after directed trawl fishery for sablefish was opened by request in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And so you do have a few tools here if the council wished to address this issue. One, you could reduce the directed, you could reduce the TAC for sablefish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Many sectors have run into problems here. The deep water Amendment 80 trawl sector is just the last one. And so far we have not determined or found a solution. So we could just hold off, bank those fish until you find a solution and come back to it. Second, you could look at some hotspots or closed areas for this. We've asked the agency to release this information. We haven't seen exactly where this occurred yet, but the council could provide that reminder to NIFS that is well within your authority to release that kind of information to the public and to this council so we can dive deeper into the problem. With that, thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Steve. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuck. Correlation doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as causation. And I'm interested in why you think in this case, the correlation does imply causation. For example, ice cream sales go up in the summer, shark bites go up in the summer, but it doesn't mean ice cream sales drive shark bites. And so there are a lot of unknowns at this point in the killer whale situation. And so I'm trying to understand why you're making the leap that that correlation implies a causation.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. I've seen the pictures of the whales on the deck surrounded by sablefish and turbot and arrowtooth flounder. I think it's, fairly straightforward. The deep water flatfish target is a mix of those species. These are species in the orca's diet. Causation, correlation, it has nothing to do with ice cream, you're right, but it has to do with those fish. I think that's pretty clear.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I just didn't really catch what additional data you thought would help solve the problem. All I heard was trying to identify individual vessel names, but given the previous testimony and understanding about the steps being taken to solve the problem in terms of gear modification and such, can you clarify what additional data you think is necessary?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. The date of the interaction, the location, the actual lat-long location where it occurred. If the council wanted to go to vessel names or codes for individual vessels, if you saw the same vessel involved in the same interaction, that might provide some incentive to clean up the behavior or state of the area. Sablefish, as you know, is not allocated or to the, it's allocated 50% to the trawl in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, I believe. But it's not an allocated Amendment 80 species. So there may be some race for fish, for sablefish, when that directed fishery is open within the cooperative, perhaps. It is somewhat frustrating. This is all happening within a cooperative, and was there communication within the fleet when this started happening, or was this all within one boat? That's the kind of information I think would help the council maybe find some solutions.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Warrenchuck, this isn't the first issue of interactions between commercial fishing gear and cetaceans, or more broadly, the first interaction between commercial fishing gear and things other than fish. For instance, I'm thinking about the albatross mortalities in longline. thinking as well about the extensive and worrying interactions between both killer and sperm whales and long lines. And I don't recall Oceana requesting individual vessel data in either of those cases. What I do recall is extensive efforts that we were all supporting by both fleets to develop gears and technologies that are specifically designed to reduce those mortalities or eliminate them to the best we could. I'm wondering why Oceana is coming in with a very different approach in this instance.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Simple answer, we just thought of it. Arriving at the language in Magnuson, it didn't make sense why marine mammals weren't included in your weekly bycatch reports for the types of bycatch that the public really is concerned about. You have the prohibited species bycatch rates. That's the type of bycatch that really causes concern in the public, and there's no reason why we can't add those species, marine mammals, to that list. I think that's my simple answer there.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. You're asking them on this, the request that you had of the council was to include in the vessel specific bycatch marine mammals, and I'm assuming that you've talked to NIMS about this and you've been given an answer as to why that's not included, and so I'm just curious as to that's my assumption. If that's not true, you just tell me that you haven't. But I'm wondering what the rationale is that you've been given as to why these things aren't currently published quickly like they do with all the bycatch of, which is different, I think, than marine mammal takes. But just curious if you've been given an answer to that, if you've inquired about that.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Down. We've not had this specific conversation with the agency, although we have freedom of information requests existing for different kinds of information, including some of this type of information. My understanding, it may be the case that the agency is waiting for the council's direction to give the okay for this type of data to be released, because this is a Magnuson Authority, a specific carve out for the North Pacific Council to release this type of information. So it may be kind of a circular thing, but I can't speak for the agency here.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, for my second question. My other question is that you had mentioned the 2023 marine mammal deaths of these killer whales in the Amendment 80 fleet. And so you've got the information from 2023, but you mentioned that you were having trouble getting data for these 2 whales in 2022. I think that's what you said. So what's the reason that, I mean, I think Alaska region came out very quickly and responded very well in 2023, but it seems like you're having trouble getting 2022 data. And I'm wondering if you can enlighten me on why that is, that you wouldn't have the 2022 data.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Down, through the chair, for the question. The way the agency's process on marine mammal bycatch tends to work is it's a 3-year lag in many ways. So there's a report that's released every 3 years on marine mammal takes, and that's how they attribute the different takes to the different fisheries and categorize the fisheries in their list of fisheries every year in the Marine Mammal Protection Act. The agency just released a report for all the takes that goes through 2021. When the 2023 takes were, people were getting word of this happening, the agency released a press release with more and more information just to clarify what was going on, but that was kind of an unusual case in many ways. So the way the system is the way the process for marine mammal bycatch, there's always lag right now, the official process. So you don't hear about it till years past. So this is a unique situation that we're hearing about it in real time. And that is one of the reasons why 2022, there's this process for NMFS to evaluate whether the whale was caught, was dead in the first place or not. And they go through that, and I don't know where they are for the 2022 takes yet. Maybe Mr. Kurland could answer whether they've completed the process for 2022. I'm not aware.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrencheck, for your testimony. Okay, next up is Chris Woodley.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum represents 18 vessels operating in the non-pollock trawl catcher processor sector. I'm going to change things up here a little bit. Our fishery was rationalized in 2008, and an obligation and responsibility of ours is that the Amendment 80 sector reimburses NOAA Fisheries and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for the management costs associated with rationalized fishery through NOAA's cost recovery program. And leading into my testimony, I want to be clear that Groundfish Forum fully supports NOAA's robust and transparent management of our fisheries and the people who do that work. We believe that effective management not only ensures sustainability, but also is foundational in promoting confidence among stakeholders and the public. And NOAA's outstanding work is, I think, when we all come here to the council for this week is on display, and we're extremely grateful, for that work that they do. However, when it comes to the Amendment A cost recovery reports that NOAA provides us every year, which explains the dollars and cents of these management costs and the expenditures, we're concerned that there's substantial details that are lacking. As an example, for fiscal year 2023, 6 of the 9 cost accounting categories amounted to only 2.5% of the total costs, and the other 3 cost categories, such as personnel costs, which account for over 75%, have no further detail provided. There's no explanation of number of hours, number of staff, and number of FTEs necessary to manage the Amendment 80 program. We've recently learned that the cost recovery reports for the rationalized trawl fisheries of the West Coast do in fact provide the level of detail that we are seeking. And so what we're simply asking here today is that the Alaska region adopt the procedures currently being employed by NOAA in the cost recovery reports for the rationalized fisheries of the West Coast. Specifically request that the February council meeting under the agenda item for cost recovery, that the existing report format be modified and that NOAA provide a more in-depth accounting of personnel cost resources dedicated to the management of our fisheries. Specifically, and I provided it as an attachment from my commentary, this is described on table 1-2 on page 10 of the Pacific Coast Groundfish Trawl Rationalization Program. We're not asking that the wheel be recreated for our fishery, but instead are just simply asking that the Alaska region adopt the cost recovery and accounting practices already in place on the West Coast. And further, to better explain which costs are being covered, we ask that the Alaska region develop an appendix to the existing report, which describes the determination of recoverable costs by clearly defining what is an incremental cost, costs that are partially incremental, and non-incremental costs within the context of the Amendment 80 fishery. Again, the West Coast Recovery Report includes this level of detail, and it should not be particularly difficult to reproduce this simple 3-page document for Amendment 80 fisheries. Lastly, within a revised cost recovery report, we would like clarification and explanation of business rules used to determine how NOAA characterizes or attributes cost to a single or multiple management program, when on a given day, a vessel within our sector could be participating in the Amendment 80 program, the Trawl Limited Access program, and the CDQ management program on a single day. We feel this unique situation of toggling between programs requires additional clarification from NOAA Fisheries. In summary, we fully support the work of NOAA Fisheries. We only seek to better understand the accounting associated with the management costs of the Amendment 80 program. We believe that using practices already well established within the West Coast region would allow for easy adaptation. And lastly, because this modification would clearly be cost related to the Amendment 80 program, we would end up footing the bill. So I've had a chance to talk with some of the other sectors, and although I couldn't get a coalition of the willing to come up at this time, there is interest from other sectors who do have cost recovery or pay cost recovery fees to investigate this further. And I'd also note that within the Alaska region strategic plan, there are several categories within their strategic plan that speak to the internal processes, product and services that are related to external customers. And we feel that this would very neatly fit into those categories, which should already be a part of what the Alaska region is pursuing. I really wasn't planning on talking about this, but after Mr. Warrencheck's conversations, I think that I imagine that the discussions of sablefish and sablefish tack and how that relates to killer whale interactions will probably come up at tax setting. But I would just point out that if the Amendment 80 sector were to, if there were to be a prohibition on sablefish retention or reducing those tacks, that fish gets caught anyways, and then it just goes back into the water. So I think the goal is more, if you're looking to reduce interactions, you would be looking to retain more fish and not put more fish back in the water. So two separate topics. Sorry for throwing that in there, but I just wanted to comment on that. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Mr. Twait.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Woodley. If there is a model, and it sounds like you think there is from the Pacific region, have you just discussed that informally with the Alaska region? Just discuss that model informally with them?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, this was something that was actually brought up a couple of years ago during the council process, and there were some improvements that were made. And I think, though, that because this is something that probably addresses multiple cost recovery programs and probably requires I'm guessing on the West Coast, they probably have some kind of like software application that provides all these calculations and costs and that kind of thing, that it was broader than just a simple than a simple conversation, because I think it probably does involve an investment of dollars and probably changes in broader administrative practices. And the fact that it was also on the February council meeting agenda, I just wanted to flag it now to start having the conversation. I did get a chance to briefly talk with Mr. Kurland about it yesterday, but this is kind of a late breaking thing for us. The cost recovery reports came out on this Monday, and there was a bit of sticker shock amongst myself and members, which was part of the prompting of trying to bring this up now.
Madam Chair, I'm not even sure it's quite a question, but it just seems to me that some initial discussions with the agency that this isn't so urgent that it couldn't have been some initial discussions with the agency first, and then potentially bringing forward a much more targeted request, if one was even necessary after those initial discussions. I didn't ask it as a question, but if you have an answer to that, I think we'd all be interested.
Yeah, I mean, we do feel it's very important to bring this up again. We've made a run at this before. You know, I think it's fair to, to try to work with the agency to try to come up with something now, but we wanted to flag it at this time as something that we were focused on. And again, I think there's several other sectors that also have a lot of concerns about how the cost recovery reports are currently provided to the various industry sectors. But I do take your point.
Thank you. Miss. Okay. Great. Thank you
All
for your
right, thank you.
testimony.
Yep.
Appreciate it. So our last testifier is Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin with Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I have just a few brief comments on the B reports. First, I wanted to echo Todd Hoppy's comments from yesterday and his ask that the Amendment 80 review capture the full socioeconomic impact of that fleet, of the Amendment 80 fleet on the ecosystem, on other fisheries, and on fishing communities. The impacts are significant. They're changing rapidly, and we believe increasing. Second, I wanted to address the IRA funding plan, mostly to just cheerlead for where you are headed and express my support for this work. I think you plan to dig in to this more deeply at staff testing. I don't expect to still be here in person. My luggage still has not caught up with me here, so I am running out of in-person options. Anyway, I hope you will indulge me in making a few comments here today. Our organization does support the direction that council staff and the SSC are moving to develop IRA funding request. We recognize the work will be challenging, but we consider it extremely important. Stepping back and evaluating core fishery management concepts, including the tier system, ABC harvest control rules, and the dynamic reference points that are being used is crucial and hard. To do that in the context of climate change is mind-bending for sure. As you know, our organization is concerned by the maximum catch strategy that's in place for sablefish. We're eager to see alternative management strategies considered along with alternative harvest control rules. We support developing the concept identified by the council on page 5 of the action memo, which speaks to incorporating social or economic objectives, for example, maximum economic yield, into adaptive management approach for some stocks. And we want to make sure sablefish stays in the forefront as a test species. We've heard both the SSC and the council discuss that. We know the stock assessment authors are eager to look at maximum yield for this stock, as well as at some alternative harvest control rules, particularly around valuing a robust and well-distributed age structure, which is something that is lacking from the sablefish stock right now. We believe this work is really important, as is looking at ways to build on-ramps for local and traditional knowledge and looking at the impacts of climate change on communities. So to wrap up, we support the path you're on for IRA grant funding. We want to make sure sablefish stays in focus and that the work that has started also wraps into funding from the IRA grant request. And we look forward to working with the council and the SSC and evaluating management in the fisheries and how we might build more climate resilience into our fisheries and our communities. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. I haven't thought this all through, so I hope it comes through clear enough. I've heard your testimony before and in this testimony about concerns about counting small sablefish at the same level as mature sablefish in the assessment, for lack of a better way to describe that. And those are biological concerns with the assessment that goes into developing ABC. And I just wanted to better understand your testimony on, continued testimony on looking at MEY or some other alternatives for sablefish, and whether that testimony is toward developing a new way to approach ABC, or if that's a new way to approach the council's development of tax for sablefish. I ask it because I think it's important, because we have a policy right now that only biological information goes into development of OFLs and ABCs.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So I've had the same conversations with the stock assessment team and trying to understand where they see these considerations applying to ABC and where they might apply to TAC. And certainly the harvest control rules right now that they're using for how we look at the sablefish structure do not assign any value to a robust age structure. And as you know, we have an extremely truncated age structure right now. 75% of the spawning biomass is these year classes between 2014 and 2019. And those fish, none of those year classes are fully mature. So those, but we're locked into how we apply, how those are counted in the stock assessment. So I think it's really important to look at some of the ABC considerations, including harvest control rules. I hope that you will also take a hard look at whether maximizing catch versus maximizing yield is the optimum use of this resource and the optimum way to manage this resource. And that may get more at the TAC considerations.
Just a follow-up, thank you, Madam Chair, for my understanding. How you described that seems consistent with our existing policy, not a deviation from our existing policy. Is that how you see it? Even if we pursued those two avenues?
Well, through the chair, I would really defer to the council on that. There was a conversation here at the council around looking at maximizing yield as one of the goals of how we set our ABCs, how we apportion our ABCs. And certainly right now, that's not playing into considerations around setting ABCs or apportioning ABCs. If your intent is to continue to have that be a TAC consideration, then, I expect that's where we're headed. I had understood you wanted to see some exploration of that.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Benkin, yeah, I do think, at least as one council member, there should be some exploration of that. One of the things I've been thinking about recently, partly just in reaction to at least my understanding of some of the dramatic changes going on in the markets right now, both for sablefish, but also for seafood generally, is I started wondering about, as we think about trying to model things like, stabilizing economic yield, or choosing some other metrics for sort of success. I think about trying to model future conditions, because I think that's what you sort of have to anticipate when you're thinking about the economics part of the equation anyway. And that's where I'm stumbling right now. It's clear that markets are more fluid than we've imagined. We can imagine at any particular point. As soon as we think we understand the market, something major changes, particularly recently. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how to do some future thinking relative to what the economic values of sablefish might look like 5 or 10 years from now, to inform what we would look for in a model.
Thank you, Mr. Choi, to the chair. So I think for years we worried that having a lot of small sablefish on the market would collapse the price, and now it's happened. So we don't have to wonder about that anymore. As far as thinking ahead, I think there's uncertainty around what the ocean conditions will be and whether we are likely to see more strong year classes or not. It's pretty clear to us what the market conditions are right now and are likely to be for some years, hopefully mitigated by what the council does this week. But we know where we are now, and we know what's in inventory on sablefish. So there's some clarity around the immediate future. The other facts that are pretty clear from a long history of sablefish marketing is that the markets have never valued, and most of us don't value in terms of its quality once you fillet a small sablefish versus a large sablefish. So that this summer, it took something like 13 to 17, depending on the time of year, small sablefish to equal the value of one large sablefish. And while that has changed somewhat over the years, it's been consistent that large sablefish are worth significantly more on the market than small sablefish. So as far as projecting out, it's pretty clear, I think, that if we let these sablefish grow up, they will be worth more in the future.
I guess I was asking that because I'm not as, and it may be just my perspective, but it seems to me that, for instance, just in the areas where I buy seafood, all of a sudden sablefish are appearing in ways and at prices that I've never seen before. And, you know, what I'm hearing is that from some of those dealers that, yeah, they're sort of cracking open a whole new market. And I think that's what I was asking. Sure, it's not for the quality sablefish that you would look for if you were looking forward to a really good sushi or really nice big sablefish, but it's still a market and it's still got value and it's still product is being moved and people are eating it. And so that's the question I'm asking is, and that's the kind of market changes I think I'm seeing, is just a broader range of uses, a broader range of products, having to kind of rethink what sablefish is, maybe not as much of a niche market. How do you do that kind of future scenario planning when you see that kind of elasticity in a market?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So ASME has put together a great presentation that I went through before coming here that shows where they're seeing growth, where they expect to see growth. Sushi is actually the leading place and a domestic market, but that the reliance of this product on the Japanese market is still pretty complete and not changing all that quickly. And I'd be happy to share that information with you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony. Okay, so that concludes public testimony on our B agenda items. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. I'm going to ask whether or not the council would like to take any action on any B items, or if there's any further discussion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I have a motion I sent to staff just a little bit ago. And for council members in the public, this is relative to the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod allocation review. So the motion reads, Madam Chair, NOAA Fisheries Allocation Policy Directive 01-119 provides for a brief periodic evaluation of fisheries allocations to review the original objectives of such actions and to remain relevant to current conditions. The council accepts the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod allocation review to fulfill the allocation policy directive after revision to incorporate the shoreside processing sector and community participation related to shoreside processing activity in Chapter 3, and a summary of the status of Gulf Pacific cod stock during the review period. Overall, the council finds the objectives of the Gulf Pacific cod allocations, Gulf Amendment 83, are still relevant, and the allocations generally meet the original objectives of Gulf Amendment 83 relative to establishing allocations to all sectors based on gear and operation type for the Western and Central Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod fisheries, reducing competition between sectors and enhancing stability by enabling sectors to plan harvesting and processing operations within a fishing year, promoting sustainable fishing practices, maintaining the historical division of catch among sectors while providing opportunities for new entrants, promoting community participation through both harvesting and processing sectors, and allow for increased participation by and new entrants into the jig sector. And with a second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau, for the second. We received the allocation review at this meeting under B reports. I know we didn't receive any testimony to that, but we've transitioned to this kind of new opportunity for reviews to be very data rich and try to instigate whether the council thinks they need more data to review the allocations or whether they want to initiate some action as a result. I felt like I saw the review and the data was really substantial, even if the review report itself was fairly short. I did think that it was necessary to add in both the shoreside processing activity and community participation into the review itself, as opposed to just the addendums and tables. And I think we heard from staff that they just didn't have the tables and figures quite figured out to their liking yet, and that is possible to do. So this motion really calls that review final with the addition of that information. The other piece of information to be added is really the status of the Gulf cod stock during the review period. It's really, I don't know, it was like 11-year period that we looked at in the review, and half was when Gulf cod was really about average, and the other half was when we had the severe decline. And it really creates more context that TAC decline in what the participation looks like, what the value looks like. And I think it's important upfront to show that kind of drastic decline. So the rest of the information has some context around it. I think the council's role is to say whether the allocations are still, the objectives of those allocations are still relevant. And this motion puts forward that we think that they are, and that generally we're meeting those objectives. I think it's really difficult in the recent times for Gulf cod, given the low tax and the importance of cod to all sectors in the Gulf. But I think given where we are in the tax, and we see a little bit of an increase, and we know we'll get another review after another 10-year period, this is a good assessment and a sufficient assessment to say the objectives are relevant and we're generally meeting them, especially under kind of the constraining tax that we are. So I don't have anything additional. I tried to list out some of the objectives there, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions from council members? Okay. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your motion, Ms. Kimball. I'm as I'm thinking about this and this new structure we have to get through these reviews and have them be data rich, as you'd said, and I appreciate the time that you've spent on that. This would be the last time then we would see the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod allocation review, and your motion moves that along, and the council won't take action until the next review. And in that light, I'm just wanted to give you the opportunity to, you mentioned the objectives of the Amendment 83, but in addition, and I think you've mentioned most of them here, I just thought I'd give you the opportunity to also mention that the council finds that the program is still meeting all of the national standards. So I thought I'd mention that's the way that I read this, and I thought I'd give you a chance to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Downs, for that comment. I really went to the policy directive to ensure that we were trying to make statements on the things that were required to meet under the policy directive. And when we originally, a different council did Gulf Amendment 83, they went through the process of determining whether that action met the national standards. So I do think we're covered there. And just to make clear, the council or any council has the opportunity to revisit these allocations at any time. So we can bring that up if there are concerns with the allocation at any time or any meeting. This just sets the stage based on a previous council's determination that we will ensure we do another review in 10 years, but we could do one at any time if concerns were brought to us. And I do want to say, because we didn't get public testimony on this, but the only kind of public interaction I had prior to this meeting on the Gulf Cod review was folks that just really think it was not the time really to do a review, even though we're on that timeline, but to make any changes, given the low tax situation that I did not get any public comment or testimony to me personally that thought this was the right time to make changes to allocations. So that's my explanation, and appreciate the opportunity to give a little bit more embellishment on why I thought this was sufficient at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I appreciate the work you put into it, as well as the staff in preparing this first, as you mentioned, Ms. Kimball, sort of new structure for these allocation reviews. I think it is an iterative process, and I think we're becoming a little bit more efficient in terms of the information that's essential to include in these reviews. And I think that was demonstrated by this first one that we've looked at here in terms of Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod. I'll be supporting this motion. I agree with the comments that Ms. Kimball provided in terms of the review itself, specifically again, as Ms. Kimball said, we didn't receive public testimony directly at this meeting, but I also received input from the public in terms of the not seeing a need to make any changes to the allocation program right now. However, the only input I received, Ms. Kimball has captured in terms of requesting that a summary of the status of the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod stock during the review period be added to the current document. So I appreciate that being added. And so just finally, again, I'll support the motion, Madam Chair, and agree with the conclusions in terms of the council finding the objectives of the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod allocation still relevant and meeting the original objectives of the action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I by and large, completely identify with both your comments about the motion as well as Ms. Baker's, and won't repeat that. I think then the council chose this approach fairly deliberately for these types of reviews, just to really focus on the data. And then instead of spending a fair amount of additional staff resources doing an exhaustive analysis of those, seeing more whether there was any particular problems flagged, or whether we could just, based on the material we had in front of us, come to the conclusion that Ms. Kimball came to, which I agree with. And then, as both Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball have referenced, look to both our experience as we go through the next 10-year period, as well as any input feedback we get from stakeholders about whether additional work needs to happen. But for now, we now have an excellent reference document that I think is very well done, and also lays a pattern for it. It's clear that we will see these now almost annually for several years as we work through the list. I think both the staff work as well as your motion sort of form a template for how the council can handle these. And for anywhere we uncover any actual problems, then we'll have to deal with those as a second tier. But to me, this is, we've got a pathway for some pretty efficient working through. And appreciate both staff's efforts and Ms. Kimball's motion to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Toit. Any other comments on the motion? Yeah. I am going to give this a try, see if there's any opposition to the motion. Okay, that passes without opposition. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, for putting that together. So any other action or discussion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, it's maybe a question for the executive director, but we heard in written and oral public testimony, the desire to have the socioeconomic and community impacts on the Amendment 80 program review included in that. And I would assume that's normally what we do in that sort of document, and it's not necessary to make a motion to do that, but I was just hoping to get some clarity from the executive director if those sorts of things are what would be intended to be going into that document. And
Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau, thanks. I haven't had a conversation yet with the analyst that is looking to complete that review for February. If the intention is to ensure that that information is detailed and analyzed, then we can certainly do that. It might delay that review. So I'll have to have that discussion and get back to you.
so maybe we can take this up as staff tasking and see if it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. After Ms. Benkin's testimony, I was ready to just move it in regards to the IRA, but I do think we actually ought to hear the SSC report. So I just wanted to bookmark that I expect we'll return to our discussion and review of the proposed work plan for the IRA funds at staff tasking.
Yes, I have the same expectation. Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have any action to propose. I would just like to express my appreciation for the industry reports on crab avoidance that we received. I think the information that we received and the discussions that stemmed from that. And I learned several things that had taken place over the past year that I wasn't aware of in terms of making progress on understanding fleet impacts with Bristol Bay Red King crab and Bering Sea snow crab specifically, and some other initiatives that are taking place. And I just really appreciated having that. I thought it was useful. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Baker. Anything further, Mr. Down?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to signal my intention to bring something up at staff tasking and potentially, I should say, and to seek other council members' input. But on the marine mammal takes, we heard public comment on the killer whale takes, and at the October meeting, we heard clearly there was takes in from May 6th to September 9th was and by September 21st, we had an agency statement that came out that released this information to the public. And we heard in October that was too quick. It was too fast. But then at this meeting, we also heard testimony that although we've got the 2023 information, and I'm not saying that this is correct or not, but I'd like to drill down on this a little bit, that we've got 2023 information, but we still don't have 2022 information. It can take 3 years before the public is aware that there's been a take of a marine mammal or a killer whale in this instance. So I would just like to seek clarification from the agency on what the policy is currently and what the timeline is, and policy and the laws that affect our ability to release this information in a timely manner to the public. So just a clarification from the agency, and so just to put that out there that I'd like to circle back to that at staff tasking, because as a council member, I don't know, and I I feel that's a detriment to myself, and maybe other council members completely understand it, but I sure don't. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Down. Hey, I'm not seeing any of their hands up. I just have a quick question for you, Mr. Witherall. Circling back on your ED report and regarding the potential changes in guidance as it relates to developing fisheries regulations and national marine sanctuaries. I just want to clarify that the idea is for the EDs from the various councils to work through the CCC process with sanctuary program staff at this point, and that if necessary, you'll come back to the council with questions or the need for further guidance. But at this point, there's no further guidance needed. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the initial thoughts were to have for Mr. Armour to have an initial discussion with the executive directors, maybe a Zoom call or something like that, just to see kind of the extent of concern and areas where that guidance could be clarified. I think all the executive directors would be interested in ensuring that the councils all have a formal opportunity to comment on that as well. So I don't think we're looking for just some informal interagency discussion. I think it will probably be elevated to at least the council coordination committee, if not have a formal comment period with all the councils and public.
But
Changes.
so as that conversation progresses, you'll let us know the direction. Okay. That'd be helpful.
And Madam Chair, I could provide updates during the executive director reports at meetings when
Okay,
those interactions take place. Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing that up. And I just want, maybe it's obvious, but I just wanted to also ask Mr. Witherell if the council's, previous input and delineation of the questions we had around the authorization between Magnuson and between the Sanctuary Act and then between the guidance, that would be used as kind of the basis for your initial input. Okay, I'm saying, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. So anything further? Great. Thank you. Also, that concludes our discussion on B reports. I think we flagged a few issues that we'll be bringing back up in staff tasking. I think we're ready to transition to C1, but I would like to do just a quick stand down, maybe 5 minutes, come back at 9:30, allow staff to come up and set up their station. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will be beginning our staff presentation on C1, Crab Sea Share Recent Participation Requirement. Looks like we have council and agency staff with us. So Ms. Marinan, whenever you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Sarah Marinan, council staff. Presenting the staff report on C1 with me is Andrew Olson. He's new staff with NPFMC, Sustainable Fisheries. And I'm gonna begin the presentation and he's gonna present a few sections as well towards the end. So this is possible final action for crab cruise share active participation requirements. The analysis is posted on the e-agenda. There's also an addendum that was posted to the e-agenda. There is also a report from the Pacific Northwest Crab Industry Advisory Committee. They took up this issue at one of their recent meetings, and they have a motion both on this and C2. I'll mention when we get to that point. So their report is posted under both of these agenda items. And then I will also direct your attention to, we received 11 written comment letters on this topic. So first, here's the history of the action related to Sea Share active participation requirements. The council made a motion in June 2022 that included a recommendation for emergency action for the 2022-23 crab year. That motion also included initiation of an analysis at the same time. So the secretary agreed with the recommendation for emergency action, so that happened and went into effect for the 2022-23 application cycle. But we also pulled forward this analysis, which was scheduled for June 2023. In April 2023, prior to the June meeting, we prepared a memo in staff tasking requesting some clarifications on the policy focus for the proposed action in the motion, and also provided a notice of some challenges with some of the alternatives that were specified based on the timing for rulemaking and what was being proposed. The council provided clarification on relative to that memo in April and suggested some additional concepts for consideration. And so those were included in the initial review analysis, which we saw in June in Sitka of this year. And so that analysis looked at the alternatives and the additional concepts that were proposed in April. At that time, the council revised its alternatives and its purpose and need, but no preliminary preferred alternative was specified. So here we are in December. This is potential final action. And you have a suite of alternatives to consider. The executive summary of the document lists the changes that were made to this document since June. This is a slide that I added in here with just a list of some of the acronyms and terms for reference. The CRAB program has a lot of its own unique acronyms. There's a more comprehensive list in the paper, and I'm not planning on reading through this list or presenting it, but if you get lost in some of the acronyms, you can come back to this slide. Also, I keep showing you this figure in other crab presentations for reference. Again, this is the diagram that breaks out the crab rationalization quota and how it works. So again, the crab fishery TAC is set, and then 10% is deducted for the CDQ and the ADAC allocation. What's remaining is the IFQ allocation. And this action we're talking about today focuses in on the sea shares. So that's 3% of the IFQ allocation. And that's issued as catcher vessel shares and catcher processor shares. Those can be delivered to any registered crab receiver. There's no regional delivery requirement associated with them, so it has additional flexibility. Sea shares were allocated to those holding Alaska CFEC interim use permits, so mostly captains who had specific participation history. And it has that additional flexibility that I mentioned. It also has specific rules for active participation. And so this slide details what the current regulations are that were implemented along with Amendment 31. So in order to receive an annual allocation of C-Share IFQ, the quota shareholder must have either participated as crew in at least one delivery in the crab rationalization program fishery in the previous 3 years, or if the individual is an initial recipient of C-Shares, they could have demonstrated participation by at least 30 days as crew in a commercial fishery off Alaska, federal or state of Alaska fisheries in the previous 3 years. To maintain C-Share quota share holding, the quota shareholder must demonstrate active participation by the same definitions in the previous 4 years. The regulations do have a narrow exemption for those C-Share holders that hold quota in a single closed fishery. And if a C-Share holder doesn't meet this 4-year participation requirement and the C-Shares aren't transferred to an eligible applicant, all C-Shares that are held by that individual would be revoked and the C-Share pool would be adjusted so that it still represents 3% of all crab IFQ. The intention behind these requirements is to encourage inactive holders to divest so that C-Share remains available for active captains and crew. There's a lot of different uses of the term active participation in the crab fisheries and other fisheries. This isn't a specific term that's defined in regulations. These requirements are defined, but in this presentation, when I'm referring to active participation requirements, this is what I'm talking about. Just for clarity. There are some other regulations I wanted to reference here specific to C-Shares. So in order to receive C-Shares by transfer, the regulations require that an individual must be a U.S. citizen with at least 150 days of sea time as part of a harvesting crew in any U.S. commercial fishery, and participation as crew in one of the crab rationalization program fisheries in the 365 days prior to the date the transfer application is submitted to NIMS. So I want to point out here, this is a difference between the application criteria to qualify for other types of quota, the catcher vessel owner quota in the crab program, which only requires number 1. That number 2 on the list is specific for C-Shares. And like all other quota, it includes use caps, which limit how much quota share an individual can hold. And so the table on the slide shows that for the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, the Opilio fishery and the Bairdi fisheries, the cap is at 2% of the C-Share pool. And the regulations don't actually say 2%, it's 2% that's translated into units. So this is just a note because this is a question that came up in the AP that the regulation is based on a specific number of units, so that doesn't require somebody to divest if the quota share pool size changes. So it's easier to see the percentages and to conceptualize the percentages, but the regulations are actually based on a number of units. And then for Pribilof Island blue and red king crab and for St. Matt's blue crab, the cap is at 4%. And for the golden king crab fisheries and Western Aleutian Island red king crab, the cap is at 20%. So the council identified a purpose and need statement, which is listed on page 10. And the figure that I have on the slide to kind of demonstrate the situation is a kind of figure that I use throughout the paper to explain hypothetical situations here. So when looking back at the past 3 to 4 crab years, there's been the COVID-19 pandemic, crab stock declines, closures for Bristol Bay Red King crab and Opilio fisheries, which have drastically reduced the number of vessels fishing and made it difficult for C-Share holders to achieve active participation requirements. And you can see in that figure, we're in the 2023-24 year right now. And if you look back 3 and 4 years, that includes all of those circumstances. So if a person, a hypothetical example, C-Share holder 1 in the figure didn't demonstrate active participation since the 2018-2019 year, in 2022-23, they would have had their IFQ withheld, but there was an emergency rule in that year. So all IFQ was issued and no quota was revoked. But they also weren't active in that year. So then in 2022-23, unless they transferred their quota, they'd have their quota share revoked. So relative to the council's purpose and need, it references the challenges of these last 3 to 4 years in with the diminished opportunity for crew. The council also clarified that it's concerned about future circumstances with the possibility of future low crab tax. So it states in the purpose and need, action is needed to modify active participation requirements to provide opportunity for sea shareholders to receive annual IFQ and retain quota share in periods of low crab abundance. The purpose and need focuses around diminished opportunities for crew if the crab stocks remain low. This slide lists out the alternatives and options that are on the table right now. These alternatives were adopted in June, modified from the previous iteration. So as always, alternative 1 is no action. Alternative 2 would modify the CVC QS and CPC QS recency requirements or active participation requirements. And then there's 3 options underneath alternative 2 that are not mutually exclusive. They could be adopted in combination with one another. So option 1 would restart the recent participation requirement when the final rule is implemented and reissue all revoked CVC and CPC quota share starting in 2019 and until the final rule is implemented. Option 2, authorize the regional administrator to suspend the CVC quota share and CPC quota share active participation requirement in years where the combined Bristol Bay Red King crab, Bering Sea snow crab, and Western Bering Tanner and Eastern Bering Tanner crab combined TAC is below a certain threshold. If the TAC threshold is not met, NIMS would not count this year for the sea shareholder that did not provide evidence of active participation. And then option 2 identifies 3 sub-option for thresholds. Sub-option 1, 25 million pounds. Sub-option 2 is 15 million pounds, and sub-option 3 is 10 million pounds. Option 3 would revise the eligibility requirements for CVC and CPC quota shareholders to receive annual IFQ and retain quota share holdings to be the same for initial recipients and new entrants. And alternative 3 is mutually exclusive from alternative 2. That would remove the active participation requirements at 680.40 for existing CVC and CPC quota shareholders to receive annual IFQ and retain quota share. Maintain eligibility requirement at 680.41C to receive CVC or CPC quota share by transfer, and also reissue all revoked CVC and CPC quota share starting in 2019 and until the final rule is implemented. So those are the alternatives on the table right now. Again, there's no preliminary preferred alternative identified. The alternatives are further described in the paper in section 2.1 through 2.3. Section 2.4 of the paper includes alternatives considered but not further analyzed. And there's also a section 2.5 in the paper, which highlights additional regulation changes that are recommended by NIMS. And Andrew will describe this section towards the end of our presentation. So the paper includes a pretty extensive background section. Some of these sections have been updated from previous versions. There's a section describing the management of the crab fisheries, in particular, the sea share requirements that I already presented. There's section 2.3.2, that's the management timeline for crab fisheries. And I note here that we updated that section to describe how some of the IFQ might be held in reserve for quota shareholders that applied but were not issued due to not meeting the active participation requirements. And it sort of walks through that annual process and what NIMS restricted access management would do in the case of withholdings or revocations. Section 3.3.1 is fishery status and tax. This section was updated by Andrew to include some of the most recent stock assessment information and tax from 2023-24 season. In these background sections as well, there's quite a bit of information pulled from the economic safe, fishery value and prices. There's vessel and crew information here, sea share market holder information. sea share market information. In section 334, this is section on quota shareholders. We added a table, the table on the slide that breaks out community and locations associated with sea shares. And this paints a similar picture to the information we have on crew through the EDRs and crew residents. That's also included in the paper. And then section 336 in the paper is sea share active participation data. This section has been updated from the previous iteration to reflect the most recent application cycle. So in 2023-24, during the application cycle, there were 27 active participation actions that occurred, letters that were sent out, 14 from individuals that applied for IFQ and 13 from individuals that did not. Of the 14 that applied, 7 were withholdings and 7 were revocations. Of those that did not apply, 1 was a withholding and 12 are revocations. So that's 19 sea shareholders in total that received notice for revocation out of 160 sea shareholders. And I wasn't planning to present more of the background information. Some of it's incorporated into the analysis of impacts. Happy to go back and talk through any of those tables or figures or information in there if there's questions. Otherwise, I'll move into the analysis of impacts. So under alternative 1, no action, of course, the current regulations would remain in place. Under no action, it's expected that more sea shareholders would be in a position of needing to transfer quota share or failing to meet active participation requirements, given less opportunity for crew. And this can be seen in a lot of different ways in the analysis, and is generally understood throughout the industry. There's recent low tax and closed fisheries that's shown in figure 3.2. The table on the slide shows the limited number of vessels that have participated in recent years. I don't have vessel numbers yet from 2023-24 season, but you can see in the last 2 years, the drop in vessels. Limited number of crew positions, which is shown in table 3.4. And there's a very limited market for sea shares right now, particularly with closed fisheries. So figure 3.7 demonstrates recent quota share and PQS sales. There's also table 3.6, which shows in the paper, shows the number of holders, average percent of sea share pools, and maximum percentage. And there's a table that shows the caps and what those caps resulted in terms of pounds for the 2023-24 year. So, and looking at average holdings for 2023-24, Bristol Bay Red King Crab sea shareholders, average holdings was 232 pounds. You can also see in the table that demonstrates the total caps, what the 2% would be in terms of pounds. So under alternative 1, this is again a figure that is meant to show hypothetical situations for different example sea shareholders. We already talked about this scenario for sea shareholder 1, and you can see 2 other examples through sea shareholder 2 and 3 in that figure. And based on their participation history, when IFQ might be withheld or revoked under status quo regulations. Moving on to alternative 2. So this is alternative that would modify the sea share active participation requirements. And as I mentioned, there's 3 options that are not mutually exclusive. So the options are paraphrased on the slide. The first one would restart the sea share active participation requirements and reissue all the quota that was revoked. Option 2 would provide NIMPs the authority to suspend the sea share participation requirements under low TAC conditions based on an index of 4 fisheries. And the threshold options are 25 million pounds, 15 million pounds, and 10 million pounds. And then option 3, again, is to expand what qualifies as active participation for a non-initial issuee sea shareholder to include participation in non-BSAI crab fishing. So any other state of Alaska crab fishing. Under alternative 2, option 1, the analysis looks at these hypothetical scenarios, and the participation here is matched to the previous figure. In the analysis, we consider if the council theoretically takes final action at this meeting, a rule of thumb is 1 year for rulemaking. It could be more, it could be less, but that's just the threshold we identified in the paper for these hypothetical scenarios. So that would be potential, a rule becoming potentially effective December 2024. That means that it would affect the application cycle for 2025-26. So you can see in this figure, this would reissue quota in that year, 25-26 in June of that year. And it would restart the participation requirements for each of those quota shareholders. So you can see how that would play out in terms of the participation evidence that they've demonstrated for each of those quota shareholders. There's discussion in the paper about having individuals apply to have their quota share reissued. This would, I think, assist the process for RAM, ensuring that the quota gets to the right individual. Based on this timeline, no IFQ would be withheld until 2028-29 season, and no C share would be revoked until the 29-30 application cycle. So for alternative 2, option 1, for each of these options, I think about potential impacts in terms of current C shareholders, market impacts, and impacts to NMFS monitoring enforcement. So for option 1, this would benefit C shareholders that had quota share revoked between 2019 and implementation of the rule. Again, so far that's up to 19 people, and there could be more before the rule is implemented. The restart of the requirement would also provide C shareholders an additional year of leniency, depending on what their pattern of active participation was. In terms of market impacts, the restart of the requirement could delay when a C shareholder chooses to sell. And the restart of the requirement may provide an opportunity for C shareholders to sell into a more stable market, depending on what the future of crab stock status is. In terms of monitoring enforcement impacts, reissuing quota share would likely require an application process, as I mentioned. Restarting the requirement would likely not add to monitoring enforcement burden. Moving into alternative 2, option 2, this is the option to suspend the active participation requirements under low TAC conditions. Under current regulations, C shareholders aren't required to demonstrate participation in every year. The accounting for IFQ withholdings is considered on a 3-year cycle, and accounting for quota share revocation is based on a 4-year cycle. So there may be different ways to suspend active participation as referenced in option 2. And this is a point that's highlighted in the addendum. The analysis looked at what I'm going to describe as method 2 here. But the initial review analysis also highlighted a few other methods that were pulled forward into the addendum. So method 1 is the restart. We named each of these methods for easier reference. This method would essentially wipe the slate clean and restart the 3-year rolling requirement after the threshold's triggered. If the threshold's triggered often, active participation requirements would rarely apply. So in terms of the application of option 2, method 1 would likely be the most lenient option. And if the crab tax remained under the thresholds for an extended period of time consecutively, this option would look, and this method would look very similar to alternative 3, which is to remove the active participation requirements. Method 2 is the extra year method. As I mentioned, this is what is highlighted in the analysis, but this is similar to the application of the emergency rule. If the TAC threshold was not met, no action would be taken by NMFS restricted access management in the following year sea shareholders would essentially have one additional good year to demonstrate active participation. This is sort of the least lenient of the methods in accounting for active participation. And method 3 is the skip year, which maybe most what's like described in option 2, which says if the tax threshold's not met, NIMS would not count this year for C shareholders that did not provide evidence of active participation. So this is similar to the method that NIMS uses if somebody only holds quota in a closed fishery, that year is just not accounted for. And if they need to, for accounting, if they need to count back some of the seasons prior to that skip year, that would be included in the accounting, but a year below the TAC is not in the next year or any time in future accounting. So I have figures of each of these different scenarios.
Ms. Meredith,
Yeah.
excuse me, before you move on, I think we have a question. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinan. My question on the last slide, and maybe we're gonna get to that here, so maybe I should have waited, but if alternative 1 is chosen by the council, but not alternative 2, I think alternative 1 fixes all of these problems that you've got, because the original intent was for these activities to be sequential. In other words, you'd have a 3-year window where you have active participation, but you'd have the 4th year before you'd have revocation. And so if you chose alternative 1, that resets the clock, including the emergency rule year, and resets the clock to all that, and then everything is back to just the 3-year and the 4-year cycle. And so I think that I guess my question is that fixes this issue that we're dealing with here that you're highlighting.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. So what option, I think you're referring to option 1, alternative to option 1.
Yes, excuse me.
Yeah.
Alternative to option 1. Yes, thank you.
Yes, through the chair. So what option 1 does is tries to address, in particular, the situation we've had in the most recent 3 to 4 year cycle with COVID and closed fisheries and low tax. And so it would reissue quota that was revoked during that period. What option 2 does that's different from option 1 is it considers future situations with low tax or closed fisheries. And option 1 doesn't deal with future situations. It would reset the clock. It still does, like you said, give people 3 or 4 years to demonstrate their active participation. So if fisheries are open for those 3 and 4 years, and if tax are reasonable to provide opportunity for crew, then they could demonstrate participation. But what option 1 doesn't do alone, that option 2 would do, would be if there was a future situation beyond this point where we had very low tax for a long stretch of time, and C shareholders didn't demonstrate active participation or divest, they could be in a situation of having their quota withheld or revoked. And option 2 would provide more leniency in those years.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marinan. I was just wondering if the agency has the latitude to refrain from revoking permits between now and should we take final action implementation, or if they're just, if it's baked into some registration where that automatically happens when they meet the criteria for that, because it seems like this is going to keep happening until we see a final rule passed, and it's probably causing some anxiety and hardship for people that are already in a difficult situation.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I can speak to that, and if Mr. Curlin or if Andrew wants to speak to it as well, they're welcome. I based on the discussions that happened at the council from April and June when we talked about this issue, it doesn't appear that NIMS has the option to just stand down from enforcing the regulations. That was discussed quite a bit. These having RAM look at the active participation for withholdings and revocations is written into regulations, and it's my understanding that they're required to enforce those regulations. You have anything to add? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, so I'm walking through the different alternative scenarios under option 1 and 2 in combination. So this is method 1, this is the restart method. So I think it's maybe easiest to see if you're looking at C shareholder 2 as an example. So this individual demonstrated active participation in from the 2019-2020 season. And then they did not demonstrate active participation in 2020-21. In 2023-24, their IFQ was withheld, and 24-25, their quota was revoked. And then this includes option 1, so it would show reissuance of quota and restarting of the accounting clock in 2025-26. So that gives them an additional few years. They didn't demonstrate participation 26-27 through 28-29, and then in the 29-30 season, their quota was withheld. So that is a situation for the restart. If you used method 2 for accounting, this shows, looking at C shareholder 2, the clock would restart again in 2025-26. They weren't active that year. So the restart method counted that year as active. The extra year method would look back when you get to 2028-29, would look back 3 years and see they weren't active those 3 years. Even though the 2024-25 year was below the TAC threshold. So they were issued their quota the following year. When you get to the 28-29, you look back and you still account for that year in your accounting method. So their IFQ would have been withheld in 2028-29 and revoked in 29-30. The skip year method for C shareholder 2 actually looks identical to the restart method. The difference here is that 25-26 season that's below the TAC threshold is not counted in the following year or ever in accounting. So you look back at the participation for C shareholder 2 in 2028-29, and looking back 3 years, well, you wouldn't have 3 years there. So they wouldn't have their IFQ withheld until 29-30 season. And I just want to note that even though this method results in a similar scenario for C shareholder 2 as the restart year, in general, the restart year is more lenient. It would likely result in less withholdings and revocations, depending on what the crab stock is doing and how often we're below the TAC thresholds. All of these methods require a manual evaluation of individual participation relative to their quota share portfolio. So all of these methods add to the monitored enforcement complexity. A couple other notes I wanted to mention about alternative 2, option 2. So this is an index, a combined TAC that's based off of just 4 fisheries: Bristol Bay Red King crab, Opilio, and the Bairdi fisheries. This is because these fisheries have historically been complementary to one another in terms of crew opportunity. There's substantial overlap in the vessels that participate, and the low TAC in one fishery could be offset by a higher TAC in another. And they also historically represent the most crew opportunity compared to the other crab fisheries. But the thresholds would apply for all C shareholders, even C shareholders that say only hold quota in Golden King crab fisheries. And we thought about the implications of that in the paper. Applying a fishery-based exemption for some C shareholders while enforcing the requirements for others For instance, if those who hold quota in these 4 fisheries were exempt, but golden king crab fishery quota holders were not, this would add substantially to the management complexity. And so it's not presented as an option here. It's sort of all or nothing in terms of whether these methods are applied for sea shareholders or not. Since these 4 fisheries have historically represented the most crew opportunity, even in a situation where a fishery that's not included in this list has a low TAC, if the TAC for these 4 fisheries is higher, sea shareholders may find opportunity to crew in these fisheries. So, for example, if you think of a scenario where the golden king crab fisheries are in a state with a low TAC, but these 4 fisheries are above the TAC threshold, they have higher TACs, the crew from the golden king crab fisheries theoretically could potentially find crew opportunity on these in these 4 fisheries, and then that would qualify for their active participation. Focusing in on the thresholds that are considered under option 2. So again, they're listed on the slide, the 3 sub options that are considered. The table that's shown on the slide is table 310 on page 51, and it shows the TAC for each of these 4 fisheries since the crab rationalization program began, and sums them in the column on the right. And you can see pretty clearly that these last 3 years have had very diminished aggregate TACs compared to the rest of the program, and the aggregated TAC in all of these 3 years are below all of the sub options, and previous years are above all of the sub options. Additionally, table 3.3 shows vessel counts. That's been an average of 76 if you look over time, starting in 2006. And then in 2021-22, there were 48 vessels. In 2023 season, there were 22 vessels. We don't have crew data for those years yet, but if you assume 7 crew members on the golden king crab boats and 6 crew members for the crab fisheries, you could estimate 293 crew positions in 2021-22 and 137 crew positions in 22-23. And this is compared to an average of 1,057 positions that's shown in table 3.4 if you look from 2009 to 2021. So all these points are just to emphasize there's lots of ways to understand there's extremely diminished crew opportunity in these last 3 years compared to historically in the crab fisheries. In terms of impacts for alternative 2, option 2, and I forgot to make a note too, under all 3 of those methods, they represent sort of bracket a range of times when IFQ may be withheld or quota revoked. And so all 3 of those methods are within the scope of what's analyzed in terms of the impacts that I'm going to present. So if the council wants to choose alternative 2, option 2, and specify a method, we consider those to be captured within the range of what's considered in the impacts, just different ways to apply option 2. So the impacts for option 2 in terms of current sea shareholders, it would apply additional flexibility in years where they have low tax or closed fisheries in these 4 fisheries, which have historically provided the most crew opportunity. Participation would still count if evidence was provided. The more complex the accounting, the more difficult it will be for sea shareholders to comply. And also there's limited notice before an exemption is determined. In terms of market impacts, this could allow the market to stabilize prior to sea shareholders needing to sell, would not require sea shareholders to sell when combined TAC is low and the demand is also low. There'd be additional flexibility and not requiring future sea shareholders to sell when crew opportunity is scarce, and that could add value to the sea share quota share. It may incentivize inactive quota C shareholders to divest when a market opportunity arises. In terms of impacts to monitoring and enforcement, this accounting for the exempt years certainly adds to the administrative complexity. If there's more non-compliance, this adds to the administrative burden as well. And Andrea is going to highlight more of these components of monitoring enforcement complexity later in our presentation. Moving into alternative 2, option 3. Again, this is using participation outside of the crab fisheries as evidence of active participation. So in terms of impacts to current sea shareholders, they'd be able to use 30 days in any Alaska fishery to count in addition to the BSAI crab fisheries. This makes these regulations consistent across sea shareholders. It's expected to provide additional opportunity given the number of fisheries they could participate in, but there's limited data to evaluate crew diversification on that in a quantitative way. It could be particularly advantageous in times of low crab tax or closed crab fisheries because it would offer a different outlet for participation. In terms of market impacts, additional flexibility could add value for the sea share, quota share, and potentially increase the demand, but likely not substantially. It may allow sea shareholders the ability to hold on to their quota longer than they otherwise would. And this option is not expected to have changes to monitoring or enforcement.
Ms. Meriden, I think we have a question for you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marinin. I do have a question about this option and in terms of the impacts to current sea share quota shareholders. And if I saw it in the analysis, I'm not finding it easily. Of the current sea shareholders, do you have a rough estimate of how many of those are initial recipients versus purchase quota share? I'm just trying to get a sense of if we make this change, how much of the fleet does that afford a little bit more flexibility?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, we don't have that in the paper. That would be a good addition. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think we could figure that out. Okay, Madam Chair, moving on.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I see another hand up. Mr. Sagata.
Yep. As I think through this, I guess I'm just wondering, are the names of the sea shareholders and their current status of where they're at in this process, like year 2, year 3, is that a public information?
Through the chair, no, it's not. Right now, there isn't a place where sea shareholders would be able to go to know their status. They just know if they're still in compliance, then they continue to be issued IFQ each year. And if they're not in compliance, they'll get a letter, and there's a process for that. They get another opportunity to demonstrate participation. If they have evidence of participation, there's a process to be able to identify that. But
So just as clarification, then, if I'm looking to hire crew, I wouldn't understand. There's no way to ascertain the status of that crew member. The shareholder.
Through the chair, you wouldn't know. Yeah, there's no place on a NIMS website that would tell you whether they've been active crew members in the previous year. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Right, moving on, alternative 3. So this is the alternative to remove the sea share active participation requirement. This is mutually exclusive from alternative 2. This would largely remove the requirement that sea share, quota share must be held by individuals who are actively participating as crew in the program, and the incentives for individuals to divest their sea share when they're no longer actively participating on board crab vessels. Well, this alternative might not fit with the current policy focus for this type of harvesting privilege that was described in the Crab Rationalization Program EIS and subsequent Amendment 31. The council may consider whether working towards this policy continues to be warranted. This is sort of a philosophical conversation. It's a policy focused conversation, but it's sort of central to the discussion today. So we provided some thoughts on this topic in the analysis. The sea shares provided an allocation of quota for captains with participating history. There was a lot of energy I wasn't here in 2004, but when the Crab Rationalization Program was developed, I understand there was a lot of energy put into ensuring that captains did receive an allocation. So that was part of it. But also part of it, final action for Crab Rationalization Program, and then later reinforced through Amendment 31, was an interest in ensuring that these quota were available for active participants, as well as an entry opportunity for active crew members. However, an accessible and fluid market for sea shares doesn't seem to have emerged, or at least continued. And that may be for a few reasons. Timing of implementation is one possible reason. The council deliberation on final action for Amendment 31 was April 2008, and the implementation of the final rule occurred March 2015. At the point when sea shares could first be withheld was 2018, 2019, and first revoked was 2019, 2020. And then we had COVID and low crab stocks. With emergency action in 2022, 23, subsequent updated and improved monitoring practices for monitoring demonstration of participation requirements. It wasn't until the 2023-24 application cycle when sea shares were first revoked. Sea share transfer activity has been pretty sporadic, but there were spikes in 2017, 2018, and then again in 2019, 2020. Although we don't have transfer data for the most recent years, the decline in red king crab and snow crab fisheries has likely cut demand for this quota, for all quota, but in particular for sea shares, which require active participation. Another aspect of the regulations that might have slowed the market is the opportunity to participate as a ride-along crew member rather than as a captain or as an active working crew member. This is a similar known challenge in the halibut and sablefish IFQ fisheries, which also have an active participation requirement. Where the full objective of the regulations, which is encouraging sea share is held by captains and crew, might not be met when a sea share holder is participating as a ride-along on a crab trip, or even participating without being on the trip itself, but only delivering crab to the processor, as we're going to talk about later. All sea share holders at one point worked as either captain or crew on a crab vessel, but this type of participation creates an opportunity to hold on to sea shares longer than they otherwise might. If they haven't continued in positions or as captain or crew. So aside from the language change that NIMS is proposing in the analysis, the distinction between working crew member and ride-along crew member might not be something that could be enforceable through regulations. Again, this is something that we know about in the IFQ fishery as kind of a challenge for active participation requirements and the policy focus that applies. So crab fisheries look different now. This is an opportunity to evaluate the policy focus for sea shares. And I just also note in this section of the paper that the purpose and need references diminished opportunities for crew if crab stocks remain low. And if alternative 3 is a preferred alternative, the council might want to consider revising that last sentence of the purpose and need to focus on reasons for the action, even if crab stocks rebound, or develop a clear rationale of why this alternative specifically addresses that purpose and need. In terms of impacts for alternative 3, This would benefit C shareholders that had quota share revoked. Removing the active participation requirements provides more flexibility to current C shareholders that continue to hold their quota. In terms of market impacts, depending on future crab stocks, it may allow the market to stabilize. Removing the requirements may increase the value of C shares and potentially add to demand. However, inactive quota shares are less likely to sell, and the market for buyers is still restricted to those that meet the requirements of having spent 365, at least fished in the last 365 days in crab fishery. So that continues to limit your market for possible demand. In terms of impacts of monitoring enforcement, alternative 3 removes administrative challenges specific to this type of quota. And I will now pass the microphone over to Andrew.
Thanks, Sarah. So moving on to monitoring and enforcement considerations. Each year, C shareholders must submit an annual IFQ application in order to receive their IFQ for the upcoming crab season. NIMS uses this application to evaluate compliance with the active participation requirements and determining withholding IFQ and revocation of quota share. Applicants must provide evidence that demonstrates meeting the active participation requirements by submitting an Alaska Department of Fish and Game fish ticket, an affidavit letter from the vessel owner, or other verifiable sources. Of these, affidavit letters are the most common form of evidence submitted by applicants. When NIMS receives applications, this requires several layers of manual data review and determining which years count towards qualifying years and if any closed fishery exemptions exist. This requires a comprehensive review for multiple years of data submitted in electronic and paper formats. Each alternative specifies reissuance or revoke C share quota share beginning in 2019 until a final rule is implemented. Automatic reissuance of quota share would create unnecessary administrative burden, increase complexity due to IFQ holders who have not recently applied for their IFQ and have since opted out of the fishery. Therefore, to help reduce administrative burden, NIMS would implement a reissuance provision to be combined with the annual IFQ application form after the publication of the final rule. Under all action alternatives, it is important for the council to consider the level of complexity created from additional exemptions and flexibility in the active participation requirements. The more complex and layered the regulations are, the more challenging the regulations will be for the public to comply with and for NIMS to administer. Before the council are different alternatives that have been analyzed, and through these analyses, NIMS developed additional regulatory changes that would clarify 2 components of the active participation requirements, which are the closed fishery exemption and the type of activity that constitutes active participation in the crab rationalized program fishery. These recommendations are not intended to change the intent of these provisions, but provide clarity for specific situations not addressed in current regulations.
Looks like we have a question for you. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Olson. My question was when National Marine Fisheries Service is looking at the evidence provided for participation, for demonstrating meeting the participation requirements, would you does that include time spent on board a tender in Alaska? In other words, they're on a crab boat, for instance, and they're tendering, and would NIMS accept that as participation time, or would that be something that the council would have to spell out and direct NIMS in the motion? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Downs. So tendering as crew on a vessel is not currently in regulation under the participation requirements. So that's specified in regulation where you spend 30 days participating as crew in a fishing activity, where tendering is not currently in regulation. So the council would have to specify that under I guess alternative 2, option 3, to add tendering or tender on a vessel to be considered. But currently that is not considered when we're looking at active participation requirements.
Thank you.
So going over the first additional regulation change recommended by NIMS, this is the closed fishery exemption. This recommendation includes broadening out the active participation requirement exemption to include C shareholders who hold quota share only in closed crab rationalized fisheries. Current regulations, as Sarah highlighted, have a narrow active participation requirement exemption for C shareholders who only hold quota share in a single closed fishery. Sea shareholders are likely to have a diverse portfolio of quota share from multiple crab rationalized program fisheries, and for the 2023-24 season, 4 out of the 9 crab rationalized program fisheries were closed to directed fishing. So under strict regulatory language, that if a sea shareholder held quota share in multiple fisheries that were all closed, the regulation does not provide an exemption despite fitting the intent of the regulation. Current practice has been to exempt these sea shareholders who only hold quota share in closed crab rationalized program fisheries. Therefore, NMFS recommends a regulatory change clarifying that sea shareholders are exempt from active participation requirements if they hold quota share in only closed crab fisheries. And this is further explained in the example provided on this table with a similar theme that Sarah presented earlier. So in this example, we have 3 different sea shareholders with different portfolios consisting of Bristol Bay Red King Crab, Snow Crab, and St. Matthew Island Blue King Crab. And whether or not active participation requirements have been met for the hypothetical scenario under alternative to option 1, where there's a quota share reissuance and participation requirement restart beginning in the 2025-26 season. So beginning with sea shareholder 1, they hold quota share in only Bristol Bay Red King Crab. And when this fishery is closed, they are exempt for that year when determining if active participation requirements have been met. This is the status quo regulation and is maintained under NMFS recommendations. Moving on to sea shareholder 2, this individual holds quota share in 3 fisheries and is inactive from the 2025 through 2029 seasons, and the St. Matthew Blue King Crab fishery continues to remain closed. This individual is not an active participant in one of the 3 fisheries that were open for which they hold quota share in and do not qualify for exemption. So therefore, beginning in the 2028-29 season, their IFQ is withheld, and then the following season revoked due to not meeting the active participation requirements. And finally, moving on to sea shareholder 3, they hold quota share in all 3 fisheries and remain inactive from 2025 through the end of this time frame. So I also want to note on that table, under that black line, we've now switched that all fisheries are closed for this time series in this example. So because they hold quota share in only these closed fisheries, they are exempt from the active participation requirement for those years. So overall, this recommendation is a clarification that will remain aligned with the intent of exempting sea shareholders who hold only quota share in closed fisheries and align with current management practices. NMFS next recommendation is to improve the clarity of participation requirements. Current regulations require sea shareholders to demonstrate recent participation as crew in at least 1 delivery of crab in any crab rationalized fishery in order to receive and retain quota share. NMFS recommends improving the clarity of these requirements through the addition of fishing trip, where a sea shareholder must participate as crew during at least 1 fishing trip where a delivery of crab is made in any crab rationalized fishery, where fishing trip is defined as the beginning period of when the harvest of crab has begun and ending at the time of offload or transferred from that vessel. This recommended change fixes a potential loophole or gray area in the regulations where a sea shareholder may participate as crew in a crab delivery while remaining in port, and improves clarity while remaining aligned with the participation requirements identified in Amendment 31. So therefore, by adding fishing trip or fishing activity, the participation requirements better captures the at-sea participation requirements as intended by Amendment 31.
Mr. Olson will break here for a question. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Olson. On the fishing trip definition, just to clarify that in the crab fishery, sometimes there's split deliveries, but if a participant participated in any delivery, even though it was only a partial delivery, that would still remain under this definition that you're asking for to be clear. If we clarified this as you're asking for, then that would take care of that as well. If a person was in a split delivery fishery and they had that, if the person was on board for one of the deliveries and participated as a crew member in the fishing trip, then that would count.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, yes, that's correct. So partial deliveries or complete deliveries would be captured in this fishing trip definition.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just thinking through potential other loopholes, it's then the definition of a fishing trip in the event of a split delivery that would prevent somebody from boarding at the first part of the delivery. The boat would need to go out and harvest crab before delivering the second. You couldn't have somebody get on at the first part of the delivery, go across the bay and deliver. That would not fall into the definition because they didn't harvest crab, correct? So we don't create a new loophole.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, yes, that's correct. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Olson and Ms. Marinan. I'll see if there are any final questions for you. Mr. Sakata.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. It was mentioned that the affidavit from vessel owners were the primary method of determining participation. Can you just briefly explain, is there anything done after, I guess, really, how are they verified if they are verified?
Through the chair, Mr. Zucata. So when RAM receives affidavit letters, they can be received electronic or PDF scans of letters from vessel owners. And so what RAM does is they'll look at which fisheries they participated in, what they're open, and try to verify it as much as possible. But it can be difficult based on the information provided. So if it's the 30 days participation, this could be multiple fisheries throughout the state of Alaska. Or if it's through the crab delivery participation requirement, that's much simpler to verify because it's typically 1 or 2 crab fisheries that may be used to verify.
Thank you. Yeah, I had one question on the registered address table that you had there. I was just curious. I know that traveling up to Alaska to get on a boat can be pretty expensive for some people that reside outside the state. I was just curious on the sea shares that are potentially that are revoked. Is the majority of those for folks that reside outside the state of Alaska?
Through the chair, we don't have additional information on that at this point. We just know numbers. We don't have any information on how much quota that equates to or exactly who those individuals were. We just know numbers at this point.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. I appreciate your presentation. So I think we'll move on to the AP report. Members of the public wishing to testify in this agenda item, C1, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. We'll take a quick break after the report since we took kind of an earlier, shorter stand down. Mr. Wilkins.
Good morning, Chair Drobnica and the council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, AP Vice Chair. Read the motion here. The AP recommends that the council adopt as their preferred alternative for final action, alternative to options 1, 2, and 3. For option 2, include sub option 1 with a 25 million pound threshold and implement via method 1, restart method. For option 3, clarify the crew time tendering in Alaska should count towards 30 days of fishing for active participation. The AP supports the NIF's recommendations to clarify the definition of a fishing trip. The AP supports the NIF's recommendations for a regulatory change, clarifying that C shareholders are exempt from active participation requirements if they hold CQS in only closed CR crab fisheries. And that motion passed 15-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Any questions on the AP report? Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So let's take a 10-minute break, a shorter break. Come back at 10:50 and we will resume with public testimony on C1. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Sorry, we need to track down a couple more council members. Okay, we have a quorum, so we'll begin on public testimony. For C1, we have 7 members of the public signed up. Just a reminder, companies and individuals will have 3 minutes and organization and association 6 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen when you begin. If you do go over, I will offer a friendly reminder and ask you to provide a summary comment. So 7, beginning with Corey Lesher on behalf of Jamie Goen.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Jamie Goen was originally going to testify. Something's come up. She can't be here with us this morning. So I will do my best in her shoes. I guess I will start with, well, for the record, my name is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. ABSC is a trade association representing the majority of independent crab harvesters, including the majority of sea shareholders who commercially fish for king, snow, and tanner crab in the crab rationalization program. ABSC board met several times to come to a position on sea shares. And unfortunately, we were not able to come to a position prior to the comment submission deadline for the council. We do, however, have a comment submitted with our testimony signed up today. And so I will be speaking to our comment letter and on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. And really, I'd like to just appreciate the time and effort that council staff and the analysts put to turn out this analysis and to help us find solutions for what we thought was going to be a more straightforward issue, but really how to protect and keep active participation in the fishery during times of low abundance or closed fisheries. And so really the nuts and bolts of our comment, and I guess what I'm going to be focusing on today, ABSC supports Alternative 2, which maintains active participation requirements for sea shareholders in the BSAI crab rationalization program, while also building in some flexibility in these times of low quotas, closed fisheries, like we've seen in the recent years. Within Alternative 2, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers supports options 1, option 2 with sub option 1 at 25 million pound threshold, and option 3. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers requests option 3 to allow tendering in Alaska to count toward 30-day fishing for active participation requirement. And just to remind members of the council that many of our crabbers tender for a number of different fisheries throughout the year. Some of these tendering activities are kind of an on-ramp building up to the crab fisheries. So really important time for crew on the boat, dust off their work boots. But but also a lot of our crabbers tender for fisheries throughout the year to tie in from one crab season to the next and kind of bridge that gap financially. So in closing, alternative 2 is stated in our position in our comment letter and what I just spoke to, we believe strikes the balance between creating more flexibility in the system to address some of the challenges that the crab rationalization program is facing with low quotas and closed fisheries, but also maintaining the active participation requirements for sea shareholders. So that concludes my testimony, and I'll be happy to try my best to answer any questions if there are some, but also note that there are several crab fishermen signed up for testimony after me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher, for your testimony, and I appreciate the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers group working through the details of this. I appreciate it. It's a complicated action. My question is, one of the important areas of the analysis was trying to evaluate under the different alternatives and options potential market impacts for sea shares, and that has been a bit of a challenge, particularly recently given the uncertainty. And just at a really high level, does your group, I appreciate you laying out your group's recommendation, but with the combination of the different options under alternative 2, does your group generally think that although there are no guarantees that it's not likely to make the market situation worse than it is currently? Is that a fair statement?
To the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, I believe so. I wish I could help and elaborate more on it, and I think that I would just have to agree with you. It's a fair statement.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Casey McManus. And he is testifying remotely.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Welcome. All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm going to try to get through this as close to 3 minutes as I can. My name is Casey McManus, and I started fishing commercially with my dad, Gildet in Southeast Alaska, when I was 5 years old. Almost 36 years later, I find myself holding sea shares that have become absolutely worthless. I wasn't issued the shares originally. I did not inherit them. I had to buy them to the tune of several $100,000. I haven't missed a season in the last 20 years, besides the most recent Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery. And I only missed this season because I was forced to sell my portion of the boat that I owned and operated for the last 12 years. My old vessel remained at the dock with too little quota to fish. It seems no matter what direction I've turned lately in the fisheries, I've lost. I've lost my income from multiple crab seasons due to the closures, and now I'm being told that in the near future, I may have to forfeit the quota that I purchased or be forced to sell it when the value of the quota is the lowest that it's ever been. This is far from fair and equitable. My body's worn out from crab fishing. I have arthritis at the age of 40, got hearing aids at the age of 27, 5 different knee surgeries, and multiple other health issues from fishing in the Bering Sea, and now I may not be able to keep what I sacrificed all that for. There are hundreds of A shareholders and thousands of people over multiple generations who profit from the backbreaking labor of the fishermen, most of which who have never stepped foot on deck of a boat in the Bering Sea. But if a fisherman made the investment with their blood and money, we are the group who are going to get screwed now. And I asked the question, was the intention of the sea shares supposed to help the fishermen? Because it sure as heck isn't helping me right now, or the other current sea shareholders that had to buy in. It's robbing us of everything we've worked for. Keep in mind with rationalization, we've already given up 50 and 65% respectively of the gross off the top through lease rates to quota shareholders. When I reviewed the sea share alternative options, it seems as though there was many things that may have been overlooked when creating these alternatives. This forces me to say that I support alternative 3. I have to say that so I don't lose what I work so hard for. I ask that you vote to keep the door of opportunity open to up-and-coming fishermen, but not at the expense of the men who broke their back in these fisheries since the rationalization was implemented. Of course, my first choice would be alternative 3, and an option I see with that would be create a new rule that crab fishermen who don't keep the recency can still own their C shares and lease them out, but the royalties that get paid on that go to the BSFRF. This keeps the same amount of crab going to the processor and the guys with the boots on the deck, but does not rob the current C share owner and helps provide funding to research that may help crab bounce back. Forcing people to sell or have quota revoked would be financially destroying the very people the system was intended to help. At a bare minimum, I ask that if the fishery owned quota in is shut down, it resets the recency clock for that species. As of right now, the She Share program lumps together all species to be revoked at once. In closing, I believe maximum flexibility is the only answer. To think that we can predict the return of crab in 4 years is insane. 10 billion crab went poof. The answer we got for it was climate change. To set an end date on this of 4 years from today is not the answer. It could take 15 or 20 years for the crab to bounce back, if at all. No one knows. But to take these C shares away from us or continue to tie up the council's time on this issue again and again in the future isn't the answer either. Please bring a motion forward and pass alternative 3. It is the only way forward to not destroy those who invested their lives in these fisheries. I ask that you take this on behalf of myself, past, present, and hopefully future quota owners of C shares. Thank you very much for your time. And I have many other figures, not a whole lot, but I have some others that I can add in if anybody has questions on some of the financial stuff of this.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we have at least one question for you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McManus. I guess it would be helpful for the council to hear from you why the AP motion, which selected alternative 2 with the 3 options, why that wouldn't be desirable for a crab fisherman like you.
Yeah, the options are too limited, and the requiring of recency when you have such a small collection of boats puts you in a position where you don't know what's going to happen as far as being able to get on a boat. What guarantees me a spot in such low quota years on a boat? And what's to keep vessel owners from not hiring any C share owners in an attempt to put them in a position where they have to sell so their crew can benefit from it? To give you a basic idea, with only the one red king crab season open recently, and the 2 years before that closed down, that averages out to $1,892 a year that I benefited from my quota. That's, mind you, on a more than $250,000 investment. So the price today for a round trip airfare is $2,103 from Seattle to Dutch Harbor. If a guy wanted to do a ride along, you got the airfare, you got a $250 fishing license, $420 for food while you're on the boat for 2 weeks, which totals $2,800. It's a net loss to the guy who owns the C share of $908 just to go harvest the crab that I purchased. So it kind of puts you in a real tough position there to be able to stay in there, and not to mention the management load that all these different boxes, you guys just saw all those tables that came up on the slideshow, and how many different boxes somebody at RAM has to go back and check to figure out if you're eligible, and then try to re-verify all this. If we reset the clock and say, you know what, these guys, they put in their time and they can still only sell to a crew member, right? Which still kind of puts us in a weird position. It's going to keep the value of this quota way down. As Sarah pointed out, there's 130 people that fish crab, 22 and 23 this year. Right now, 150 people currently own these C shares. So even if all the C share guys had to divest because they were no longer current, there's not even enough people to buy them to keep you under the 2% cap. And the more complex we make this, the harder it's going to be to manage. So, and if somebody, is wondering, well, what about these crew members that do want to purchase? Number one, there's quota for sale right now on dockstreetbrokers.com. It's been up since the 23rd of October with absolutely no action on people trying to buy it. Number two, if you look at the average share of a deckhand right now, they're going to make about $10,000 up to $14,000 if the price comes up to 14,000 pounds for Bristol Bay Red King crab season. And if you combine that with 60 days of tendering at $300 a day, that's $18,000. So you're still looking at, $34,000 a year, which is $4,000 a year over the U.S. national poverty line. It's not going to put them in a financial position where they're able to buy any kind of crab. And there's no banks that are going to loan any money with the volatility of the crab stocks in the position that they're in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up is Oyston Loan.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Oyston Lone. I'm a longtime active crab fisherman who received initial shares at the start of the program. I've since purchased sea shares up to the cap in snow crab, Bristol Bay king crab, eastern and western tanners, and St. Matthew blue crab throughout the years. I realize we're having a difficult time with quotas and believe we will get our crab back at some point. My concern is that we need to make changes to our program, but also show my concern is that we need to make changes to our program, but also show compassion and help stranded quota holders in our difficult downturn in crab. I also want to caution the council to not make any long-term permanent changes to this program. I urge the council to look back at the beginning of this program and its mission. Please make sure your decisions here do not harm the future deckhands and captains that enter this fishery at some point when things get better here. I fully understand that at some point when I'm no longer actively crab fishing in the Bering Sea, I will have to sell my shares to the next generation. I do not want sea shares to become a fishery where no active participation is included. One possibility here would be to include tendering for salmon, cod, or pollock as active participation, but make it so 30 to 40 days to keep active in that fishery. At this time, I support alternative 2, option 1 and 2, sub option 2, 15 million. I hope this will help at this time in our downturn in the crab fishery, and I appreciate the council looking into helping us with this. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lone. I thought I heard you maybe speak to support for what was also encompassed in option 3, but then you didn't list it in your supportable options, expanding the fisheries that qualify for active participation. And maybe I misheard.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, looking at these options here, I figured option 1 and option 2 with sub option 2 would take care of the needs that I as far as I see.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next up is Michael LaRussa, and I think he's joining us remotely. Are you online, Mr. LaRussa? I think if you could try to unmute yourself. I think you're muted, Michael. *6, please. Mr. LaRussa, we will circle back to you. We'll go to Gretar first, and then we'll circle back. I still don't. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Goodmanson.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I find myself in a strange place here as maker of the motion for the AP. I do support that motion, and that was after a lot of deliberation through ABSC and talking to different people in the industry. That's kind of what they figured would pass here. And so now I want to take off my AP hat and take off my industry hat and speak for myself personally. I think alternative 3 is the better option. I think alternative 3 fixes the problem, where alternative 2 delays the problem. It's a short-term fix, but I think we'll be back here in 5 years doing the same thing again. So that's my personal opinion, but I understand the hesitancy of alternative 3. I believe it still has active participation in the fact that you can only sell it to other crew members. So, but I think Casey spoke pretty well to it. Some of the other stuff, I think we definitely need to include tendering and not limit that to salmon, because as mentioned before, there's cod tendering, there's pollock tendering. And the new issuees, it's important to have that under option 3 for the new issues that paid for these shares, because that, to get them on an equal standing with the original issuees and get them included in that 30-day cycle where they can be active in a different fishery. I think it's only, it's the fair and right thing to do for them. Let's see, the method 1, I think if an alternative 2, method 1, I think is the better way to go. Or to include also on my earlier statement, alternative 3, I think that's the cheapest, the easiest, the least prohibited for to administer. So like I say, I think that's a good permanent fix, but here at alternative 2, we'll accept that too, but we definitely need help in one way or the other. So, and if somebody wants to ask me some questions on the enforcement, and I think Mr. Sakata had a question. I have a different take on that than Sarah does. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Goodmanson? Mr. Sakata.
Yep, thank you through the chair. I believe my question was in regard to the information that was available publicly for the C shareholders and their status. Is that what you were referring to? Yeah, I would, if you have a clarification.
Thank you through the chair. I don't disagree with Sarah. She knows this back and forward and all that, but the way to see if the guy is active, you can go on the NIMS website and see who has quota share, and if he's got pounds there, you can see he's active and he's current. So at least for that season. So that name is there. And it designates C share and it designates poundage. It doesn't say what his status is, only that current year he has quota.
Yeah, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gretar. I'll bite on your take on the enforcement possibility of not revoking permits. Like to get sort of a fisherman's take on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for that question through the chair. I think, again, Sarah's 100% correct, and Andrew, but my personal opinion, I know of a guy that had C shares and applied for it every year, didn't go for 10 years. So the enforcement part is what do they want to enforce and when do they want to enforce it? I mean, last year was the first time of any enforcement on any of this that I think it was because of the emergency rule that they went back and looked and said, oh, we haven't been doing our job here. But so it depends on who's there and what they want to do as far as enforcement. But the law has always been, no, you can't. But they've chosen to look the other way before, and I think they could do that again.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to circle back to Michael LaRussa. See if he can unmute himself. We're not hearing you yet, Michael. Did you try pressing *6? Seems like we have connection with you, so there might be something on your end. It's not quite working. Okay, I'm going to take the next two testifiers, and I know that staff is trying to text you, Michael, so we'll try to get connection and work out some of these technical difficulties. So let's go to Tim Huker.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. I'm here to support or to testify on C shares. I support alternative 2, option 1, and option 3 with adding tendering to option 3. I think that is a important part of the vessel's operation, and that would definitely help the C shareholders keep their participation. So that's where I stand on it. I've testified to this back in June, and keep it the same. So I just appreciate you guys taking this up, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and let's see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Eber. I'm just, you testified that you're in favor of alternative 2, options 1 and 3. And it's the reason that you're looking at that particular combination that you support the active participation in the fishery remaining. But you see that this gives some relief, but maintains some active participation. Is that why you've chosen option 1 and 3, or did you have some other reason under alternative 2 for choosing those 2?
Through the council, through the chair. Well, obviously alternative option 1 is restart the clock. Option 2 is, I just felt there's just, doesn't simplify it enough. Just the people, the constituents I've talked to is, some want 25, some want 15, and it bounces around there. So I just, I feel that we don't need that with option 3. Option 3 is, option 3, levels the playing field, I guess, between the original issuees and the new issuees, keeps it all the same, simplifies it to where it seems to work. I think that'll solve the issues. Personally, I don't think we'll be back here and again if we do this. If you buy C shares, you sort of know the rules. There's risk in everything we do, and my kids have got some C shares, and I would like to keep them active and keep the C share program and move them on down as we get older and phase out of the fishery and move them down to the younger generation. I think it's the right thing to do, and that's where I stand.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
And Joshua Songstad is next, and he's joining us remotely. If you could press *6, Joshua.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and council members. Through the chair, as spokesman for my best.
I'm sorry, Joshua, you are breaking up. Not sure if you can move your location or get closer to your microphone. Give that a try.
Let me see if this helps. Does that improve it?
Yes, so far. Yep.
Okay.
Let's give this a try.
Okay, is this a work all right?
I think so. Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry about that. This is a bit of a mess. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and council members. Through the chair, I'm speaking with you today as spokesman for my vessel and crew. We support alternative 2, options 1, 2, and 3. Inside option 2 using sub option 2 and using method 1. I strongly oppose amendment alternative 3. My name is Joshua Songstead. I'm a 4th generation Alaska fisherman and one of the few remaining owner operators left in the Bering Sea crab fisheries with over 40 years experience. At age 8, I began fishing with my father and my grandfather. I dreamt that one day I would have a boat of my own, knowing full well that would only come with hard work and dedication. Nothing was going to be handed to me without blood, sweat, and more than my fair share of tears. That dream fed my hunger to reach a goal, and in 1999, at age 24, I had my first boat. Only then did I realize that the hard work had just begun. Keeping, maintaining, and producing was the most difficult challenge of all, but I did it, and I did it. Fast forward to today. The jobs that were once readily available to a young man willing to test his steel on the over 300 crab vessels have been reduced to a fleet less than 60. No longer are the docks filled with young adventure seekers. No longer is a big payday reachable for those willing to do the work. No longer are the towns and villages filled with the energy once felt as the fleet gets ready for the season with all the excitement and anxieties that brings. Today, you're lucky to find a crew, and even luckier, a crew with experience. Insurance, fuel, grocery, and maintenance costs have more than tripled in the last 10 years. Lease rates are ridiculous, and a large majority of IFQ owners haven't seen open water since rationalization began nearly 20 years ago. These last 2 years have shown the weaknesses and follies of the rationalized crab system. Without changes and flexibility to the rules in who qualifies for quota or who keeps quota, who is available to purchase quota, and lastly, the lease rates that the vessels must pay to the mailbox fishermen sitting on the beach, the future of this industry is sure to die. The reality we face is this. The cost of doing business is getting harder to overcome each day. The fleet is aging, experienced crew have retired or moved on to more stable sources of income, likely never to return. Each year, there are fewer boats actively fishing, with an increasing number of shareholders walking to the mailbox for their inflated lease checks, with no longer having the game. The dream of owning a boat and making one's way is no longer attainable. The best one can hope for is to save enough money to possibly purchase sea shares and have an invested interest in the work they do. Maybe, just maybe, sticking around long enough to drive a boat and teach future generations the art and skills passed down from the generations before us. I love the life experiences that this career has given me and my family. It breaks my heart to see how far we've come, only to see it crumbling in front of my eyes. I'm here today pleading for your help to save our industry, our livelihoods, and our future. Make the changes we desperately need to survive. I ask this of you. Loosen the qualifications to buy and receive quota on an annual basis. Remove the required participation requirements of needing to have a crab landing in 365 days prior to purchase and receive shares. Suspend qualifications on low quota and closed fishery years. Allow tendering to be used as active participation in Alaska fisheries to qualify for receiving sea shares. Require that sea shareholders must be an active participant in the fisheries at some level. If not, then require them to sell those shares so that future ownership is not just held by retirees and trust fund babies. That's what A shares are for, but by the people that C shares were originally intended for, the actual fishermen themselves.
Mr. Songstead, I'm sorry, I gave you a little bit more time because we were having difficulties at the beginning, but you've gone over a bit, and would like to ask you to provide a summary comment, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I don't think these changes are a cure-all, but it's necessary for the first step in rebuilding a broken and aging fleet. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. I appreciate it.
you.
Okay, I'm going to circle back to Michael LaRussa. Please try pressing *6, Michael. Yes. I see that Michael also attached a copy of his testimony. So we can't make connection with him in the next few seconds. I'd encourage council members to open that. I think at the end, he is expressing support for ABSC's position. Okay, sorry about that, Michael. It doesn't appear that we're able to make connection with you. We will follow up to ensure that we can work out these details in the future. And appreciate your written submission. Okay, with that, that concludes our public testimony on C1. I'd like to stand down for 10 minutes and come back and see if the council would like to take action on this issue. Thank you. So that's 11:35. Council members, please come back to order. So we have received a staff presentation, our advisory panel report, and public testimony on agenda item C1. Is the council interested in taking action on this issue? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've sent a motion to staff. It looks like the motion's posted now. And so I'll read my motion. The Crab C shares agenda item C1, council adopts the following preferred alternative for final action. Alternative 2, modify the catcher vessel quotas and sea catcher processor crew quotas recency requirement. Option 1, restart the recent participation requirement when the final rule is implemented and reissue all revoked catcher vessel crew and catcher processor crew quota shares starting in 2019 and until the final rule is implemented. Option 3, revise the eligibility requirements for CVC and CPCQs holders to receive annual IFQ and retain Qs holdings to be the same for initial recipients and new entrants. Include the additional regulatory changes by National Marine Fisheries Service in section 2.5 of the analysis. First bullet point, for closed fishery exemptions at 50 CFR 680.40 parenthetical G parenthetical 2 and 50 CFR 680.40 parenthetical M parenthetical 2, clarify that a person who holds CVC or CPCQs in more than one fishery is exempt from active participation requirements in years when all of their CR crab fisheries are closed. Clarify that the phrase, next bullet point, clarify that the phrase participated as a crew in at least one delivery of crab in any CR crab fishery as used in crab regulations at 50 CFR 680.40 parenthetical G parenthetical 2 and 50 CFR 680.40 parenthetical M parenthetical 2 means participating as crew during at least one fishing trip where delivery of crab is made in any crab rationalization fishery. Under alternative, the third bullet point under alternative 2, option 3, clarify that participation as crew on a tender vessel counts toward the 30 days of active participation. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Twite.
It is clear that some action is needed to provide additional flexibility because of the unprecedented low status of the crab fisheries. Currently, there is limited opportunities for crew to actively participate in the crab fisheries, and the past has clearly been an anomaly because of the COVID-19 pandemic. By including alternative 2, option 1, the council is addressing the unique circumstances of the past few years and wiping the slate clean for all C shareholders. In other words, alternative 2, option 1 would reissue all revoked quota share and reset the clock on when the active participation requirements would be constraining. This would give all quota shareholders the opportunity to continue to participate in the crab fishery and benefit from their C shares through the 3 years following implementation and 4 years before any quota shareholder would have quota share revoked. For instance, if implemented in 2024, then through the 2028-2029 crab fishing year. Past phases of the analysis, presentations to the council, and deliberations at both the AP and the council have highlighted how complex the active participation provision is. There have been a number of comments to NIM staff about confusion for C shareholders and why they receive notice of IFQ withholding or quota share revocations. The council's intent was for these two provisions to be applied in sequence. However, the emergency rule for the 22-23 season put that on hold. No IFQ was withheld and no quota shares were revoked in that year. National Marine Fisheries Service has heard requests for additional communication about this provision to provide more clear direction to fishery participants about when they need to submit active participation affidavits. I am not including in my motion the inclusion of alternative 2, option 2. Alternative 2, option 2 would further exacerbate the need for potentially individualized communication to each sea shareholder and would be overly burdensome on National Marine Fisheries Services staff. Nor do I believe that alternative 2, option 2 meets the original intent of the program's sea share. Alternative 2, option 3 addresses the challenges associated with getting on one of the limited number of crab vessels that operates in limited crab rationalization program fisheries. By allowing 30 days of fishing or tendering activity to count as active, this ensures that all sea shareholders have the opportunity to meet the active participation requirements, and it keeps the sea shares in the hands of active fishers. Alternative 2, option 2 would directly address the situation in years where tax are low. However, it adds significant administrative burden and further erodes the concept that cruise shares should be held by active participants. This option would further complicate an already complicated administrative process. This could provide so much flexibility that no sea shareholder would have to go fishing until one or both of the Bristol Bay red king crab or the Bering Sea snow crab fisheries recover. Additionally, this option would introduce uncertainty because the sea shareholder would not know if they need to participate in the current year because the exemption would be effective for the next fishing year. Because this option hinges on one or two key fisheries, Bristol Bay snow crab or Bristol Bay red king crab, if those fisheries continue to be low, this option isn't all that different from alternative 3, and I feel that alternative 3 goes too far in removing the original intent of sea shares to remain in the hands of active fishers, and for that reason, I have not included alternative 2, option 2. If crab fisheries remain at current low status, the result of alternative 2, option 2 would be the same as removing requirements under alternative 3 in terms of the ability for sea shares to be an investment and not held by active fishers. And it would add and to further complicate the administrative process. I am proposing in this motion under alternative 2, option 1 and 3, sea shareholders would essentially benefit from complete forgiveness of all Q's revocations under Amendment 31. It would reset the clock and wipe the slate clean, essentially re-implementing active participation requirements to provide a new window of opportunity for sea shareholders to demonstrate active participation. Alternative 2, option 3 would allow any sea shareholder to use the option that is currently only provided to initial issues and demonstrate active status by 30 days of fishing in any fishery. With the addition of tendering to that type of activity, that would count as active. This provides additional flexibility when crab fisheries are low and ensures that fishers who would be looking for alternative fisheries to participate in this way. They can also meet their active participation requirements to maintain their crab sea shares by serving as crew members on board a tender. The closed fishery exemption would be clarified and would also better meet the council's intent that sea shareholders who own queues in closed fisheries are not penalized. This action is about striking a balance by creating provisions that work given the variability in crab stocks and provides opportunities to participate in a fishery, preserves the opportunities for new entrants into the fishery to purchase sea share. This provision was designed to do both, impose a requirement that rewards active participation in the at-sea fishing and also creating a market with the incentive for those that are no longer active in the fishery to sell their quota shares and provide those opportunities to new entrants. Realizing the benefits of option 3 and adding tendering liberalizes the participation requirement and addresses the problem of reduced opportunity to participate in a crab rationalization program fisheries in years with low tax. As analyzed in section 4.1 of the analysis, this action is consistent with national standards. The action is a small change to an important provision that is intended to benefit the active fishery participants and keep quota share in the hands of active fishermen. As such, this action is consistent with national standards, in particular National Standard 6 that requires conservation and management measures shall take into account and allow for variations among and contingencies in fisheries resources and catches. This action provides much needed flexibility for sea shareholders to have opportunity to comply with active participation requirements, even if there are low crab tax or closed fisheries. I also wanted to note that we heard a lot of compelling public testimony here from Mr. Casey McManus in particular had compelling testimony along with the Alaska Bering Sea crabbers and Oystein and Gretar. And I don't disagree that maybe Gretar's back, maybe by not including alternative 3 or option 2 under alternative 2, we may be back. But what this does is it resets the clock. So no one is going to lose any cruise share. All cruise shares will be, anything that was revoked will be returned. People will be made whole and they will reset the clock. So we'll have another 3 years for people to show active participation and another 4 years after implementation before we'd be in a position where any queues would be revoked. And so I think at that time we can look at where the fisheries are and people can bring back these concerns. And I don't disagree that maybe that's a possibility. I hope it's not. I hope the crab fisheries come back, but I think this motion goes a long ways towards giving a lot of relief to the sea shareholders while still maintaining the necessary what I see as necessary crew participation and the intent of the original sea shares under the crab rationalization program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Down. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Very thorough rationale. Okay. Any amendments? Motion. Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If there are no other, sounds like there's no other amendments. I'll provide the deeming amendment then. All right. Thanks, Madam Chair. Move to insert the following language into Mr. Down's motion. It is as follows. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under section 303C are consistent with these instructions. And with a second, I can speak to my amendment.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven and Madam Chair. At final action for actions that result in the development of regulations to implement the council's action, the council needs to specify how it wants those regulations reviewed to ensure that they're consistent with the council's intent in the original action. There's two different ways of doing that. One is for the council to delegate the responsibility for review to yourself, Madam Chair, and the executive director. The other is to request that the full set of regulations actually come back to the council for review. We typically choose the former, particularly when we feel that we have a really good grasp on what those regulations are likely to look like. And in this case, indeed, I think as we've heard both through the staff presentation at this meeting and prior meetings, we've gotten a pretty good idea of the regulations. Mr. Downs' comments in support of his motion, I think also give us a pretty good sense of what those regulations will look like. And so it's my judgment that we could deem and delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. See if there are any questions on the amendment. Any comments on the amendment? I'll try this. Any opposition? That amendment passes without opposition. Okay, so any comments on the main motion before we take a vote? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion and the thorough rationale. I'll support this motion. And I also just wanted to thank the council and NIM staff for the extensive work on this. I know this is a complicated issue, as well as the fishery participant and AP participation in this issue, working through the details. I just wanted to go on record saying that I support the original goals of active participation for C share quota shareholders in the crab rationalization program. I think, as Mr. Downs said, this motion balances the numerous factors that we're trying to consider here in terms of recent challenges associated with active participation opportunities. While I appreciated the alternative to option 2 TAC threshold idea to really try and balance those considerations, I think Mr. Downs' motion essentially accomplishes the same objectives with a lot less complexity for both the agency and C share quota shareholders. So thank you, Mr. Down, and I really appreciate all the work that went into this.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Thank you. Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Dunn. So I think we will need a roll call vote on this since it's final action. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you. Calling the roll on C shares, choosing alternative 2, options 1 and 3 with additional changes and clarifications. Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesro.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn.
Yes.
Ms. Dropnika.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Okay, thank you. So any further action? Mr. Dunn.
No further action. Comments is okay. I just wanted to note that I wanted to thank the staff. I waited till after the vote, but to make sure this motion was gonna pass. But I wanted to thank the National Marine Fisheries Service staff and Sarah Marin and the council staff, in particular Alicia Miller and Mr. Olson, who I think, by the way, is going to be an excellent addition to National Marine Fisheries Service. I got a chance to work with them and get to know them a little bit on this, and my education and understanding of this would not have been possible without their help, considerable help on this motion. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I think we all share the same sentiments. Appreciate that. So seeing no further action, that brings us pretty close to our lunch hour here. So I think it makes sense to break until 1, and then we'll resume our conversation with staff presentation on C2. Thank you. Please come to order. So good afternoon, everyone. We are beginning our C2 agenda item with staff presentation. We have Sarah Marinin with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinin, council staff. As the chair said, I'm here to present the staff report for C2, which is crab processing use caps. And this again is possible final action. The analysis and this presentation are posted to the e-agenda, and you'll note there's some public comment letters, written public comment letters attached as well. And the PNCAC report is also attached under C2. Here's the timeline for the history of this action. In June 2021, the council received 5 letters proposing changes to the current regulations that prohibit crab processing facilities from using more than 60% of the Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab IPQ. At the same meeting, the council received a proposal to change the start date for both Aleutian Island Golden King crab fisheries. In response, the council tasked a discussion paper on both of these issues. In October 2022, the council bifurcated the issues and scheduled this facility use cap piece independently for a discussion paper. That discussion paper came back in February 2023. At that point, public testimony added a request to include exemptions to the PQS IPQ use caps for custom processed Bristol Bay Red King crab and South designated Bering Sea snow crab. So the council established a purpose and need statement and 2 action alternatives, including the additional request from the public, and expanded it out to the alternatives that I'm going to be presenting. And then you last heard about this issue just at the October meeting. That was initial review. The AP and the council reviewed the analysis and identified both action alternatives as preliminary preferred alternatives. So this is December for possible final action here at the council. The executive summary on page 4 lists out the changes from the initial review. In this case, the changes are fairly limited. You can see the list there. Because of that, I'm trying to consolidate the presentation. You just heard about this in October, so I'm trying to keep it more high level. It is possible final action, so I want to cover all the important parts. So if you have additional questions, please feel free to stop and ask me. Like my previous presentation, I just included a slide here for reference, highlighting some of the acronyms and terms for reference that's important to this topic. In particular, there's a lot of acronyms and specific terms in the crab program. These are not necessarily regulatory definitions, but help to provide the context for what we're presenting about today. Here, I just narrowed in from the diagram on how the crab rationalization quota works. I just narrowed in on the focus for processing shares to remind you of some of the regulatory mechanics here before highlighting the proposed action. So PQS is the underlying processing privilege, processor quota share. And then individual processing quota is the annual issuance of processing opportunity, and that's issued in pounds for a species. And that's share matched with a share IFQ, individual fishing quota, the harvesting side of the quota. Processor shares are held by entities that also own a physical plant and processing entities that rely on other companies' equipment through either leasing or custom processing arrangements. And just to kind of remind you about some of these terms, about the short-term transfer of processing shares and what that can look like. So PQS can be leased. That's the sale of IPQ issued in a different name. If it's a relationship that's arm's length, there's usually a negotiated lease rate. It's usually a contractual arrangement where the associated risk and responsibility is passed on to the IPQ holder. Then IPQ can also be custom processed, and that's an arrangement made where the IPQ holder and the owner of the processing plant, where there's no ownership or affiliation ties between these two entities, they essentially enter into a contract to use the equipment, but the responsibility and liability typically remains with the IPQ holder themselves. And the IPQ holder contracts with the facility operator to have the IPQ crab custom processed according to their specifications. Usually they're the ones to identify the markets. They can be particularly attractive to IPQ holders who have identified markets for sale, but wish to achieve efficiencies in processing with existing equipment. And for the crab program too, where regionalization applies, custom processing can also occur where IPQ holder does not have ownership in a facility and they need IPQ processed in a region where their plant doesn't operate. So if they have a plant in the south, but they have north designated shares, they might need to custom process through another plant in the north region. The council's purpose and need statement is listed on page 14 in section 1.2. And just to kind of summarize here, there's a significant percent of crab IPQ held by people who are not affiliated with a processing facility. So this requires custom processing. EAG and WAI have a unique cap that limits facilities to processing no more than 60% of the IPQ issued for EAG or WAI. So the action to remove the cap could increase market opportunities, in particular for EAG. The WAI fishery has been closed since the 2004-2005 season. Additionally, the PQS IPQ use caps include any custom processed IPQ for Bristol Bay red king crab, south designated snow crab, and Western Aleutian Island golden king crab IPQ processed east of 174 west longitude. And the purpose and need statement highlights that declines in snow crab and Bristol Bay red king crab could lead to years with small fishery catch limits, which could create production inefficiencies with the current caps. So action to exempt custom processing from these caps could increase efficiencies and increase the net benefits generated from these species. And the council's purpose and need statement currently highlights an interest in preserving ownership and entity use caps to limit consolidation. Here are the current alternatives. As always, alternative 1 is no action. The 2 action alternatives are not mutually exclusive from each other. They could be adopted together, and they're both highlighted as the preliminary preferred alternative. So alternative 2 is remove the EAG and WAI processing facility use caps at section 680.7A9. And alternative 3 is exempt the custom processing of Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with a South region designation, Bristol Bay red king crab IPQ, and Western Aleutian Island golden king crab IPQ processed east of 174 west longitude from the PQS IPQ and processing facility use caps under the program. Regionalization would still apply. The council slightly modified these alternatives in October, essentially just taking out the language for alternative 3 that said how and where this change would be reflected in regulations, to allow NIMS a little more discretion of how that would be represented within the regs, how that change would look. So a brief reminder of what the current regulations are. So the PQS IPQ use caps limit a person to holding no more than 30% of the PQS initially issued in the fishery and using no more than an amount of IPQ resulting from 30% of the PQS initially issued in a given fishery. There's limited exceptions for persons that receive more than 30% of the initial issued PQS, and those grandfather provisions, as we usually call them, do apply in some cases in some species. Additionally, no processing facility that doesn't hold IPQ can be used to process more than 30% of the IPQ issued for crab fishery. So originally, the 30% cap on the use of IPQ included summing the total amount of IPQ that's held by a person, held by other persons who are affiliated with that person through common ownership or control. And then also any IPQ crab that was custom processed at the facility an IPQ holder owns. Now there's a number of exceptions to the third part of the calculation, particularly exceptions focused on the custom processed piece of IPQ. There's a lot more detail in the analysis explaining these different amendments, but kind of in a more broad sense, the amendments to there are amendments that exempted certain fisheries or parts of fisheries from situations of having the custom process IPQ counting towards the PQS IPQ use caps. And the first amendment was Amendment 27 that happened after MSA reauthorization, included a provision to exempt custom processing in the north region of the Bering Sea snow crab fishery from IPQ use caps. And when the council was making that regulatory change, it added in several other crab fisheries on the list. So that was a total list of 6 crab fisheries or parts of crab fisheries where the IPQ that was custom processed was exempt. Through Amendment 27, the rationale and justification around that primarily revolved around wanting to allow more efficiency and opportunities for remote areas like north designated crab and fisheries with limited tax. But also under Amendment 27, it added a new 60% facility use cap for the EAG and WAI fisheries for any shoreside or stationary floating processor east of 174 west longitude. And this arose from concerns that were highlighted from representatives in ADAC about their ability to compete for these species. These 2 fisheries were ones that were part of the list of 6 that were exempted under Amendment 27. There's also an exemption for specific situation for transferred PQS that is or was subject to the right of first refusal. And that's described more in the paper. There's also Amendment 41, which established a process for exempting from regional delivery requirements. And if that's triggered, it also includes an exemption for custom processed IPQ, not counting towards the PQS IPQ use caps. And Amendment 47, which added the Bairdi fisheries to the list of fisheries for which custom processed IPQ doesn't count towards the use caps as well. That was an emergency action. The council took action on Amendment 47. And then there was even a discussion paper that followed Amendment 47, looking at if there were alternative ways to deal with the issue of limited processor capacity, whether there should be a trigger, at which point, if a TAC was high enough, the cap would come back online. The discussion paper resulted in no additional action, and Amendment 47 remained in place. The analysis has a background section that covers each of the affected fisheries. In that background section, the TAC information and the harvest amounts were updated if available. That background section also has number of vessels and landings, ex-vessel prices and gross value, spatial distribution of harvest, information on PQS and IPQ holders, and the number of processing facilities and locations. I just wanted to remind you from that section, there's different types of processing entities, and the affiliations of the entities are relevant for the application of these use caps. In addition to leasing and custom processing arrangements, some processing companies own multiple facilities or are owned through affiliated parent companies. The analysis describes some of these levels of processing engagements to the extent possible, given confidentiality restrictions around landings. However, the information presented in the analysis doesn't identify affiliations between entities. This information is necessary for monitoring enforcement of the use caps, but and I believe NMFS has some of this information, but it wasn't available to me at this time and in a way that I could use it for the analysis. So we don't have this level of analysis of affiliations included here. We did include Appendix 2, as I noted during the initial review. This is the same appendix updated, but this provides the analyst best knowledge of recent IPQ holder affiliations, looking at the most recent issuance of IPQ for fisheries. It doesn't show affiliations between IPQ holders, but it just splits the IPQ holders out into ones that are thought to be associated with a processing facility versus ones that may be independent IPQ holders. I also wanted to note that we do have ADR data on custom processing of crab, but because in the past, EDR data has followed the rule of 5 for confidentiality. We mostly haven't been able to release this information. With the recent EDR amendment that the council recommended, that's shifted to a rule of 3. So I apologize for not getting this information into the paper, but we do have information on custom process IPQ through the EDRs. And we hope that we could include some of this information for the upcoming CRAB program review, since we can also display it in a way without affecting confidentiality restrictions. Another piece of the background information is in the paper provided profiles on the crab processing communities. So there's 6 communities that received deliveries of breasted bay red king crab, Bering Sea snow crab, Eastern Aleutian Island golden king crab, and Western Aleutian Island golden king crab between 2015 and 2022. So that's Adak, Akutan, Dutch Harbor in Alaska, King Cove, Kodiak, and St. Paul. And there's a section of the paper that provides a consolidated profile for each of these communities using existing sources. Moving into the impact analysis, alternative 1 represents status quo regulations. So processing facilities east of 174 west longitude would continue to be prohibited from using more than 60% of the IPQ issued for the EAG and WAI crab fisheries. This means that some unaffiliated IPQ holders and associated harvesters may not have the opportunity to process their EAG at a facility if it would exceed the cap. And this is what's described in the original proposals that the council received, in which unaffiliated IPQ holders wish to access a live market at Unisea and weren't able to because of this cap. So they need to identify a different facility to custom process with. In terms of the other alternative 3, under no action, custom processed IPQ for South Region snow crab, breasted bay red king crab, and Western AI golden king crab processed east of 174 west longitude would continue to count towards the cap unless it qualified through the ROFR exemption. And the 2023-24 season was an example of challenges with this cap for breasted bay red king crab. There was no snow crab fishery this last year, and a small breasted bay red king crab fishery opened with a TAC of 2.15 million pounds. And I spoke with some representatives of both the harvesting and processing sector, and they highlighted different operational decisions that they may have made in this past year had the caps not been in place. So both the harvesting and processing sector found these caps to be constraining under these low TAC conditions for red king crab. I also want to highlight and emphasize under alternative 1 that consolidation and loss of processors can still occur under the status quo. The use cap can provide market space for another processing facility, but it doesn't guarantee that a processing facility will be available. It doesn't prevent consolidation up to the cap levels, and even beyond the cap levels, if a processor chooses not to operate, crab could be stranded. And this was the concern for the Barradeye fisheries in 2016. So these decisions might be external to the use cap that we're talking about here. All right, moving on to the effects of alternative 2. This alternative would remove the EAG and WAI facility use cap. So it would allow additional custom processed IPQ at a facility near the cap. In recent years, that's been 2 to 4 processing facilities. The current caps are likely influencing the relative distribution of EAG IPQ between processing facilities and not the number of facilities. However, if the action is adopted, it would not prohibit all of the EAG IPQ from potentially being landed at one facility. This isn't expected in the near term, as the recent active facilities, both of them also hold IPQ, and it's expected that they would likely wish to continue processing their own IPQ. But overall, the impacts are highly dependent on external factors. If the WAI fishery remains closed, the action has no effect for this fishery. If it opens, the action could allow for more efficient deliveries and processing, especially if a TAC is small. Alternative 3 is exempting custom processed IPQ from the PQS IPQ use caps. This would allow processing facilities to process over the 30% use caps for those 3 species, with custom processed IPQ not counting towards the cap. It would align the application of these use caps across all crab fisheries. What would remain the same under the adoption of alternative 3 is a person's direct and indirect PQS and IPQ holdings would still count towards the 30% caps, and regionalization would still apply. We looked at the effects of alternative 2 and 3, kind of broken out by processors, harvesters, and communities. And these effects, although the actions are different, the expected effects of the action are relatively similar, so I'm going to present them together. So for processors, for both alternative 2 and 3, these actions are expected to increase net benefits and production efficiency at the processor sector level. Within that, though, there could be distributional impacts to the owners of the processing facilities because some may receive more deliveries and some less deliveries. It's expected to be beneficial to IPQ holders by potentially providing more custom processing market opportunities, such as this live crab market opportunity that was talked about in the proposals, and more competition for facilities. This is caveated, though, with unless the number of independent active facilities decreases. And this could be a result of this action or a result completely external to this action. But if the number of facilities decrease, there could be less competition and less market opportunities. Also, it's expected there'd be continued opportunities to enter into the processing market by purchasing or leasing PQS or accepting deliveries of B or C shares or CDQ crab. The expected impacts on harvesters look similar to those of unaffiliated IPQ holders. So if harvesters share matched with an unaffiliated IPQ holder, they could have more custom processed market opportunities and more competition for facilities, unless the number of facilities decrease due to this or external factors, and then they may have less market opportunities. For alternative 3, this action, as I talked about, would be expected to benefit the owners of crab processing facilities. And there's 2 types of scenarios where this might be the case. The first is if PQS IPQ use caps were an issue because the TAC was low or there were other factors that necessitated operational flexibility. The second kind of scenario is if there needs to be enough independently owned facilities to remain under the 30% cap. So if there aren't enough independently available facilities, then crab could be stranded. And this is the case whether there's small tax or not. There needs to be enough independently owned available processing facilities. So alternative 3 is expected to affect processors and harvesters in a similar way that alternative 2 does, meaning it could allow for more competition and market opportunities. In terms of communities, for processing communities, consolidation and movement out of communities can occur at the status quo. Impacts would only be realized to the extent that the action facilitates movements to or away from recent processing communities. So the impacts are difficult to predict here, but given current consolidation, marginal impacts are expected to be limited. It was highlighted in the AP, and I certainly agree with this point. There could be beneficial impacts to communities to the extent that, for instance, the adoption of alternative 3 allows for crab to not be stranded. That could have benefits to communities through tax revenue and additional landings in their community. In terms of management enforcement of these options, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement has consistently identified challenges with monitoring and enforcing these caps in particular. You have a complex web of affiliated entities, you have complex regulations with many nuanced exemptions. And due to this complexity, they're generally monitored and enforced at an ad hoc basis when issues are suspected. So we suspect that alternative 2 and 3 should reduce monitoring and enforcement burden. If adopted together, they would be consistent across fisheries, and monitoring enforcement would essentially be at the holder level with the adoption of alternative 2 and 3. And then finally, I'd also like to make a note in thinking about how these regulations might change if alternative 2 and 3 are adopted. Because there's a lot of different pieces of regulation related to these use caps. Alternative 2 would require the removal of a single standalone provision, but alternative 3 would trigger changes to provisions in several parts of 680. So the end result should be more clarity regarding the application of processor use caps and associated exemptions. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marinan. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Maybe I'll try one. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned some of the discussions that you had with operators this year, that this year's TAC for the red king crab was pretty symbolic of some of the challenges we may be facing in the future. You said that they may have considered different operational decisions if these regulations were in place or not in place. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on some of those challenges or the extent to which those were, more operational decisions, or I guess how far that went, and if operators were signaling that they could even be losing money at these TAC levels because of inefficiencies. Thanks.
Madam Chair, yeah. So some of the issues that I heard about were one processing entity was considering not operating this year, but because of the caps, they felt compelled to, because otherwise they were concerned that crab would be stranded. I don't know if that meant they lost money or not, but I think there's other considerations too when processors are choosing whether or not to operate. They also consider their relationship with the harvesters and wanting to preserve that relationship. So I think that was one point of consideration, was whether they could even choose not to operate and how that would affect the rest of the fishery. Another example that I heard was harvesters that share matched with a different processor needed to deliver very quickly in a different timeline than they had hoped. And that may have cost them more money and having to deliver to different facilities that were in different communities. And if the use caps weren't in play, they would maybe have more flexibility with the timing of when they delivered and where, and being more efficient in their deliveries in that way. And if some of those representatives are signed up to testify, they could probably be even more specific than that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's hear if there are any other questions for Ms. Marinan. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I think we'll move on to the AP report. As we do, remind members of the public to please sign up to testify if you wish to do so before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Wilkins, Vice Chair of the AP, for the record. Just wait for Ms. LaBelle to bring this up. Okay, on C2 crab facility use caps, the motion reads as follows. The AP recommends council take final action and select its preliminary preferred alternatives 2 and 3 as its final preferred alternatives shown below. Alternatives. Alternative 2, remove the EAG and WAI processing facility use caps at 50 CFR 680.7 A9. Alternative 3, exempt custom processing of Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with a South Region designation, Bristol Bay red king crab IPQ, and Western Aleutian Goldens IPQ processed east of 174 degrees west longitude from the PQS/IPQ and processing facility use caps under the program. Regionalization would still apply. And that motion passed 14-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. See if there are any questions on the AP report. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like we have 4 people signed up to testify on C2. As a reminder, companies and individuals will get 3 minutes, organizations and affiliations, 6 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen. If you exceed that time, I will give you a friendly reminder and ask you for a summary comment. Thanks. So we'll begin with testimony from Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, members of the council and chairman or chairwoman, chair. Anyway, this is an easy one for you guys. It's almost like a housekeeping motion or housekeeping issue. Unalaska has been in totally support of, we first started this in 2021 on alternative 2, and we were online supporting that. And we were happy to see in October that alternative 3 was added to the mix, especially with the situation we're in now with the low allocations on king crab and closed seasons on snow crab. This action is necessary due to the low crab allocations. There's no need for facility use caps on processing plants with such low quotas as we're experiencing on all the Bering Sea crab stocks at this time. The cap removal will open up more competition for crab deliveries and custom processing agreements with the Unalaska processing plants. It'll also be a great benefit to IPQ holders that don't own a processing plant. These IPQ holders control like about 25% of the Eastern Golden King crab IPQs, as well as significant amounts of snow crab and red king crab IPQs. The benefit to Unalaska is that the processing plants will be able to keep more processing opportunities in Unalaska without the caps. It'll reduce labor costs at processing facilities during low periods of allocation by not having to have all the plants having to run. They might be able to make agreements at like in this last red crab season, we had 2 million pounds, and I think we had two plants operated, and I think it's I wouldn't think there'd be any more consolidation, but you'd have to see what happens. Hopefully we'll start seeing an upward trend on these crab stocks. With additional IPQ delivered in Unalaska, it'll increase revenues for the community and also be very beneficial to the Unalaska support sector businesses that work with the crab fleet. We'll benefit from the sale of fuel, other goods and services that they purchase in the community. This will also increase the shipping of seafood on the local docks, which will increase work for the local longshoremen. The removal of the facility caps will be beneficial to companies that are working on the Golden King crab live shipments that have had issues with the caps in the past. There could be other different product types that will be available to people to work on, possibly cook crab that's sent out, flown out for white tablecloth restaurants, things like that. Like I said, this is a non-controversial issue as far as we've heard. No objections at the various meetings on this issue, and we would urge the council to move this forward for final action at this meeting. I guess I would have a comment for National Marine Fisheries Service. this could get done maybe by October of 2024 before next year's fisheries hopefully start. I know that could be an issue, and I'd like to thank Sarah for her work on this project over the last few years. So we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see if there are any questions for you, Mr. Kelty. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Kelty. I'm wondering, facility use caps, among other things, are viewed as a protection to communities that house processors. And I'm wondering if you wanted to sort of comment on that relative to the action in front of us right now.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we've seen in the past is IPQ holders that don't have a processing plant. If you have if you have 3 or 4 plants in a community and only 3 are at their cap amount, you know, their negotiations for processing their product could be on the low end compared to without more people interested in doing a processing agreement. So that's one reason I think that would be beneficial to our community, because we've had instances in the past where they were going to take their crap somewhere else, to have it, you know, to King Cove or possibly Acatan to get processed because they weren't happy with what they had to pay to get their custom processing done.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Appreciate it. So next up is Steve Miner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Hopefully this is the last time I come to talk to you about this one. I agree with Frank. It's pretty straightforward. You've heard from me over the last 2.5 years about the impact on golden king crab, which is a fishery that I have significant investment in, and we've been hampered in our ability to pursue live markets. And really, there isn't a competitive custom processing market. We have to go wherever there's room under the cap, and we would like some room to innovate and grow. I do want to maybe address something that was raised earlier with staff, and that's what happened this last season. I was managing about 14% of all the red crab IPQ for another entity. And because of these caps, we had to send the fleet to 3 different plants because of the restrictions of the caps. And for such a small fishery, it was highly inefficient. The 3 different plants have different grading systems. The 3 different plants have different custom processing costs, and the amount of inefficiency and the loss of time and money in trying to administer this for no particularly positive reason is exactly why we're here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for Mr. Miner. Thank you for your time. So next up is John Yanni, and I think he's joining us remotely.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
We can, yes.
Thank you. Members of the council, Madam Chair, this is John Yanni testifying on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association. We are comprised of primary processing plants and other entities like CDQ groups that hold processing quota share in the crab program, crab fisheries. We are also support the council of adopting alternatives 2 and 3 for the reasons you read in staff analysis. Our letter of comment letter supports that. And I also would like to address some of the tactical problems that happened with the small red crab season that we just finished. Because of the caps and because of the inability to use custom processing agreements, which would allow processing plants to process other PQS holders, because of the use caps, each PQS holder had to that owns a processing plant had to fly a crew up, a special crew up just for this little bit of crab. One company only processed about 250,000 pounds. That's not a successful financial arrangement to have to fly a crew all the way to remote Alaska to do such a small amount of crab. If custom processing agreements were exempted from the use caps as envisioned in alternative 3, those costs would have been avoided and more efficiencies would have occurred. So I think it really falls under the rubric of adding the flexibility that the council has already added to every other commercial crab program species to bring it into line with the current state of regulations. And as we move forward into what looks like a period of small crab quotas, that flexibility is going to provide at least some assistance to all PQS holders, not just those who own plants, but some who have to find a place to have their crab custom processed. So for all those reasons, we support the council moving ahead with alternatives 2 and 3, and we appreciate actually the staff's analysis, and we appreciate the council with its busy agenda taking up this issue at this time. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Looks like we have one, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Yanni. And since you're representing an association of crab processors, I just wondered if you had any input about, or any concern expressed about the fact that these exemptions for custom processing would still be in place if and when tax ever increased. So for Bristol Bay red king crab, for Apelio crab, which clearly weren't put in this category originally because of their really large biomass. And so you mentioned that enough that I thought it was related enough to your testimony that I could see if any concern was expressed under that issue.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, for your question. I think it really is exacerbated by the smaller tax going forward. Before, when red king crab tax were larger, and certainly when Opelio tax were what they were, there was enough of a scale of industry, if you will, to justify separate crab crews at all the processing locations, such that there was still custom processing done, but there wasn't the need to have flexibility to the custom processing agreements. If tax resumed those levels, I suspect maybe there would be reason for the council to revisit it. But I don't know what the right level is. I think the use of custom processing agreements, which as we've said in prior testimony, can be monitored by the council to see whether or not there are impacts, unforeseen impacts, like what Mr. Twite alluded to in his question, Mr. Kelty. So I think as the council kind of goes forward, if in fact it chooses to allow the flexibility of using custom processing agreements outside the use caps, it will be able to determine whether there are unforeseen impacts if the crab quotas rise to these pretty low levels.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our last testifier is Gretar Goodmanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I really don't want to get into a lot of details. Just say that I support this motion coming up. I think it's entirely necessary at this time and place. I kind of worry about some of the unintended consequences, and I don't know what they are, but we'll find out. But I think it's really needed at the moment. But what happens in the future, I'm not sure. But that's all I want to say. I support this, and I think it's needed for now.
Thank you. Mr. Dam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. I just wanted to clarify your support, that your testimony is supporting the AP motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Goodmanson, just because people online might not know this, but you're speaking from a harvester's perspective on this issue. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, harvester perspective, but I think maybe some of those unintended consequences may affect the harvester a little less than some of these custom processors, but like I say, we'll find out soon enough.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you much.
Appreciate it. So that concludes our public testimony on agenda item C2. We will take a very short stand down. We're going to try for 2 minutes here. We have a little bit of time to make up, and I will see if we have council member ready to take action. So let's just stand down for 2 minutes and come back at 1:55. Council, please come back to order. Thank you. So we've received staff presentation on C2. We've heard from our advisory panel and have received public testimony. Is the council interested in taking action on C2? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a motion that's been sent to council staff, and it reads, the council recommends alternative 2 and 3 as its preferred alternatives. Alternative 2, remove the Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab and Western Aleutian Islands. Sorry, trying to find the right. Red King crab processing facility use caps at 50 CFR 680.7 paragraphs A9. An alternative 3, exempt custom processing of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with a South region designation, Bristol Bay Red King crab IPQ and Western Aleutian Islands Golden King crab IPQ process east of 174 degrees west longitude from the PQS, IPQ, and processing facility use caps under the program. Regionalization would still apply. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the quick second, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My task is fairly straightforward here today. We've had extensive and really excellent analysis of this issue and really helpful stakeholder input on this. And both action alternatives that I've included in this motion are the same alternatives identified in the preliminary preferred alternative and unanimously supported by the advisory panel. As we've heard, I think this motion is responsive to the issues identified in the purpose and need for this action as the alternatives that provide additional flexibility for IPQ holders, processing facilities, and harvesters that participate in the affected fisheries. As we've discussed and demonstrated in the analysis, many IPQ holders do not own a processing facility and rely on custom processing agreements with plants to get the crab processed. And exempting custom processing from counting toward caps on the amount of crab that individual facilities can process provides IPQ holders with a larger potential market to custom process their crab. In addition, this motion recognizes that the cost structure of the fishery overall is very different under the current low tax that we have for these for the subject crab fisheries. And under the status quo, 4 processors are required to operate in order to process the crab in these fisheries. And that is simply not economically viable for the very low amounts of crab, given the high costs of operating a processing facility in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The action alternatives in the motion not only allow for more custom processing opportunities, but also benefit the processing sector overall by not forcing more facilities than are needed to process relatively small tax. And use caps guarantee a market space, but they cannot guarantee that a processor is viable as reviewed in the analysis and presented today in the staff presentation. And the effects on communities and community sustainability of the alternatives in the preferred alternative I'm proposing are expected to be minimal. Most, if not all, of the IPQ will be processed in the same communities where it has recently been processed. And this action would help to ensure that all available quota has an opportunity to be processed, which benefits communities because quota is less likely to be stranded. And since this is final action, Madam Chair, I just also wanted to speak to the proposed action in the motion would be responsive to all national standards, but I feel that it would be particularly responsive to national standards 1, 5, and 7, particularly national standard 1, alternative 3 in particular, providing an exemption to a regulatory constraint and aiding participants in the Bristol Bay Red King crab, Bering Sea snow crab, and Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab achieve optimum yield from those fisheries by facilitating the harvesting and processing of entire tax. National Standard 5, to consider efficiency and the utilization of fishery resources. Both action alternatives are expected to improve processing efficiency, as spoken to earlier, and National Standard 7 to minimize costs and avoid unnecessary application. Again, both action alternatives are expected to reduce resources needed to monitor and enforce the use cap regulations. And this is consistent with National Standard 7. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Not seeing any. Are there any amendments to the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm offering the deeming amendment. I move that the following language be inserted into the motion. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under section 303C are consistent with these instructions. With a second, I can briefly speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I explained in the previous final action that we took, previous agenda item, the council has a choice of two different deeming alternatives, but does need to specify one or the other. And in this case, as the last one, I recommend the council adopt the alternative of designating the deeming function to yourself and the executive director, as it seems to me to be quite clear that we understand the nature of the likely regulations that will be drafted to implement this.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a comment that I'll be in support of the amendment, and thanks to Ms. Baker for putting the motion forward. Oh, is this on the amendment? Oh, sorry.
I'm just questioning whether or not.
I'd like to
the
say I
previous chair
really
used-
support this amendment. I think it's solid
I was trying to
and
run through
unique,
very quick.
and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Tway.
Sounds very, very familiar to another one we heard today. So any opposition to the amendment? Okay, seeing none. That amendment passes without opposition. So now we're on to the main motion. Ms. Kimball.
Apologies for jumping the gun. I will support the motion, and just to be very brief, I think this seems somewhat perfunctory, but it's a real issue for harvesters and for processors in the Bering Sea crab fisheries. I think we've heard even in the previous agenda item how difficult and challenging these fisheries are right now, and it's great to have a small tack available. Certainly welcome. Hopefully we have an apelio tack in the near future as well, but it does create a really different kind of challenge and change to the way these fisheries operate. And I just think this is very responsive to try to make a more workable fishery, which includes a viable processing sector. It includes competitive markets available for fishermen, for people with IPQ, but no processing facility to find a place to custom process. And overall to avoid stranding that small crab tack when a small tack is available. So I think it's a worthwhile effort. I feel like there weren't very many comments or discussions or engagement with the analysts because we did just see this in October. So everyone's very familiar with the analysis. And I think it was a really robust analysis for this issue. So I'm in support, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Thank you for all of your work on this motion, Ms. Baker. So with that, I think we need a roll call vote. Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the roll on the motion for C2 with alternatives 2 and 3 identified as preferred alternative. Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Sakata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Seaborn.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
And Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously 11-0.
Any further action on C2? Okay. Seeing none, I think we're ready to move on to C3. Dr. Stram is here to introduce our groundfish specs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. Diana Stram, council staff, and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Coordinator. I'm just going to walk you through the order of presentations and the presenters that you'll be hearing from under this agenda item. The first items that you'll take up are the ecosystem status reports. You'll be receiving those for the Aleutian Islands, the Bering Sea, and the Gulf under this agenda item. For the Aleutian Islands, Dr. Yvonne Ortiz will come up first to present that ESR. For the Bering Sea, Dr. Ebet Sitton will be coming up. And for the Gulf, Dr. Bridget Ferris will come up. Once we've completed those reports, we have a report from the joint plan teams, the BSAI and the Gulf plan teams that meet together. That report also contains the Alaska-wide sablefish assessment, and Dr. Jimmy Anelli, the co-chair of the Gulf team, will be available to present that. We also have other remote presenters online. Following that is the Bering Sea Plan Team report by Dr. Steve Barbeau. Again, we will have our co-chairs, Dr. Clay Shotwell and Dr. Cindy Trabuzio are also on the line throughout these agenda items remotely. And at the end of the Bering Sea Plan Team report, I have several slides to walk you through the actions before the council under this agenda item. So I won't go through that at this point. We'll just go straight into the reports from the ESRs, beginning with the Aleutian Islands from Dr. Ortiz.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you all again and smiling. I'll be presenting to you the report for the Aleutian Islands for this year. And I would like to acknowledge my co-editor, Stephanie Stador, and then, of course, all the contributors without whom this report would not be possible. This is a one-slide summary. I'm not going through this summary. I'm just using it as an outline. So I will walk you through the risk tables and then cover a couple of three noteworthies, and we'll be spending a little bit of time there. Then I'll run through the current conditions, the multi-year patterns that we are seeing, and then the implications for that. This year, we had two risk tables. One was the Aleutian Islands Pacific cod, and that would remain at level 2. And the reason for remaining at level 2 are the persistent warm conditions, but also it's highly related to its life history. So Pacific cod has a very narrow optimal range of temperatures for the eggs to hatch, and that is 3 to 6, and I will cover that in a noteworthy. They are also single batch spawners, so they only get one chance at laying those eggs, as opposed to other species who have which have several. The increased and sustained warm conditions means that they have increased bioenergetic costs, so the cost of living is higher. The cost of growing, feeding, pooping, having sex, swimming around is higher. So they need to either consume prey that has higher caloric content or consume more prey for them to make up for that. That's what increased bioenergetic costs mean. And then what we've seen also, I'm showing in the noteworthy, is that their diets have changed such that there is now a lower proportion of fish in their diets. And that lower proportion of fish is related to a lower prey quality, resulting in a reduced fish condition. And finally, that reduction in fish is related to a decreased consumption of ADCA mackerel. So that's why we kept level 2. Then we did northern rockfish, and that one remained at level 1. And if you see, they also have warm conditions, of course, and they also have a lower average fish condition. In and of itself, those two reasons are not enough to bump it to level 2. So the reason it remains in level 1 is because of the differences in their life history. For northern rockfish, as for all the other rockfish in the Aleutians, or mostly, the eggs hatch internally. That means that the eggs are never exposed to the environment. They can never be eaten. They are not submitted and subjected to ups and downs in temperatures or carried away by currents. They are live bearers. So the small fish are released in April through June. These are very long-lived species, 80 to 100 years old. And a recent paper that did some molecular studies evaluated their genetics and found that the first year is highly influential in their genetic composition. So much so that their genetics is particularly related to whatever conditions were during their first year. And if you have fish that live 100 years old, that means that potentially you have 100 different genetic compositions, or different suites that account for 100 different environmental conditions. So that builds a portfolio that is not available to several other species with a shorter lifespan. And then, even though they may compete with Eastern Kamchatka pink salmon, we actually don't see any effect in their age structure or anything like that. So there seemed to be no apparent adverse effect, at least on northern rockfish. So that's why they remained on level 1. For the first noteworthy, I'd like to explain some of the large-scale sea surface temperature patterns. And in the past, I've been reporting on this step increase that we've seen in the Aleutian Islands in terms of the increased sea surface temperature and increase in bottom temperature. So it's an increase in the entire water column, but this is specifically for sea surface temperatures. And what we see is that in the entire North Pacific, the step change is noticeable or has happened in the annual mean sea surface temperature in 2013 and 2014. In particular, if you look at the box noted at the top, that's the northern North Pacific, which includes the Aleutian Islands, CBS, and Gulf of Alaska. And on the bottom, you can see the plots and showing that step increase starting in 2013, 2014. So it's across the board and across the North Pacific, not just in the Aleutian Islands. Now, what these changes in sea surface temperature mean is that old patterns or old reference spatiotemporal patterns are no longer as significant. So if you think of the coast from the California to the Alaska Peninsula, and you think of a spatial pattern that covers, your heat map or your heat surface temperatures that was based from 93 to 1950, and you see at the spatial pattern that you have now, and your reference is this one, then you're losing all the information that is over here. That's what it means when it's saying that an old indicator is not giving you as much information as it used to, because the spatial pattern has shifted and you're not capturing it. So we need to keep up with finding and following these newer indicators so that we can keep up with the most, with those that reflect the current conditions the most. So the bottom right plot just shows the satellite data from the Aleutian Islands that is just coherent with this analysis of this step increase in surface temperature. The second noteworthy relates to the vulnerability of the commercial groundfish. I did not include crab here, so don't ask me about crab. That's not me, right? I can try again, but all right. So the key temperatures, the most vulnerable one is Pacific cod. And the reason for that is because the narrow range, 3 degrees to 6 degrees for successful eggs hatching. That's in January through May, so that's winter. We don't really have a direct indicator for winter temperatures. But if you look at the left, there's mooring data from 2001 and 2002. And what I want you to see is that in some places, there's quite a seasonal signal. There's quite a change between winter and summer. But if you look at Segwam, the middle plot, it almost remains the same if you look at Segwam North, for example, throughout the year. Almost no difference between summer and winter. That means that for some areas, we can actually use the bottom temperature from the survey to estimate what the conditions might be in winter for some areas. Now, the maximum temperature that we've recorded from the bottom survey is 6.6 degrees. That is above the threshold from 3 to 6. So that means that we've already passed it. Not often, just a few times, so it's not a huge thing yet, but we've already crossed that threshold. The other thing that I want to notice, comment on is that if you look for the plots that do have a seasonal variability, you'll notice that July and August are not the warmest month. The warmest month is actually September. So whatever we measure in the survey in summer, you can still expect a little bit higher. So that 6.6 is only the maximum in the bottom survey. It's not the maximum throughout the year that we've seen. The second most vulnerable species is Atka mackerel, and that is because it nests in very shallow areas. And now I will guide you to the plot that is on the bottom right, and you can see the sea surface temperature on the bright blue, and then the temperature at different depths from 15 to 65 meters. And you can see there's about a buffer of 3 degrees between the sea surface temperature and 15 meters. At mackerel, the most shallow nests were found at 34 meters, but you can still take about 3 degrees off from the sea surface temperature. So the warmest sea surface temperature recorded throughout the year is 13.39. If we take 3 degrees out of that, that would be 10.39. 10.39, still below the maximum temperature for nesting, 10.7. So it seems that we have not crossed that threshold. The last noteworthy is about changes in Pacific cod diet, and this responds to the SSC asking about what mechanistic explanations can we look at to why the Western Aleutian Islands or other systems are not doing so well. And what we did was we chose the diets from Pacific cod, which is an apex predator. So it eats similar prey to stellar sea lions, harbor seals, Pacific halibut. And what you can see on the bottom plot is yellows and oranges representing invertebrates, blues, fish. Pink is the amount of total prey consumption as a percentage of prey weight, of predator weight. What you can see is from the beginning to the end of the time series, there's a decrease in the amount of fish. And what you can also see is that the amount of prey itself is also decreasing. On the right, you can see the condition of the fish. And when the prey proportion is high on fish, they have above average condition. When the proportion of prey is lower on fish, then that condition factor goes down. Even when they have similar consumption, the pink line, for example, 2004 versus 2014, the difference in the composition of the diet means that even with the same amount of food eaten, one is above the average, the other one is below the average. So, that's it for the effects in Pacific cod, and we can, we may expect some of those changes reflecting in other species as well. This trend, I'm showing the average here, but in the Western Aleutians, it's much steeper. And east of Samalga, you actually don't see this trend. East of Samalga, actually, prey consumption did increase, and the condition factor is the only place where it actually went positive in 2022. I'm going to go a little faster now for the current conditions. This winter was the warmest on record, but the summer was actually cooler. So that was actually a nice reprieve from the previous years when it's actually been way above or where it's been under moderate heat wave conditions. And these plots actually just show the same. If you look at the beginning of the plots, there's quite a bit of yellow there that indicates moderate heat wave conditions, whereas towards the middle of the curve, you see the line close to the average, and then again, warming up again. But that decrease in temperature does give a reprieve in terms of how much food they should be eating. So there's a chance that it might help, for example, the condition factor, or just a rest from the increased temperatures. As far as eddy kinetic energy, which we use to as a proxy for transport, it was below average across the board and across all regions. So we expect lower transport of heat, salt, and nutrients. And then for satellite-derived chlorophyll, which is a proxy for phytoplankton biomass, it's also below the average for this year. And what I would like to note is that if you look at the bottom plot, we see a negative trend in spring phytoplankton biomass across the time series. For zooplankton data coming from the continuous plankton recorder, we have lower amount of zooplankton, both in terms of the size of the copepods that are now available, and then in terms of the biomass of the mesozooplankton. And then when we look at seabirds as indicators of what the foraging conditions are, on the left, you can see several time series for reproductive success. Above the gray line is the Western Aleutian Islands, below the gray lines, the Eastern Aleutian Islands. And what is relevant here is actually just to look at the direction of those time series. Some go up and down for the Western Aleutian, that denotes mixed conditions. In the Eastern Aleutians, all of them are actually above average. So that means that in the Eastern Aleutians, foraging conditions were adequate and across the board, whereas in the Western Aleutians, there are mixed foraging conditions. The bottom plots, the pie charts on the bottom, show in purple fish and in blue squid. So the first pie chart is for the Eastern Aleutian Islands, and it shows 86% of capelin in the diets. And this actually coincides with an increase of capelin in the Western Gulf of Alaska, which Dr. Ferris will be telling you about. But for the Western Aleutians, you see squid, being present in both diets, but also in horned puffins diets, you see Atka mackerel. So that means that maybe Atka mackerel might be having a good recruitment year. As for community relevant indicators, at the top, we have harmful algal blooms. And this year they went up again. They had been pretty low last year. And this year they were 3.7 times above the level that is considered potentially fatal in humans. Of course, if it's fatal for humans, it means that it can be fatal for several other organisms. And related to this, there were 150 carcasses recovered in the area for shearwaters, actually, found between the docks and the boats. So very close to, to the shore, which is rare because these species are typically offshore. And they were sent for testing for avian influenza, which is, the global concern that is right now spreading for all birds and seabirds around the globe. They tested negative, so it's not influenza, and we are waiting to see, what the results would be for HABs as they are planned to be tested for toxins this year. And then we have for school enrollment, unfortunately, it has continued to decrease both in ADAC and in Unalaska. In ADAC, it might be presumably related to the closure of the plant. In Unalaska, it might be a combination of still not recovering from the COVID trend when it really decreased, and other factors that may be affecting enrollment at school as opposed to homeschooling. Finally, for the forecast for next year, we are currently in El Nino conditions, which started in June. And there's a 62% chance that we'll continue in those conditions through the spring of next year. Warm conditions for the Western Aleutians, and if you look at the maps in winter, January, March, there's about 0.5 to 1 degree increase in temperature with respect to the with respect to the 1982 2010 temperatures. And then for March to May, it would actually, decrease a little bit up to 0.5 degree. So improving conditions across the Aleutians compared to winter. As for multi-year patterns, I'm just showing several graphs that actually show what the several indicators that coincide with this step increase or with the increase of salmon. It's a little bit hard to pinpoint whether it's 2009 is a step time or 2013 is a step time. But you can see across the board off shelf zooplankton and satellite sea chlorophyll. So phytoplankton biomass has been decreasing, and we can see this in the Gulf of Alaska and the Eastern Bering Sea as well in several areas. So this is not just Aleutian Islands. This is also something, a tune happening in the Gulf of Alaska and Eastern Bering Sea. And then we can see the condition factor also, that has decreased for several of the species in the Aleutian Islands. So there's a wide range of effects connected to this increase in temperature. It's not just the eggs, it's across the board, from what they eat and how much weight they gain and through the food web. Then for wild Eastern Kamchatka pink salmon, we can see that, if you look at the last bar column over there and the top plot, this is the third highest on record year for abundance of pink salmon. The dots actually represent the biomass, but you can see that it pretty much follows what the trend is in abundance in terms of the number of fish. And then we see a repercussion in other aspects of the ecosystem in terms of that biennial pattern. The fact that you can see the biennial pattern doesn't necessarily mean that there's an adverse effect. So if you look at the middle plot on the right, you can see puffin data. Hatch time has that biennial pattern. However, we don't see that pattern in reproductive success. So yes, it's affecting its hatch time, but it has no relationship to the reproductive success. And likewise for Pacific Ocean perch on the bottom on the left, we can see that biennial pattern in H3 all the way to ages 18. So this has been happening for a while. But again, in the overall biomass, we don't see that biennial pattern, and actually POP have been increasing. So there's no adverse effect that we can note. There might be skinnier, but if you saw Ian Stewart's talk on Pacific halibut and how the biomass had decreased, there's a difference between the biomass decreasing, just the fish being skinnier, and the numbers decreasing. And in this case, you want to worry about the numbers decreasing, because if there are the same fish, but skinny, they're surviving. You're just getting a little bit less of your money, because you have less catch. But they're all surviving, as opposed to numbers going down. And then no matter how fat they get, they would have to make up a lot of biomass in their weight to actually make up the loss in numbers. So that's what's relevant here. No change in biomass and the numbers actually okay. Finally, we have the rockfish and POP and northern rockfish as main pelagic foragers. And again, I want to concentrate on the bottom figure. And that's based on stock assessments. So forget the surveys. Let's go straight to the stock assessments, 1991 to 2022. In purple, rockfish, POP, and northern rockfish. In blue, Atka mackerel and pollock. And if you look at the beginning of the time series in 1992, there's roughly about 60% of Atka mackerel and pollock. And at the end of the time series, that is sort of reverse. It's 60% POP and northern rockfish, 40% Atka mackerel and pollock. Now, what does that mean? On one hand, if you look at the right, you'll see that the area occupied by POP has increased. So that means that the competition, special competition, is higher for Atka mackerel and POP. POP, by moving into a larger area, they are displacing other species. And then if you look at the mean lifespan how much, those fish are gonna stick around. Rockfish are gonna stick around for the next 80, 100 years because that's how long they live. Now, if you think, for example, of a stock portfolio where you have $100 million, it means that before you used to have 40 million in bonds that were 80 to 100 years, and the rest were in bonds that were 15 to 20 years. Now you have 60% in bonds that are 80 years or 100, and 40 in those that are 15 to 20. So the dynamism, or the, how much you have available to trade between those more fluid or more highly variable life histories is less, because you have 60% locked in 80 to 100. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Actually, that brings stability to the system. It means that you can rely on having that rockfish sticking around. But it does mean that if you are thinking that conditions are going to go back to what it was what they were in the 1990s, there's very little chance that would happen. A lot of things would have to change for that to go that way, particularly if you think of the next, say 5 years. You can reliably count on those conditions staying that way. And that's essentially what it means when I say that there's a transition from rockfish, from in the system, where now rockfish and pink salmon are the main zooplankton route to the food web, with the addition that pink salmon, since it's not getting fished, it's Kamchatka salmon, and what is fished in Alaska is mostly Gulf of Alaska pink salmon. All the energy that the East Kamchatka pink salmon eat essentially goes back to Eastern Kamchatka to nourish the wetlands, the riparian systems, and their forests. So it doesn't go unused at the Earth level, but at the Alaska level, it does mean that that energy in zooplankton that is produced in the Aleutian Islands is being exported to the Eastern Kamchatka area. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz, for your presentation. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That was so helpful. I had missed maybe one of your key points back on your earlier slide, slide 5, on the key temperature range for Pacific cod. And I thought one of the take homes I was supposed to be getting was that one of the reasons the risk table had increased to level 2 for AIP cod was that we were outside of that range. At least the optimal temperature range for egg hatch success, but I didn't actually see that, unless I'm reading this wrong, in the figure. So I was trying to understand if you're saying that we are outside of that range, or there've only been a couple times that we're outside of that range. I'm trying to understand your point.
Well, first off, it didn't increase to level 2. It was level 2 last year. So it just remained at level 2. We don't have a direct estimate of winter temperature. So what I did was extrapolate what we have from data that we do have. And what we do have is mooring data that shows that in some areas, the temperature remains the same all year long. The top temperature that we've had is 6.6 from the bottom survey, which happens in July and August. So you can expect that to be a little bit higher in September. So even if it's 7 degrees, for example, that would be 1 degree above that threshold. And you're right, I apologize, I wrote here how many times it had exceeded that temperature in 2016, but 6.6 was also reached in 2022. But just like, I think it was only twice in all the stations of the survey, but it does mean that we did surpass that level last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Ortiz. There's a couple of ways that you showed things in here that just made it much easier for me to sort of grasp the significance, and I really appreciate that you're continuing to work at that. One of them is the pink salmon observation, and just beginning to think about it as the presence of salmon as being energy exporters from marine ecosystem to terrestrial. And it just got me wondering, I see just from your graph that it's certainly increased pretty dramatically from a pretty long period of time when biomass, and therefore I assume there's a pretty direct kind of one-to-one, the biomass that's leaves is the energy that leaves essentially. I then just started to wonder do we have even the remotest idea of what that amount of energy, say in those recent three high cycle years, what proportion of the total energy that's moving around in the system that represents? Do we?
No idea. What I can tell you, because I actually don't have an estimate of the total energy. So, that's a surprise question. But what I can tell you is that even if you just look at the graphs, it's a little bit hard to pinpoint a year, right? But we know that there's a negative trend on the chlorophyll, for example. So if you look at the anomalies, that is the difference for each year when you compare it to the average of the long time series. You can see that in 2010, that's when that's the last time that it was sort of average, and thereafter, the anomaly is negative. Whether it's a coincidence just in the trend that it just happened to happen in 2010, that is, close to the year where pink salmon actually really increased. I've done no statistical analysis. Likewise, if you look at the catch at age of age 2 at Mackerel, so something that you would it's not even sampling for anything for pink salmon, right? These are just the catches for at Mackerel, and it just happens to be the youngest ones that we catch, which would be, generally the most affected. The younger they are, the more you can see the environmental variability. And if you look at when that number in general of catch at age 2 really starts decreasing and remains low, is in 2010. So it might be affecting at Mackerel, maybe, but again, I have not conducted a statistical analysis. So right now it's all eyeballing, to be honest, but you can certainly see some places where it does play out and it does have a significant effect, and some places where it doesn't. We didn't have all the indicators this year, but if you remember in the past, seabird bycatch also tends to vary biennially. So whether the fish, the shearwaters in particular, are going more aggressively after the baited, hooks, and that's why it's driving the bycatch up, is a potential, cause, but again, no statistical analysis. So I'm sorry to say that I can't outright answer your question, but there are some indications that even though this has been happening for a long time, 2009, we might have crossed a threshold where it's just being passed on a little bit heavier in the ecosystem.
Thanks. That's really helpful. Another one of your sort of analogies that helped me understand things better was as you were discussing the change in the sort of the overall structuring of the primary components of the ecosystem between different fish groups and the concept that now, as we seem to have moved into a time when POP and rockfish are the primary components, and they have very different life history characteristics than Atkin mackerel and pollocks. They're switching from the shorter lived to the longer lived, and what that implies about stability. It got me wondering whether that might, and this is just be totally speculative, I guess, but whether before there was large scale fishing in the Aleutians, again, you know, in the foreign fleet years, when there was, I think, a lot of targeting of rockfish in those fisheries, is it possible that that period of time, that less regulated sort of growing fishery period of time, removed enough rockfish to allow the Aleutian Island ecosystem to at least temporarily switch to an Atkin mackerel pollock dominated one, and that it's taken this long for it to return to what the longer term equilibrium is?
Are you asking me to confirm your speculation?
I'm just asking if it's even worthwhile having that kind of speculation. Is there anything in there that helps us
To
understand?
be honest, you know, I discussed this with some of the stock assessment authors, and that's what we think, that the decrease by the foreign fleets of POP opened a niche, an ecological niche of opportunity by which Atkin mackerel and walleye pollock just increased. And now that the stocks are actually recovered, the rockfish stocks are actually recovering, then it's not like we're changing to, you know, I mean, it's a transition of the system, but in those terms, not necessarily a new state. It's just that we don't have data going that far that can confirm what it was like. But that, you know, we do think that it's a recovery of northern rockfish and POP, not a sudden, you know, increase, unexplained, like, you know, what is happening with pink salmon, for example. You know, we know that it's related to climate change, but I don't think that it's pinpointed what are the actual triggers of that increase in biomass. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions for you at this point. Thank you.
Thank you
very much for your presentation and all of your work. So, Dr. Siddon. Right. Sorry, I wasn't. Are they ready? Are you ready? I'm sorry. No, that's all right. I was just looking at your slide.
Oh, good. This has allowed you to read some names. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Siddon. I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center based in Juneau, and I lead the ecosystem status report for the Eastern Bering Sea. As always, we start by thanking all of our contributors. So for the Bering Sea report this year, the agency icons are listed on the left, and all of the individual contributors there on the right. This year, 110 people contributed to the Bering Sea report. So this presentation that I'll give you leverages a lot of expertise, and we appreciate their willingness to provide it and in such rapid turnaround. Almost all of it is 2023 information for your use and in decision-making this week. So we're very grateful. And also, I'll just note you have the in briefs in front of you for each of the three regions, and those are meant to be hopefully a sort of rapid communication that's also effective to kind of summarize each of these reports. And we thank the communications program at AFSC for helping us pull those together. All right, here's the outline for my talk today. I will start with the risk table scores for the stocks that had full assessments in the Bering Sea, and then the one noteworthy topic for the Bering Sea report this year. And then I'll give you an ecosystem assessment and some thoughts on the implications of that for first the southeastern Bering Sea and then the northern Bering Sea. This split between the different assessments was in part in response to a request by the SSC. Now that we have started to have more surveys in the northern Bering Sea and that extension of the bottom trawl survey, can we start to provide different time series and interpret those data sets independently? And so this is an attempt to start that with those time series available now. Okay, here are the risk table scores for the stocks in the Bering Sea. Also want to thank each of these stock assessment authors. We meet with them individually and we go through all of the ecosystem information that we think is particular to their stocks. And then we make these recommendations just for the ecosystem considerations columns of their risk tables. So for at the top there, you'll see pollock and yellowfin sole both received a level 2 this year. Those are up from level 1 recommendations last year. Again, in response to an SSC request, the risk tables are now out of 3 levels, not 4. That second level definition for the ecosystem column is that we have multiple indicators that are showing consistent adverse signals, either at the same level of the stock or up or down a level. So either in their prey or in their competitors or predators. So for both pollock and yellowfin, that was met, and you'll see the data behind those in the full presentation. For Pacific cod and sablefish, those stocks also have an ESP. So those meetings with the assessment authors also included Dr. Clay Shotwell. So the coordination between the 2 documents, the ESRs and the ESPs, happens through those meetings. And then we draft that ecosystem consideration information for those stocks together so that there's no duplication and there's coherency between the information coming from both reports. Those both received level 1s. The skates and octopus, both fairly data limited stocks, but for what we had available, did not feel there were increased concerns for either of those stocks at this time. Okay, I'll move to the one noteworthy topic in the Bering Sea report this year. This was a collaboration with Dr. Jim Thorson at the Alaska Center to try to quantitatively link the discrete indicators that are in the report card every year. You've seen these report cards, these ticker tapes, and this was an attempt to see if we could link them. How do they relate to each other? How might a change in sea ice affect the pelagic forager guild? And so this approach is called a dynamic structural equation model. It started with a conceptual diagram. How do we think these different things are connected? And then analytically, Dr. Thorson ran the dynamic structural equation model, and it outputs the strength and the direction of the connections. So are they positive or negative, and how strong are those connections? So in the next slide, I'll just put this up here. Communications program helped put this together in a diagram for you. A couple of advantages to this approach. One is that the dynamic structural equation model can accommodate if you have missing years in your time series. So if you have a biennial survey, it can estimate that value in the year that you missed the survey. It also can project the next year forward. So we anticipate this could be a tool we use alongside the spring peak meeting that we hold at the Alaska Center in April or May. When we start to have information on the previous winter sea ice and the cold pool extent, we could start to forecast the rest of the aspects of the ecosystem and just see if there are sort of hot spots of areas that are showing high or low that we should pay particular attention to in the coming year. Having presented this to the SSC, they've requested us to focus on maybe a species-specific application of this approach for next year. So we've already got some ideas there. So I'll just point you to a couple of the different arrows here to help wrap your head around it. So if you start on the top right at sea ice, we thought sea ice was related to cold pool extent. And it is, it's got a positive value there, not so much to pay attention to the actual numbers in this case study, but saying when we have more sea ice, we have a larger cold pool extent. That kind of a connection made sense to us. There were connections that didn't make as much sense to us. So if you look in the center where it says forage fish, that connection to common MERS, that is a fish eating seabird, and it's their reproductive success, was negative, saying when there is more forage fish, we have lowered reproductive success of common MERS. And it gets at this sort of push and pull between looking at guilds and looking at species, individual species dynamics. So that's, I think, where we will focus our attention for next year, is to dive into the forage fish guild, try to tease apart things like herring and capelin that are both in that aggregate index. We know they have alternating years, but trends between warm and cold conditions that might currently be masked. And so we'll dig into that a little bit more for next year. Okay, now I'll move into the two different assessments of the different subregions, starting first with this.
Dr. Siddon, sorry, before
yep.
we move on, it looks like we have a question. Dr. or Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, Dr. Siddon. I think you said this, and I think I just missed it as I was trying to wrap my brain around how this thing works. The bigger numbers are stronger correlations, either it's not the width of the arrow or anything, it's the number that's the correlation. So why even show an arrow that's got a 0? Just to show us that you looked for that connection and you couldn't find anything? Is that it? So this is kind of a record of what you looked at as well as what you found?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yes. And I think Jim would agree with me. We did this as a preliminary case study, as just, could this approach be used? So we're hoping not to maybe draw your attention so much to the exact values, but yes, positive values, positive relationships, and higher values, stronger relationships. There are p-values associated with all of these as well in the output of the model. But for now, just the sort of general approach as a way to ask questions was our sort of intent to bring to the SSC. And yes, a 0 would show that we thought there would be a connection. We thought that pelagic foragers would be related to motile epifauna because of the known link with something like Pacific cod, although they're an apex predators, but feeding on other motile epifauna, that there might be a connection there.
So negative 6.32 between bloom type and large copepods. I think I'm really struggling with that one. It's the biggest number on there, so it's obviously the strongest correlation, and I don't understand it.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, this is, you gotta follow me here for just a minute. So the bloom type is, that time series is the proportion of open water blooms. So we thought it was connected to sea ice, so that when you have more sea ice, you have fewer open water blooms. And that first connection is negative. So that also was one that made sense to us. So when you have more open water blooms, you'd have less of those large copepods, because we think those are more of the ice associated. Thank you. We had to think that one through as well.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Siddon. I just wanted to understand on this same slide, or maybe here again, the purpose of creating these linkages, what we would be using them for, and is it a good thing that you're finding linkages, or is it a bad thing because we're trying to get indicators that show us lots of different things, and if they're all showing us the same thing, then we're maybe not getting the broad level of information we thought we were getting?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, excellent question, and sort of yes to all of it. When we presented this to the SSC, one of their comments was, if the idea of the report card indicators was to capture discrete aspects of the ecosystem, then connecting them quantitatively might not be getting us, we might not want to see strong connections. And we, through the discussion with Dr. Thorson, looking at what of the report card indicators we thought were connected to each other and at what lags. We tried to capture all of that in this sort of preliminary attempt, but our approach was to sort of say, what questions can we ask using this tool? And I think in our experience, having applied it to the report card indicators and in it sort of raising more questions than answers, to us was a step forward, and appreciated the SSC's input to use it in a more species specific framework next year. So, and it came up at the plan team as well, this idea of guilds versus individual species, and at what level are we asking the question. And so we're sort of learning as we applied it here as well, and applying it in the more species specific framework next year might prove more useful, but I think it was sort of a step we had to take, if that's helpful. Okay, moving to the Southeastern Bering Sea assessment. Just a minute, I'll orient you because the next couple of slides are similar here. The take-home message is at the top of the slide. Within the slide, it might be easier to see on your screens in front of you, but the boxes around the different graphs are color coordinated with the bullet point that goes with them. So in the bottom left, that plot of sea surface temperature is outlined in blue. It goes with the blue bullet point that says sea surface temperature is within 1 standard deviation. So in the Bering Sea this year, it has cooled, but is not cool. It is still above average in many of the physical oceanography indicators, but it is definitely cooler than the most recent heat wave years of 18 and 19, and relative to the warm stanza that started in 2014. So things like sea surface temperature are back within 1 standard deviation of that time series mean. The annual sea ice extent had increased in 2023, but similar to what we would have considered a low ice year prior to 2010. So just being careful of our baseline and not losing track of where we maybe used to be. And the cold pool extent there shown in the bottom right for 2023 was average based on the aerial extent over the shelf. We have a couple different ways that we look at sea ice over the shelf. So in the top left is looking at the phenology, the building up and the retreat of the ice over the winter. And this most recent winter is shown in blue. I've put that red arrow there to show that relative to the prior fall, the ice formation was about a month delayed, and that was in part due to the ex-typhoon Merbok that came through in the fall of 22. It stirred up the water column and mixed the water column and kept the surface relatively warm and just delayed that ice formation starting in the northern Bering Sea. We also, for the last couple of years, have brought this indicator in the top right on ice thickness. And that is an attribute of sea ice that we don't know much about what it might mean for the ecosystem dynamics, but we're able to now, there's a new satellite product that can track it. And then in the bottom left, looking at salinity, this is a time series we've also brought for the last few years. It is collected at St. Paul Island by community members, interpreted by oceanographers at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And during the warm stanza from 2014 to 2021 showed this consistent increase in salinity at St. Paul Island. As we didn't have ice that reached the Pribilofs, we didn't have the freshwater input of ice melt, and we saw that slow increase in salinity there. And when we then in 2021, 22 and 23, we started to have ice that reached the Pribilofs, and that increase of salinity trend was aborted in the more recent years. We also had spent a lot of time this last year talking with oceanographers about a stratification index. So looking at the vertical distribution of the water column and how stratified it is. It impacts where things go in the water column, things like zooplankton or krill, copepods, small fish, and what's available to who, where they are in the water column. And so some of those oceanographers are working on a stratification index to bring in 2024 so we can look at changes as a result of things like changes in salinity over time and spatially over the shelf that I think will be a really interesting addition next year. Okay, moving into some of the biological indicators. We did see this cooling since 2021 And so we were trying to look for whether we could see responses of the biological system to these cooler conditions. And so far, for the southern shelf anyway, not seeing a response to the cooler conditions yet. So in the top plot there, the 4 boxes are measuring chlorophyll A concentrations over 4 subregions of the southern shelf. And you can see there's been a long, like over a decade long, slow decline in the concentration of chlorophyll. That's the base of the food chain. And 2023 being the lowest value among those different subregions. In the top right there, sort of contrasting that, the coccolithophore bloom over the shelf this year in 2023 was the highest in that time series. Coccolithophores are a phytoplankton, but they're not thought to be a good bloom over the shelf. They're small-celled organisms. They lead to longer trophic chains, and they cause that milky coloration in the water that we think disrupts visual predators like some forage fish or seabirds. So that index has been increasing over the last handful of years and was the highest in that time series since 1997. And then in the bottom left, time series from the continuous plankton recorder that's only available to the most recent year is 2022, but showing a decrease in the abundance of large diatoms over the shelf, which is also sort of a sign of reduced primary productivity. Then moving to secondary productivity, we have a couple different measures of zooplankton.
Thank you, Dr. Siddon. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, Dr. Siddon. It was taking me a bit to formulate my question, and it may still be unformulated or relatively. But it seems like this year, all 3 ecosystem status reports, because I was sort of sneaking a peek ahead at the Gulf, all talk about long-term trend of decreased chlorophyll. And I'm trying to sort of figure that out. And I guess I have just a really basic, almost naive question about that, about the significance of that. If there's less chlorophyll in the system, which is a basic energy source for primary productivity, are there other sort of alternate, maybe less desirable? Where else does energy come from to help fuel primary productivity? And so might there be some compensating source of energy, or is this really just a net decrease in what's the basic fuels necessary for primary productivity?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, excellent question. Also noted by the SSC, the sort of cross-regional consistent declines in the chlorophyll. So it's something at least I've flagged to go back to the contributors to see if they have thoughts on both the long-term decline and the really low values in 2023, neither of which are maybe particularly addressed in the full contributions. It's possible that, you know, a coccolithophore could be another alternate sort of compensating available primary producer out there. The other sort of piece that's hard to tease out is a low chlorophyll A concentration from a satellite product can result from either a low level of chlorophyll or a high level of secondary producers feeding on it that have already removed it from the system. So it's hard to tease those two things apart, but moving to, well, I'll get to zooplankton next. I think it's not the latter, that there's just been a lot of grazing down of it, just because there isn't a lot of secondary productivity either. But it is a question that I would like to go back to the contributors. And luckily for us, it's the same contributor for both the chlorophyll and the coccolithophore index. So to ask about the sort of interconnectedness of those two sources of primary productivity would be interesting to get their thoughts on. Okay. So moving to a couple of metrics of zooplankton over the shelf, we have 2023 information available from both a spring and a fall survey that happened over the southern shelf. So starting in the spring in the top left, there was a moderate abundance of small copepods, but low abundance and low lipid content of the large copepods and the euphausids. That's not particularly uncommon in the spring to have low abundances of those large copepods and euphausids, but then we look for them in the fall when they're really needed for the juvenile fish to boost their energy for overwintering. So then moving to the fall survey results shown in the lower left, I'm showing here the spatial plots of that survey along the 70-meter isobath and showing there were still moderate abundances of the small copepods. The large copepods and euphausids were still low over much of the southern shelf, but the contributors noted that it increased as that survey moved north towards where the ice edge was. So maybe some signs showing some hope towards the northern Bering Sea there. And then jellyfish available from the standard bottom trawl survey, so that time series back to the early 80s, that showed 2023 sort of an average abundance of jellyfish. And I put them here on this slide because they're also competitors and consumers of what is available out there for copepods and euphausids. Okay. The next slide shows several different measures of fish, and I've put them all together here to sort of describe what the pelagic system is doing over the southern shelf. So all of these different species, pollock, salmon, herring, they are out there in the system. They're experiencing the temperature and the prey conditions. And so using them as indicators of what that pelagic system looks like for 2023. So on the top left this year, we had some new contribution looking at different measures of age zero pollock condition. Here I'm showing energy density. The full contribution has length, weight, residuals, and percent lipid as well. But they all show the same trend that starting in the beginning of the warm phase in 2014, age zero pollock had below average energy densities, and they haven't recovered since it sort of has cooled since 2021. So even though we have cooler conditions, those age zero pollock energy have remained low. And age zero pollock are the main source of forage for everything else in the system in the southern shelf. In the bottom left, those are energy densities for juvenile salmonids. And I'm sorry for the small font from top to bottom. It's pink salmon, chum, sockeye, coho, and Chinook salmon. And it's only available through 2022, but all of those values showing below average energy density of juvenile salmon over the southern shelf. In the center are length, weight, residuals from the bottom trawl survey for juvenile pollock on the top and adult pollock on the bottom, showing, again, even though the system has cooled since 2021, the condition of juvenile and adult pollock has also continued to decline since 2021, or actually 2019 for the adult pollock. But not everything out there in the system seems to be struggling. I'm just showing the representative plot of the Togiak herring from contribution to the report this year, showing that those 16 and 17 year classes that were so strong continue to increase in biomass through 2023. And then the Bristol Bay sockeye salmon, which I'm not showing, but is in the full report, has also remained high for the last several years. We use seabirds as indicators of what's available for plankton and forage fish, and both the reproductive success of birds, of both fish eating and plankton eating birds at the Pribilofs was pretty good this year, although consistently higher at St. George than St. Paul, which was an interesting pattern that the Fish and Wildlife Service didn't have a real explanation for, but noted that it was consistent across different species of seabirds there. And then a couple different measures of benthic productivity that we have available. They're mixed, but largely show declines in the benthic system over the southern shelf. So on the left from the bottom trawl survey, increases in sea anemones and sea whips, but decreases in sponges over the last handful of years. In the center there, starting at the top, the motile epifauna guild, that includes your sea stars and brittle stars, but also your crab stocks. You got to think about both at the same time. It peaked in 2017 and has been slowly declining since then. Within that guild, this is another example of looking at as a guild or different species within there. The echinoderms are what is sort of buoying and maintaining that biomass as the crab stocks have declined. And then the second ticker tape there are the benthic foragers. Those are your flatfishes. Those have been low and remained low in 2023. In the middle are several different flatfish condition metrics from the bottom trawl survey for yellowfin sole, Alaska plaice, arrowtooth flounder, and flathead sole. And all of those flatfishes that are feeding on the benthos declined from 22 to 23. They're all close to average, except arrowtooth flounder, but all declined in condition from 22 to 23. And then I'm just showing some representative crab stocks there at the bottom. The full contribution has several stocks, but familiar with the declines in crab stocks over the southern shelf. Okay. If there are not questions, I'll move to the northern Bering Sea. Similar layout to start with the physical oceanography, and similar to the southern Bering Sea, it's cooled. They're in the top left showing the marine heat wave index that Dr. Ortiz showed. There have been no prolonged marine heat waves in the northern Bering Sea since January of 2021. The ice thickness in the Bering Strait region had that step increase when the system cooled in 2021, and we've had above average ice thickness for the last 3 years in the Bering Strait. And on the right there, the sea surface temperature anomalies, like the southern shelf, have cooled to within 1 standard deviation of that time series. So again, it has cooled in the northern Bering Sea. What I'll show you is that the biological system seems to have maybe responded faster than the southern shelf to these cooler conditions. We don't have as many indices, so this slide shows both the primary and secondary productivity indices that we have available. So for the primary productivity, similar to the southern shelf, it's still low. But for the zooplankton abundances, we see increased or improved conditions over the northern Bering Sea. There's a northern Bering Sea surface trawl survey that occurs in late fall. And so those lower left plots are measures from their rapid zooplankton assessment for large copepods and euphausids. And they noted some hot spots, especially around St. Lawrence Island. And the time series of euphausids is actually the highest estimate in that survey time series, which goes back to the early 2000s. So some good signs for secondary productivity in the northern Bering Sea. Jellyfish in the top right, which are again also a competitor for that zooplankton prey, increased in the northern Bering Sea. Yes, Mr. Twite.
So, Dr. Siddon, we saw photos of huge mortalities of krill just post Murbach up on the beaches like Shishmaref, just some immense just piles of krill. And what I'm interpreting from here is that you didn't measure at least any sort of population level impact of was a pretty dramatic scene. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. No, not at the level of and there may just sort of be a spatial mismatch. I don't know whether that an isolated event like Shishmaref could be picked up in a survey like this. But also thinking about the life cycle of those krill might just be a little bit faster and not, we are not seeing a result of it anymore. Okay. And then a couple of different measures of pelagic productivity were mixed in the northern Bering Sea. So in the top left, these are again, the length weight condition metrics from the bottom trawl survey. It's a shorter time series in the northern Bering Sea. So I just caution our interpretation of anomalies on shorter time series, but the trends were increasing condition for both the adult pollock and the adult Pacific cod, but decreasing condition for the juvenile pollock there in the top right. The bottom left plot is from the Northern Bering Sea Surface Trawl Survey, looking at the CPU index of juvenile chum salmon, and they noted a slight uptick in juvenile chum salmon in 2023. And then in the center there are energy density anomalies from the juvenile salmon up through 2022. Same data set that I showed you for the Southern Bering Sea and only available through 2022, but showing that for the Northern Bering Sea, for all of those species, so again, pink chum, sockeye, coho, and Chinook salmon all had above average energy densities in both 21 and 22. So some good signs for salmon in the Northern Bering Sea. And I'll next go cover quickly one of the contributions to the report that focused on the 2023 Yukon and Kuskokwim chum salmon returns. And if I can just back up and have you point to the chum salmon energy density anomaly ticker tape there in the center and draw your eye to the 2019 estimate of chum salmon. Oh yeah, look at that. This point here being the lowest in that time series was also noted in this contribution from contributors, including the Kuskokwim River. And so this contribution uses salmon as indicators of the pelagic environment. And I'll just point to I'll highlight two boxes, first for juveniles and then for adults. So when I think about how to use salmon as indicators of the ecosystem, juvenile chum salmon are out there. They are consumers of zooplankton and fish, and they are prey for upper trophic levels in the system. So this contribution rolls back the clock for the 2023 returns. And so it highlights marine juveniles that were in the Bering Sea in 2019 through 2021, 2019 being the end of that the really warm marine heat wave year. So we had high sea surface temperatures, and the center plot there showing really low stomach fullness index. So those juvenile chum salmon being sort of metabolically stressed in the Northern Bering Sea in 2019. That is an indicator also of those juvenile chum salmon as a prey source for upper trophic levels in the system. And then this contribution also includes community observations. And so there's a quote here contributed by the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission that I'll just read. There's the climate change part, there's bycatch and things like that. And then not only the ocean life, but also what's happening in our spawning rivers, the health of those because of climate change. Too much snow, not enough snow, too cold, too warm, how different everything is changing. I think there's a lot of things that come into play. So when I think about how to use these kinds of community observations with the lens of what it tells us about the ecosystem, I think this is helpful in reminding us the interconnectedness between the terrestrial and the marine system, and that salmon are bridging both of those ecosystems, and thinking about the sort of ecosystem-based role of salmon in both systems. The second box I'll draw your attention to is the maturing adults returning to the rivers in 2023. As I already noted, the surface trawl survey noted a slight uptick in 2023 in the juvenile chum, and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game plots also noted a slight uptick in returns in the rivers this year. That's the bottom plot in the center there. And then the quote that was contributed says, there were more chums in the river in 2023 and people were catching more. But when compared to the past 40 years and even just 10 years ago, there were far less chums in the river running and being caught by the people now. We should not pretend that this season's slight increase means the chum run has significantly improved. And so again, how I think about how this community observation can be used, it can expand the sort of time horizon of how long the context that we think about these trends in chum salmon populations. Our Western Science time series go back to the early 2000s on the top and the early 90s, but this community quote going back 40 years helps put some context on the dynamics that we're seeing now. And then the last slide.
Dr.
Oh.
Siddon, I think we have a question before you move on. Ms. Kimball.
Hopefully, you weren't just going to get to this, but on your, Dr. Siddon, on your, I'm going through all of the salmon and the connections with benthic productivity, and you had the note about some hotspots of large copepods and euphausiids observed around St. Lawrence Island. And was there one of these figures, I probably missed it, that showed kind of a comparison of where we are with large copepod abundance, for instance? I see kind of the fall and figures, but not something compared to like 2019 when we were in the marine heat wave years or right in the thick of it. Is that something that's available?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, there is a associated time series plot in the full report. So I'm sorry, I'm not showing it here. I wanted to be able to demonstrate the hotspots around St. Lawrence. So I chose the spatial map of the data, but the time series where 2023 falls is in the full ESR, and I can send you the page number when I get back to my seat.
Follow up, and maybe you'll tell me this is in the full report as well, but on the jellyfish abundance, is that data derived from the Northern Bering Sea survey? And I asked because we've got I've lost it now, but for salmon, you were providing us stomach fullness index, and I thought I'd seen before in a previous presentation also like the components or the composite of what the stomachs were full of. And the last one that we saw, I believe from NOAA, it was just a huge increase in the amount of jellyfish, which is a really low nutrient prey for salmon. So 2 questions there. Where are we getting the jellyfish data? Is that something we regularly collect? And is there something akin to the fullness index that shows the components?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So the jellyfish data comes from 3 different surveys. Over the southern shelf, we get jellyfish information from both the standard bottom trawl grid and the BASIS surface trawl survey. BASIS doesn't happen every year, so we didn't have Southern Bering Sea jellyfish information, but what I showed today was standard bottom trawl survey time series. In the Northern Bering Sea, we have both the Northern Bering Sea extension. I did not show a time series of their jellyfish, but then we have the surface trawl survey, and that is what I showed for the Northern Bering Sea jellyfish. In terms of the stomach contents, I have also seen those same plots. They don't come to the ecosystem status report, but that is something I could reach out to the folks from that Northern Bering Sea survey to see if that kind of information about diet contents of those juvenile salmon could come into the ecosystem report in the future. Okay, so the last slide for the Northern Bering Sea is just starting to bring together some of the indicators that we now can pull together about the benthos in the Northern Bering Sea. This has been a bit of a blind spot for years, so I'm glad to see us start to be able to show some time series, and I expect we'll bolster this even more moving forward. But on the left, some time series from the bottom trawl survey showing some declines in anemones and sponges, eel pouts and poachers, which are benthic oriented fishes. They have remained low for eel pouts and declined for poachers. And on the top right there, length, weight, condition measurements for yellowfin sole and Alaska place from the northern extension of the bottom trawl survey, showing declines, and also the lowest value for yellowfin sole in the Northern Bering Sea, and continued just below average length, weight residuals for the Alaska place there. And that's my last slide. I won't read this summary, but this is just sort of as a reference for each of the different components that we talked about. I think the Southern Bering Sea sort of still remains in transition from the effects of the prolonged heat wave, But in the northern Bering Sea, I think we see some signs of faster recovery there, at least in the pelagic system in the northern Bering Sea. So thank you. I'm happy to take any more questions.
Do you have any further questions for Dr. Siddon? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Siddon, when we're looking at the condition, sorry, I'm trying to back up and find it for juvenile salmon. Juvenile salmon energy density anomalies. Are we looking at salmon that are small enough, bodies, in other words, young enough, that we can assume that they're mostly of Western Alaska origin? Or are they of a body size where conceivably salmon from elsewhere could also be contributing to the pool that we're sampling from?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I would have to ask the survey experts that contributed that. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Happy holidays.
You too. So I think this is a good spot to take a mid-afternoon break. Let's come back at 3:45 and we will continue on with the Golf ESR presentation. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. So we are continuing on our reports for C3. We're on our golf ESR and Dr. Ferris is with us. Thank you. Please take your conversations outside, members of the audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Bridget Ferris. I'm from NOAA Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I'll be presenting the ecosystem status report for the Gulf of Alaska today. As my colleagues mentioned just before me, again, these reports are very dependent on the information and expertise from all these contributors for the case of the Gulf of Alaska, and a lot of thanks go to them. So for today, the key messages for the Gulf of Alaska and also the general outline of this talk is that first, for 2023, we had a year of approximately average productivity. This was spatially variable across the Gulf. And this, in my mind, is ending a 4-year of somewhat consistent environmental drivers that we've had in the Gulf, and that's due to 3 back-to-back La Niñas and moving into an El Niño conditions next year. We saw a somewhat variable pelagic prey base, speaking about zooplankton and forage fish, that was reduced from 2022. Pacific cod and capelin population shows signs of increase, and this was the first real signs we've seen since the marine heat wave years of 2014 to 16. And then looking ahead to 2024, I'll spend some time on some slides at the end, thinking about with predicted warming conditions with El Nino, what ground fish might be more vulnerable and which might benefit in the coming year. So as you know, the ecosystem status reports inform the ecosystem considerations part of risk tables for all the stocks with full and update assessments. And so for the Gulf of Alaska, this is the list of stocks for 2023. Both the ESRs and also ESPs where we have them and inform these risk tables. And for all of them, they were level 1, no apparent environmental concerns. And while we definitely take time to distill this information down to stock specific level where we can, in general, the overview of some of the information that went into this determination was that for 2023, the ocean temperatures were approximately cool to average, both at surface, at depth, and at depth along the shelf. It has been cooling this fall, this past couple of months, but prior to that, it was cool to average. I'm sorry, it has been warming this fall, but the rest of the year was cool to average. For prey, pelagic again was reduced or variable, and benthic or infauna were either variable or unknown. Predation, the status of various predators on these ground fish was relatively low. We still have relatively low biomass of cod, halibut, arrowtooth flounder, which are ground fish predators in the Gulf. Sablefish is another ground fish predator that has been increasing over time. There were also no major changes in seabird and marine mammal populations that would predate on these ground fish. For competition, we would expect to have had potentially higher competition for zooplankton eating ground fish this year. So that would be pollock, dusky rockfish, northern rockfish, POP. And that is largely due to higher than predicted returns of pink salmon. Also continually increasing biomass of Pacific Ocean perch, somewhat elevated levels of pollock, and also just reduced biomass of zooplankton this year. And then looking ahead for 2024, we spent some time discussing potential impacts, and I'll go into this more in detail later, of what we might expect next year with warming temperatures in the ocean and other related factors of El Nino, impacts of El Nino. And as I'll highlight, determine that they'll primarily be, the more vulnerable ground fish will primarily be larval and juvenile ground fish. So as far as affecting the adult groundfish of the fish populations next year, they will probably be less vulnerable. And so that's partly what led to the not raising Pacific cod to a level 2. That was a discussion we had with the stock assessment author about that. And so now a few more details of that big broad overview. As you've seen now in the other two, in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, the Gulf also has had reduced primary productivity. This is again the chlorophyll A concentrations for the Western and Eastern Gulf in those top 2 bar plots. And that dashed line is the long-term average. These are satellite data. And the farthest right bar is 2023 in each of those Western and Eastern plots. And so you can see we've been below the dashed average line for a number of years, and 2023 was the lowest in the time series. The bottom plot is the time of the peak spring bloom, and the black line is 2023. And so, for example, for the Western Gulf, that left-hand plot, you can see the peak, and that's a little after June, and that's to the left of that long-term average, which is the purple line, end of last year, which is the blue line. And so we had this delayed peak spring bloom this year, late timing, and also low biomass of phytoplankton. That was somewhat unique in the time series. What we would expect for next year, again, with predicted El Nino conditions, would be an earlier spring bloom and larger phytoplankton spring bloom due to increased stratification. For zooplankton, we had 3 surveys that really measured zooplankton in the Gulf this year, going from west around Shelikof Strait through the Central Gulf Seward Line, and then down at the bottom is the Eastern Gulf inside waters, Icy Strait. And for each of these surveys, there's 2 metrics that are the same for each survey. So the top ticker tape line is the total copepod biomass observed in the survey. And then the one below that is called Copepod Community Index, which is the relative amount of large copepods to small. And so we can see similar trends across the Gulf this year. And those top lines for each survey have a declining arrow. We had declining total copepod biomass across the Gulf. And then the bottom lines of each subplot are either increasing or remain elevated, which means that we had more large copepods relative to small copepods. And in general, large copepods can be more nutritious, especially late summer for juvenile groundfish. So while we had reduced biomass of zooplankton, at least in the summer, there was some predominant, more nutritious copepods, those large ones. What we would expect for next year, again, based on past observations in past years, is when we have warmer waters, you see a community shift to smaller copepods and generally less lipid-rich prey. This slide is a qualitative summary of many different observations and sources of information for forage fish across the Gulf. And just to orient you, the rectangles are different surveys that are surveying different forage fish. The circles are seabird colonies monitored, and these are forage fish eating seabirds, metrics of their reproductive success. And if they're above average, it means they've presumably found enough food to successfully reproduce. And the green is above average, the orange is average, and the red is below average. And so a few take homes here are that this gets to my earlier point that we really had variable conditions across the Gulf this year. We see some greens and oranges and reds, but in general, there is orange and green here. And I think we had a portfolio of enough forage fish to support the more piscivorous pelagic groundfish this year. The groundfish that eat more of these forage fish. And that's what's listed in the box there: pollock, cod, arrowtooth flounder, sablefish, flatfish. And just some highlights, we saw some increases in capelin in certain areas. And so you actually see some green above average capelin off Kodiak, but then red more along the Alaska Peninsula. And I'll expand on that one. Elevated herring, and then lower biomass of sand lance, juvenile salmon, age 0 pollock. And so capelin was a good story this year for the Gulf, and one to watch how it develops next year. Capelin is a forage fish that's highly nutritious and often affiliated with cooler temperatures in the Gulf. And their populations really decreased right after the 2014 to 16 heat wave. And while we've seen various aspects, not all, but various of the aspects of the Gulf ecosystem come back after that heat wave, some have not. And we've still been waiting to see if and how capelin might return as the Gulf cooled down. And this is the first year where we really saw indications that their population was increasing again. And there's a few different indications that I've highlighted here from different surveys and sources of information. That top left map, that's NOAA's summer acoustic survey, and the black lines are all the transects that they survey. And the red bar, the red kind of peaks right off Kodiak there, that's where they observed the most capelin. And so that's actually been previously identified as capelin, some of capelin's core habitat in the Gulf. And so the idea here is that perhaps they're rebounding in their core habitat and then ideally would spread from there as they increase. The plot below the map with the blue circle here is actually the quantitative measure of that acoustic survey, the mean biomass density of capelin in 2023. And while it looks low on the plot because there's a really high value kind of skewing the y-axis in around 2009 or so, this is actually as high as going back to say 2005. So it was actually pretty elevated in that area, but not seen in that survey in the Eastern Gulf or farther along the Alaska Peninsula. And also other surveys, NOAA Ecofoci summer survey along the Shelikof and Alaska Peninsula didn't see capelin, and they didn't see much in the Eastern Gulf either. However, we did, also the bottom trawl survey didn't see much either. We did see seabird diets, which is this bottom plot here on Middleton Island, which is an island, you can see it on the map just off the shelf of central, just on the edge of the shelf of the Central Gulf. And these are diets of black-legged kittiwakes. And the light blue is capelin, proportion of capelin in their diets. And you can see I'm pointing to it in the arrow here. This has increased since the past couple of years, the proportion, the size of that blue area. It's not as large as say 2010 to 2013 here, some definitely cooler years, but perhaps a good sign that capelin are entering the food web. And then finally, we have a partnership with Skipper Science, which is voluntary information from members of the fishing industry, different observations that are synthesized for us. And relative to capelin, even though it didn't show up largely in our surveys, we did get observations of capelin observed around Sitka, which is not seen as uncommon, but also hadn't been seen since the heat wave years. These are observations from Skipper Science. They observed capelin in Chinook stomachs in the area and also large groups of seabirds feeding in those areas. So again, the idea that there's capelin in the system, at least in some areas, and it's entering the food web, which is all good news, as these are definitely nutritious fish. And so here I'll take a moment to discuss a noteworthy topic that we had in the ESR this year. And here, Dr. Ben Laurel and colleagues took some time to put together a synthesis of a few different papers and lines of research that they have been publishing and conducting the past couple of years, looking at the effects and survival of age 0 and age 1 Goa Pacific cod over the past couple of years. And the idea here was just to explore a bit why cod have not been recovering more quickly since the heat wave. And this is just one part of the story, but there has been some research looking and surveys looking at these age 0s and age 1 recruitment. And this is a summary of some of those results. And so the way to read this figure is going from left to right on the rows. And the red squares are more weak year classes of age 0s or age 1s observed in, these are the NOAA's beach stain surveys off Kodiak in the Alaska Peninsula, and also NOAA's Ecofoci surveys. And the green or the pluses are observed as more stronger years observed in those in those surveys. And the asterisks are the marine identified as marine heat wave years. And so starting at the top, 2014, going first left to right, we can see that we have 2 red boxes, and the same for 2015, 2016 for age 0s and age 1s. Those were all observed as weak year classes. They didn't see many age 0s and age 1s in those surveys in those years. And the idea here is, as we've been hearing now from research going on since then, temperatures were exceeding those optimal thresholds for egg survival, for larval survival. So that aligns that we didn't see H0s and H1s in those years. 2017, you can see a green box for H0s. There was a relatively strong year class observed of H0s in 2017, but then they didn't show up again very relatively strong as H1s. So you can see the green box and the red box in 2017. Same with 2018. Those were slightly cooler years in the Gulf. And so we could hypothesize that the temperatures did not exceed egg survival, but then they didn't survive as well into H1s as larvae and juveniles. And that could be a warmer fall where there is some other research showing that warm falls can inhibit that overwinter survival of H0 pollock. Now I have a question mark there because some of those year cohorts are showing up in the in the cod assessment. And so another reason why those are red is they could have just moved out of the survey area a little bit and weren't sampled, as they do now seem to be showing up a bit in the assessment, but still not as really strong year classes. 2019, again, we have red boxes, so weaker year classes for H0 and H1 observed in the surveys. Again, another heat wave year. Again, those high temperatures were probably a factor. 2020 and 2022 are the first years where we've been seeing strong high numbers of H0s and H1s in those surveys. And indeed, in the stock assessment, again, we are seeing a peak of what would have been those 2020 year class showing up this year as H3s. And so again, the temperatures, I think the cooling temperatures are playing a role in that. Definitely there's more involved in the productivity of cod than just this narrative, but I think this is some interesting research to help put the puzzles together, the pieces of the puzzle together.
We have a question for you, Dr. Ferris. Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. Just I can track, and I appreciate the narrative around this table. And so but I missed it around 2021, like with the H0s in 2021, and then that not even proliferating into 2022, right? Was there some explanation around the 2021 year class?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I don't have a good explanation for 2021. You're correct in your interpretation. There were weak year classes. There were not H0s or H1s observed in any large amount in those surveys. As far as temperature goes, those were not warm years, maybe a warmer fall-ish, but hard to really pinpoint why that is. And so I think maybe next year we might see if either, again, they moved out of the survey area and they are out there, or if they just did not have a strong recruitment that year, again, for other reasons beyond kind of some of this temperature narrative I'm saying.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was tracking the red and the green and the pluses and the minuses, but I'm not clear why 2023 is green but a minus.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Good point. I didn't put that in the legend. So green, I actually put this one's a little bit to be determined. It was a moderate year class observed of H0s this year for cod. A little bit hard to say if it wasn't strong and it wasn't weak. So in that sense, I think the strength of these surveys, I think, are more in the extremes. If there's a very few or a whole lot, they tend to track a little more the success of those cohorts. When it's in the middle, it's a little hard to know how that'll pan out.
And Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. These reports are all pretty fascinating. I was wondering, I see where you say the surveys were a NOAA beach seine in Kodiak, and then is the Alaska Peninsula also a beach seine? And then I'm wondering what the last two mean underneath that sentence on there.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. So NOAA beach seine is a beach seine that started off on a more restricted set of sites around Kodiak that has been sampling at the same time since 2006. They then expanded their sample area to extend west along sites along the Alaska Peninsula in 2018. So it's for that one, it's a more truncated time series for that complete area, but at the same survey. And then for the NOAA ecofoci spring and summer, those are more what's the word? Kind of more pelagic trawl surveys. Yeah. And they occur every odd year in the spring and the summer. It's the last ones were 2023 and 2019. We've missed a few years, but they go on and off.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more question, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Ferris, I realize I'm having trouble interpreting this in terms of trying to track an age class through its 0 and its 1 in the surveys. So if I'm understanding this correctly, that the age 0 2019 showed up as weak, and yet the next year, the age 1s, which should be the same age cohort, right, are all of a sudden strong. And then conversely, the age 0s in 2020 started off strong, and then the next year in 2022, that cohort showed as weak. Am I tracking that correctly? And in particular, do you have a sense of what's going on with something that initially showed up as weak as 0s, but then showed up as 1s, as stronger? I can see how you would lose fish, kind of the way you described, going from 0 to 1, but I don't know how you gain fish going from 0 to 1.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I think this might be, and I apologize, I've tried to clean up this figure, but it is sometimes hard to communicate it clearly. I think perhaps if you follow me, see if we can figure this out. So 2019 year, age 0s are this red box that showed up as a weak class. And then you keep going to the right for age 1s. So that's the age 1s, which were also weak. I think you were going down. Yeah, which is very understandable. So yeah, read from left to right on the rows. So age 0 would be closest to the year and age 1 would be the next one over. And I think if anything, yeah, we only start strong and go weak, but there's no year where we start weak and go strong and gain fish. Right. So looking ahead to 2024, as was mentioned, we are currently in El Nino conditions, and the Gulf, perhaps more than the Aleutian and Bering Sea, does tend to be more influenced by the El Nino in kind of our recent history. But also we do know from recent history that some of the relationships and connections between these various atmospheric processes and the ecology in the Gulf have become disconnected sometimes and don't follow the same patterns as they have in the past. So what I'm presenting here is what has happened in the past, but with some uncertainty now that sometimes things happen we don't necessarily expect, or what we expect doesn't happen. But in general, with El Nino, we do tend to see warming sea surface temperatures in the Gulf, and that has been predicted from our national multimodal ensembles. And the bottom colorful plots are the temperatures predicted for next March, April, and May for 2024. And so you can see they're ranging from around 3 degrees to 8 degrees. And the warming will start from more of the Eastern Gulf and over time move into the Western Gulf. And of course, the timing of this progression of warming and the intensity of the warming there's uncertainty around all that, but this is just to get a sense. And based on that, I tried to just write down with question marks all around it, what we might expect would be vulnerable and what we might expect to benefit which ground fish species, because we have both from warming sea surface temperatures. And one of the take homes here is that largely it's larvae and these age 0 or juvenile ground fish that are most vulnerable or most sensitive, not always vulnerable, but most sensitive to changes in temperature. And so that's mainly what's listed here. So these wouldn't be the fish that we're fishing on next year, but it might lead to poor year classes like we were just discussing in the previous slide. So vulnerable would be cod, pollock, and northern rock sole. That's that orange box, primarily because they favor those cooler springs. They're late winter, early spring spawners. There's a couple of temperature thresholds listed there, and we might start exceeding those thresholds in the Central Gulf. It's kind of a timing and temperature thing. They're in the waters, maybe March, April. So depending when the temperature is warm and if that's the time when they're really sensitive. Conversely, there's some larvae that are more late spring, early summer spawners and actually favor warmer springs. Sablefish, southern rock sole, Pacific Ocean perch, and some other rockfish. And so as we've seen, even in the past few years, we've had strong sablefish year classes in some of these warm years. And so some of them do actually benefit from warmer springs. Again, that's all larvae. But then I do expand this list. A few other things we could perhaps anticipate with El Nino next year, some of it related to this warming temperature. As I mentioned earlier, we could expect to see a shift to smaller copepods. They can be less lipid rich. They can be a poor prey base for juvenile groundfish, especially in the late summer. And so that's actually negative for both these lists, but I'll start with the vulnerable side. That actually then adds a few adult fish to the list whose diets are primarily zooplankton. And so that's pollock, northern rock sole, Pacific Ocean perch, and dusky rockfish. And where I'm saying vulnerable there for the adults, I mean more, I don't think that in the sense of mortality, but more just we might see skinnier fish next year as they have a little bit of a poor zooplankton prey base to feed upon. Those that benefit, I've also added transport in there as a positive. With El Ninos, we, again, in the past have seen stronger movement of water from offshore across the shelf into the coastal environment, a stronger transport. And that's due to stronger eddy energy, larger energies along the shelf, larger eddies along the shelf, also stronger downwelling. And so that can bring more nutrients in, that can also help transport some of these larval rockfish from the slope edge into more favorable habitat on the shelf. And that can benefit, for example, halibut, rexole, arrowtooth. So that list gets a little longer. So again, those are all larvae on the right, some adults on the left. And then I mainly focused on groundfish, but just to add in a little bit of the rest of the ecosystem, we have seen in the past with strong El Ninos like the 1997-98 El Nino, mortalities and poor reproductive success of seabirds, also reduced birth rates of humpback whales, and reduced stellar sea lion pup survival. So again, that's largely dependent on the intensity of the warming and the how long that warming persists. And that's really not something we can predict quite yet. So questions to maybe keep in mind going through the GOA specs this week and thinking about groundfish populations next week would be, next year, would be how could these populations, how would they be affected by a low recruitment year next year? So if they had a low survival of age zeros next year. If there were 2 low recruitment years back to back, El Ninos or it's not uncommon to have back-to-back El Ninos. So we might have a 2023 and a 2024 El Nino. We don't know that yet. If the heat persists and this just becomes a longer, again, we're kind of in a time now where we're not quite sure how this manifests, but if this heat persists and then goes from the surface and mixes down to depth, which can take a while, but perhaps late 2024 to 2025, then that's getting more into adult groundfish habitat. So which adult populations might be vulnerable in that case? And then finally, do populations have a buffer for unknown indirect cumulative ecological responses? And what I mean by that is I've just listed a few temperature, zooplankton, transport here. Of course, there's a lot more at play in the ecosystem, indirect and direct effects within the ecosystem that are really hard to predict. And so this idea of the unknown and is there a buffer in these populations, since I think it is pretty certain that some change will come about in the Gulf marine system next year. But from what we can predict right now, it could just be more of a surface narrative, warmth and zooplankton, and see how that develops. So back to the key messages. Again, 2023 was an average productivity year, broadly speaking, spatially variable. For example, we saw that with the forage fish. We're perhaps ending a 4-year period of somewhat stable environmental pressures through these 3 back-to-back La Niñas we've had that have been slowly driving a kind of a cooling Gulf, with next year's La Niña coming. And then we've had a variable pelagic prey base, zooplankton and forage fish that's reduced from 2022. Cod and capelin, while cod definitely still remain low population, there are some signs of increase for cod and capelin. And then looking ahead for 2024, thinking about which populations of groundfish and which life stages would be vulnerable and which might benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any final questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris, for your presentation. The question about El Nino, and I heard you loud and clear that that's not it's not equivalent to a marine heat wave, but we certainly had these El Nino years, like these patterns that then led to our 2014 marine heat wave, correct? So when do we I guess get worried that we're transitioning into something that might persist like that versus just a one-off after our 3 nice El Nino or La Nina years?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. That's a question I was thinking a lot about this fall of really how to think about this coming year and present it to you. I think there's a few answers. One, definitely next year would be a great year to be monitoring the environment in some way and kind of keep up to date and in conversations about what is happening, since we can only really predict temperatures, for example, with somewhat certainty, 3 months ahead. So as we see the marine system developing next year and getting through winter and spring, I think we'll start to get a real sense of how the year is developing. And so, for example, at our Alaska Fisheries Science Center, through our Ecosystem Status Report group, we host a meeting in around May that some of you have attended, that and you're all welcome to attend, that it's called our peak meeting, where we just try and get a sense of what is anybody seeing out in the ocean this year, what are some early survey results, et cetera, and keeping those lines of communication open to kind of track within the year and not wait until next December to check in. Another, actually, do I have a slide here? Oh, I get to show my extra slide. I'm not going to walk through this, but this bottom left-hand plot, this is sea surface temperature. And sea surface temperature, this is actually predicted for January, February, March for next year. So this is from a model. And the red is higher temperatures, higher anomalies. I don't have a legend here, but my point is you can see this big red blob in the middle of the North Pacific. And then you can see this red band along the coast of North America and Alaska. And this red band at the equator. So this red band at the equator is the signature that you see of El Nino. That's kind of that's what El Nino looks like at the equator, this really warming. And then that warming extends up along the coast typically. And that's what we're seeing with that band along the North America. This red blob in the middle has been in some level of existence in some shape or form since around 2014, the blob. And that expands and contracts and moves. And for the 14 to 16 and 2019 heat waves, that expanded onto the shelf. So kind of came up where this yellow is now into Alaska. And that's what helped bring those extended heat wave occurrences. We also had El Ninos in those years as well. And so right now that's currently sitting off the shelf and right now predicted to, although it is hard to still predict that far. I think one thing I'll be looking for is that going to expand onto the shelf? Because then we have drivers of heat coming from two different systems, the El Nino and this extra piece in the middle. And then that could lead to extended. This is actually, there's a website called a Marine Heat Wave Tracker that's run by the Southwest Fishery Science Center that actually tracks that. They call it the blob still in the middle of the Pacific, and kind of in real time, you can just go on and see a picture that looks pretty much like this. And actually this is they have a picture showing it's actually coming towards more California right now, and they're starting to see some of that. So it's hard I don't understand all the connections of El Nino and that blob, but that blob's kind of been there, and it's a bit of a new oceanographic phenomena a bit in the North Pacific, and that it hasn't dissipated since that time. And so that could be an extra source of heat that could shift what we would see next year. Those are some answers.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Dr. Ferris, thank you for sort of getting into that, because I was sitting there earlier in your presentation and sort of going, where did all that thermal mass go from the heat wave? But it was quite a few years ago now, and over time things dissipate some. But I mean, it had appeared so suddenly, and it was so massive, surface to depth, in a large area of the Gulf. It was clearly a gigantic amount of energy, thermal energy, and it seems to, if I understood you correctly, it's essentially gone over the shelf. But now I think what I'm hearing is that most of that, the thermal energy that hasn't just dissipated throughout the North Pacific is sort of coalesced into this one sort of lurking mass of thermal energy that's right now well offshore and not affecting coastal marine ecosystems, but could easily. Am I tracking correctly that it really didn't go that far away?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think I can only go so far in this explanation with my own understanding. Definitely that is a remnant of around 2014's initial blob. I imagine that definitely some heat also dissipated and did leave the system, and also some of it is there. And it has been, another interesting fact is that area of warm water it was again at the surface, but it's been there now long enough that it has extended approximately down to 150 meters in that offshore area. So now it's actually kind of a vertical area of warmth as well. So yeah, I don't really know all the drivers of what dissipated and where it all went, but that is a partial remnant of the blob.
And I'm not seeing any other questions. Oh, Ms. Kimball.
Apologies for the lateness, but Dr. Ferris, so one of the things you said in the response to my question was it will be important to be monitoring for next year. And so when you say that, is it the various data sources where you get your temperature data and things like that? And are those ongoing next year? Because I'm noting in our last Science Center report, we don't have a Gulf survey next year for a Gulf trawl survey or that set of surveys. It's still on an every other year basis. And yet every signal I'm hearing is that we should be monitoring in the Gulf every year. So could you just remind me what we are doing next year that would complete kind of the data set that you use for the ESR?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. You're correct. We don't have a bottom trawl survey next summer. That's the every other year, and it'll be in the Aleutians next year. There are other sources of information, and so there are some NOAA. There's also, let's see, there are still a few NOAA surveys. There's a winter acoustic survey. There's a long line survey. Thank you. There's potentially a summer acoustic survey. I'm saying this without actually knowing if some surveys might be scaled back next year or not yet. I'm not in that knowledge, but typically, then that's NOAA and the beach stain surveys I mentioned, and a Southeast Coastal Monitoring Survey in Southeast Alaska. That's every year. And then we have wonderful collaborators who I showed you on that first slide who are not NOAA. Well, some of those are NOAA, but also non-NOAA surveys, ADF&G, their large mesh survey, we get data from them off Kodiak. The Seward Line survey happens every year, which is a group of, and so there's a list, and I could actually probably, instead of trying to list everything now, I could send you a list if you'd like. But there, we still will get information, I think, and satellite information, et cetera. It's never as complete as when we have a bottom trawl survey because we don't get as much of actually the ground fish information. So we're inferring a little more based on everything else, but that's where I think communication with the industry actually is always vital. But next year, kind of that real-time information from the water, if we start to see signs of fisheries changing, fish are in a different area, not catching, condition is different. I think those would be signs we could pick up in winter, spring, that would be flags at least to follow, to see if changes are happening.
Thank you, Dr. Ferris. I'm not seeing any other questions. Really appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Dr. Ortiz? Yeah, please come up.
I just wanted to, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted an extension to Mr. Twite's question about where did all the energy go from that thermal bump? That's the step change. The regime shift that I mentioned in 2013, 2014, mean sea surface temperature annual increasing, it stayed. That's a reflection of that blob remaining in there. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. So I think we're going to try to see how. Thank you for that clarification. I think we're going to try to see how far we can get into the joint plan team report. Dr. Iannelli?
Apologies for the delay, wrong screen. Share. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the council. Name's Jim Iannelli, co-chair of the Gulf of Alaska Plan Team. With me is Dr. Steve Barbeau, co-chair of the Bering Sea Plan Team. I'd like to just quickly go through the joint team report. Both teams got together for one morning and covered key topics. The list of members is shown here. Our agenda was primarily sablefish, but we also received an update on the economics. And later in the week, we rejoined and got an ecosystem summary of the Sculpin Safe, which was covering both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island and the Gulf of Alaska, both the LMEs. So we did review the general recommendations and tried to talk about streamlining things in September plan team. And we have a category of harvest projections that formerly were called partial assessments. And we talked about potentially seeing those in September so that we could have more extensive review time for the myriad assessments that we cover. We did receive a presentation on the ESP. This was presented by Calais Shotwell, and it was the front of the sablefish assessment. And I'll touch on some of the aspects of this, but I just was chatting with her. Unfortunately, she had to leave for an appointment online. She would speak to this, but just to break it down into a summary on the management side, things were generally cooler, but still above average, kind of carrying on from the previous discussion. The juveniles from surveys were decreased, but still looking good and above average. Condition factor, how skinny and fat the fish are, was low for the 2018 year class, but then this is sablefish, but mixed for other groups. The bycatch in the arrowtooth fishery of sablefish was about average, and CPUE indicators on the fishing side of things that the ex-vessel value increased to average, but price remains low as in 2022. They also present some new indicator modeling, and there were some covariates identified for recruitment. And then there was an inclusion importance method that was attempted that is the effort to link up causal models, and this helped with the recruitment and informed projections. In your handout, the link to the full appendix is available there. Our discussion on the ESP from the plan team side, was that there were additional indicators, including economics on size grade. It would be nice to have those and some fine-tuned by sector evaluations. The team also noted obviously changes in the pot gear and increased production in the Bering Sea Aleutians with the recruitment events. We'll touch on that in a minute. And they also highlighted the need to be able to evaluate more clearly the socioeconomic value of the sablefish fishery in general. We did note, thought it was interesting that there are maps of where sablefish occurred in the fishery, and they didn't really line up with what we saw in our summer bottom trawl survey. So that was just something that the analysts might choose to look at. It might be due to season differences. Moving into the assessment itself, this is the Alaska-wide, the Alaska-wide overall index was fairly flat from 2022. This is the key survey. RPN stands for relative population number. And if you break that down by the Gulf, that's shown a 4% increase over 2022, just in the Gulf relative population number. And then for within the Gulf, the central, western, and eastern, central and eastern, both turning up, but western was down by 10%. And then lastly, the Bering Sea had a slight decline of 8% from the high level, and the Aleutian continued to increase by 4% in the survey. Onto the analysis. Yes.
We have a question for you, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Iannelli. I have to admit, I'm not familiar with the relative population number metric. Can you please just give me a summary of what that is? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yeah, quite simply, they're long lines and they're measured by skates, quantities of hooks, and it's the number of sablefish. So as opposed to the biomass of sablefish. So it's how many individual sablefish they get per skate, roughly. It's expanded by strata and that kind of thing, versus how many pounds or kilos of sablefish you would get per skate, which would take into account the average weight. So
Another question, Mr. Twite.
So the biomass could still be increasing fairly strongly, even with the numbers staying the same, just because several cohorts are present in the water and they're all growing. Is that correct?
yes, that is correct. The extent that that occurs, I think we do present some relative population weights. Those are also calculated every year. Moving into the assessment itself, we are pretty familiar with the fact that the big transition from hook and line to pot gear. It's about 85% of the fixed gear catch now. This is on the left-hand side is the summary provided by the author. And this year he provided a handout, which is meant to summarize the data and how it propagates into the ABC recommendations, and then some of the standard figures that we use in the assessment. There's research going on for harvest strategies. Hopefully we'll be doing some more of that in the coming year. One thing that the author made clear was that even though the stock is growing, as you'll see in a couple slides, only 75% of that spawning biomass is made up of relatively few year classes, half dozen or so. And so that's a concern, but it's still, those are standard estimates that we take into account for spawning biomass, which we use for our main conservation measure, is to ensure there's enough spawning biomass to have sustainable fisheries. Other details on the assessment here is we're trying to be consistent in ways of accessing different appendices to this document. We just talked about the economic ecosystem and socioeconomic profile, but there's links to the full most recent assessment that has more details on the model and things. But there's been some excellent work being handled and put into the appendices, and some of them we'll touch on, especially observer coverage and sampling. Just in terms of the data, the left-hand figure here is just showing the trends in the relative indices. The trawl survey had a pretty big decline, but that's not a very, it's a difficult survey for sablefish. It's biomass. It's also in biomass too. And on the right there, these are the fixed gear ages relative to the long line survey. So you can see the difference in what the survey is seeing compared to what the fishery is getting in terms of ages. The author presented 5 incremental improvements to last year's model. So even though it was an update, it was quite a few changes, and they presented these in detail. I won't go through those, but this is just a figure showing the suite of different alternatives, how much impact they had on recruitment in this case, and on spawning biomass in this case. And then just a general figure showing the fit to all of the indices. And just noting in these panels, the time frame changes and the scales are different, but they give you a rough idea. The red lines are the predictions, and the blue dots with the vertical lines are data from those index values. So quite good fits. There was also new work being done to calibrate with the pot survey, pot fishery data. It's had a graduate student develop that, and that was presented in a paper, and that helped the assessment this year. Here's just comparing last year to this year in terms of year class strengths, the recruitment, showing how that they've changed, still showing strong, similar magnitude year classes coming into the fishery. And this is that spawning biomass projected to be at 52% of unfished by our definitions this year, projected to be up over 62% by next year. And in terms of the apportionment, we've dropped, it's been 5 years since we started shifting towards the new biomass-based apportionments. And that's what's shown here, and accounted for whale depredation in the same way as last year. So in terms of our plan team deliberations relative to sablefish, we highlighted the need to line up some of the apparently diminishing observer coverage in some regions, some part of that. And so we really wanted to get the observer program and the stock assessment scientists to highlight where these deficiencies might be occurring. And we agreed with the author's recommended model with no reduction in the maximum ABC. That concludes my sablefish. I can wrap up sculpins in a couple slides and be done with the joint.
I think we have a couple questions for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Iannelli, did the joint plan team get a report on the status of the development of the truly coast-wide model for sablefish, including Canada and the lower 48?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Twite. And I know we've talked about it and it was presented, but that might have been last year's. I don't know if nothing this year on that. So if I could just, what you're referring to is a joint working group that combining Alaska with Canada and the lower 48 on sablefish activities.
So is one expected for next year then, or what's the timeline? I continue to feel like we see just a part of a larger whole in these when we're just focused on the Alaska part of the population.
Just looking at all the experts in the room and none of us know. Unfortunately, I don't know if Chris or other sablefish colleagues, if anybody's online, could text or chime in. Sorry. I think it's meant to continue. I can report that one of the scientists that we've hired, Dr. Maya Kapoor, just finished her dissertation, and that part of that was in her dissertation, looking at region-wide movements.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to, yes, on this slide, understand better the concerns with monitoring of the sablefish fishery. Are we back to the issue of having fewer observer days on the fixed gear fishery? Is that the problem that you're identifying here without me going back to the full report?
Through the chair, I believe there's some issues with the fixed gear fishery, particularly in the Aleutians, where we get low coverage out there. So there's a low probability of same probability being selected, but a low number of folks actually participating out there. So it's hard to actually get selected for coverage. And so we're worried about the biological samples, the lengths and ages, particularly from that area.
Thank you. So is that is that a sampling issue then, like where you're working through this team to try to determine if we need a higher selection rate for that particular area in order to get what you need?
I think we asked the authors to work with the FMA division to see what they needed and what would need to happen to get the samples that they need.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thinking about that a little bit, are there samples available from the bycatch of the trawl fisheries out there? Because they are getting a significant portion of the allocation available to them? Or are the fisheries just too different that it doesn't fit in where they're being used? I guess I'm just looking to see if there's another way to skin the cat if getting observers out in a fishery that doesn't have a lot of participation is causing these problems.
Through the chair, you're speaking of like the POP fishery, the Amendment 80 fishery. I think the current sampling scheme that they have only hits species when they're a large component of the catch, when they're catching it. And so that would be something that the authors would need to talk with the observer program about changing that selection criteria. But that might be a great idea. Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Oh, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Dr. Iannelli and Mr. Barbeau. I have a question on sablefish and it seems like we've had several questions on this. So it was interesting. I think that it's you can tell it's kind of a hot topic right now as to what's going on with the sablefish fishery. But I'm just asking if it was discussed at the plan team, if you could expand at all, and the fact that you said there's 75% of these fish are small fish, that they're not mature. And I've heard, quite a few concerns in industry that fishing at these high levels, when you've got 75% of the fish that are high historic levels, I should say, there are, you can't fish on all those small fish without taking the remaining larger fish out of the system. And so I'm just wondering how if maybe that's all incorporated in the model 23.5 that you selected and that we're doing okay there. But I've just asking the question because a lot of people from industry have approached me about their concerns about this issue, that you've got all of these small fish that aren't contributing to the spawning biomass, and yet we're seeing these high ABC and OFLs come recommended out of the plan team. And there's concern that while you're taking that type of ABC and OFL, you're going to take too many of the remaining spawning biomass. In other words, we're taking the future and projecting that the survivability of these fish, and thinking about like what happened with snow crab effect. Those kind of concerns were discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Down. Just to be clear, that 75% of the fish are relatively young, but they are mature. So I don't mean to cause confusion there. That 75%, they're in the spawning population as best we know. Of course, this is fisheries. We don't know anything perfectly. And so there's always uncertainty, but they've done studies that show the maturity at age. And if you had a really big year class moving into, it's only 20% mature, it can still create a big mature biomass. So that's where some of this confusion arises. I think saying the 75%, you should almost forget. It's just that if you think of it rather than a fixed number of 75%, it's probably better to just think of the spawning biomass relative to like a single population that's never had any variability in recruitment, is on the young side of its level. So like for another example, part of that spawning population could be almost 100% spawning, like all of the aged 15s are likely to spawn. However, if there's not many 15-year-olds, then they're not going to add up to much. Compare that to lots of 8-year-olds, which might be, I don't know the exact numbers, but they might be only 70% of those are in the spawning population, but they can comprise a big part of it. And so that's the point, is that we're having a spawning stock now that's relatively young fish. They're all mature by our best science, but they're relatively young, and we always worry that you don't have the genetic diversity and the broad groupings of ages. Does that help?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and in answer to your question, does that help? Yeah, it helps quite a bit because I think this is a nuance that I didn't understand, and what I've been hearing from members, other folks is that I think that there's other people that did not understand what you just outlined, and so that was very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Carry on, just a couple more, sorry.
You have a couple more slides? Is
Not
that-
on Sablefish, but just sculpins to wrap up the joint.
Okay,
team.
that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, so we received both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska together as it in joint. This group comprises 48 different species, and there's just a couple of figures in your handout showing the array of the most important species in the combined sets for here's the Bering Sea, here's the Aleutians. The configuration of the species mix is a little bit different as we move, and then finally the Gulf of Alaska. So the plan team received this report and appreciated this information as a monitoring feature that we didn't have any specific concerns from an ecosystem component species. And that concludes the joint team report.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. I'll see if there are any final questions. Okay. Seeing none, I think this is a good time to break for the evening. We will come back in the morning at 8 a.m. and reconvene with our reports on C3, starting with the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team report. Thank you. Have a good night.